Hello and welcome to Conspiracy 101. My name's Alex Witney, and today we're going to be looking into the strawman theory. Now this is a really interesting one because I didn't know about this. I knew about some of the surroundings of it, and we'll get into that as and when we do. But this was suggested to me by one of my viewers. Thank you very much. Lots of comments on various videos. All of them are amazing. Thank you very much. But this one was suggested, and I did a little bit of research into it, and I think this would make a good video. So starting off season 3 with a banger. Got a new set with some posters and such. Set dressing will come along as and when. I might go back to the green screen, I might not. Who knows? Just in case, can you identify things? If any of the initialisms are watching, they might be able to tell who I am and where I am. Anyway, in case you didn't know, my name's Alex Witney, and we are going to be looking at strawman theory, which it's interlinked with a few other different conspiracy theories. And unlike some of the other episodes where we've done like an overview of a specific conspiracy theory, with this one we're going into the minutiae, we're going into the details, and it's basically for one detail, again, which was mentioned by one of my viewers. But when and if we get to that, we'll talk about it. Okay, so strawman theory. Let's just read the headlines. Make sure this is working. No, that's the wrong button. Go to this one. Just zoom in a little bit so it's easier to read. Perfect. I'll change my camera in a minute. Strawman theory. Oh, in case this is the first time you're watching Conspiracy 101, we do the research together. You do your own research, we're doing it right now. None of this doing research beforehand and just reading it off afterwards. We read Wikipedia live-ish. We don't do it beforehand, like other so-called theorists. The strawman theory, also called strawman illusion. I was torn between the two, honestly. Strawman illusion sounds way better. Is a pseudo-legal conspiracy theory originating in the redemption A4V movement and prevalent in the anti-government and tax protester movements such as Sovereign Citizens and Freemen of the Land. The theory holds that an individual has two personas, one of flesh and blood, and the other a separate legal personality, i.e. the strawman. And that one's legal responsibilities belong to the strawman rather than the physical individual. Nope, that's the wrong one. There we go. Right. Notice removal of implied right of access. Should we have a look at that picture first? I feel like we should have a look at that picture first. Let me just make sure that works. That does work. Awesome. Let's open that in a new tab. That helped. Thanks. Notice removal of implied right of access. Notice is hereby given that all implied rights of access to the land known as 170 North Street, Belfast, County Antrim. Oh, it's UK. Thought this was American. Are removed in respect of the following: any employee or agent of or principal of any other person acting on behalf of the corporate courts, the local councils. Okay, so a bailiff. So this is someone to stop people from recovering debts, I feel. By Sovereign Patrick of the Family, McElroy. Authorised agent and representative for Patrick McElroy. Without prejudice. All natural inalienable rights reserved. Warning. Failure to comply with this notice without lawful excuse or claim of right will be deemed common law trespass, and your unconditional agreement to pay the freeholder the sum of £5,000 sterling or the inflation-adjusted equivalent thereof in compensation, and that a lawful bill will be drawn against you with payment terms of... But, okay, so we already haven't got very deep into this, and this person says you can't come here because I'm not a legal entity, but if you do, your legal entity will have to pay my legal entity money. But he's not a legal entity, so will he not get the money? Right, already I'm confused. It doesn't take a lot. Pseudo law advocates claim that it is possible, through the use of certain redemption procedures and documents, to separate oneself from the strawman, therefore becoming free of the rule of law. That's a really interesting thought, isn't it? Like, what holds us to the laws that are around? And it is sort of just a group mentality, isn't it? Is this group, there are more of them than me, say that you shouldn't murder someone, and as a group, we're going to enforce that. And that's why one of the things that always comes up is like a true democracy doesn't really exist, and it can't, because if 51% of the population want the other 49% dead, that's a true democracy. You can't, a civilized society can't have that, can it? So it needs sort of breaks and checks within a democracy in order to survive. So being free of the rule of law doesn't really exist, because you'd just get, it would just devolve all the way down into a lynch mob. But I know this is not like murder and all that kind of fancy pantsy stuff. This is more to do with, you know, being in credit card debt, I think. Hence, the main use of strawman theory is in escaping and denying liabilities and legal responsibility. Tax protesters, commercial redemption, and get-out-of-debt-free scams claim that one's debts and taxes are the responsibility of the strawman and not of the real person. They back this claim by misreading the legal definition of person and misunderstanding the distinction between a juridical person and a natural person. Courts have uniformly rejected arguments relying on the strawman theory, which is recognised in law as a scam by the FBI. The FBI considers anyone promoting it likely a fraudster. And the IRS, which is the American Tax Service, considers it a frivolous argument and fines people who claim it on their tax returns. Canadian legal scholar Donald J. Netolitsky has called the strawman theory the most innovative component of the pseudo law memeplex. A history. We will briefly look at each individual one of these. But, like I said, we're focusing mainly on the straw man. The theory appeared circa 1999 to 2000, relatively new, when it was conceived by former North Dakota farmer Roger Elvick, a sovereign, there should be a slide more, okay. A sovereign citizen and tax protester activist who was also the originator of the redemption movement. It eventually became a core concept of the sovereign citizen's pseudo-legal beliefs. Around the same period, this set of beliefs was introduced into Canada by Eldon Warman. Warman is a great name. A student of Elvick's theories who adapted them for a Canadian context. It was further reframed in Canada by the Freemen of the Land movement, which expanded to other Commonwealth countries. And that's what we see in the UK, I guess. So let's have a quick, brief whistle-stop tour of redemption movement, sovereign citizen movement, and Freemen of the Land. I know I'm saying Fremen rather than Freeman. I just think it sounds better. So, oops, I clicked on United States. I did not mean to do that. Redemption movement. Again, we're briefly going over these. At some point, we will come back to them. I say that a lot in Conspiracy 101, but it's true. The redemption movement is a debt resistance movement and fraud scheme which is primarily active in the United States of America and, oh, Canada. I've had too much coffee. Participants allege that a secret fund is created for every citizen at birth and that a procedure exists to redeem or reclaim this fund to pay bills. Common redemption schemes include acceptance for value, Treasury direct accounts, and secured party creditors. Such tactics are sometimes called money-for-nothing schemes, as their aim is ultimately to extract money from the government by using secret methods. The name of the A4V scheme is also commonly used to refer to the movement as a whole. This is a really weird and very deep conspiracy theory that often stems from a misunderstanding about certain ways things work. In any government, any Western government at least, there is a slush fund, isn't there, for people who can't work, are poorly, etc., etc. There is money for people who need it. And that money is gained from taxes, usually. There are other ways government to get money, but let's just say taxes. And so the idea that there is a monetary fund for individuals from birth is not to be dismissed. A lot of debt that can be attributed to countries is based on population and how that population is going to work through different things. Whether it's how much things they make, how much things they export or import, you know, a lot of population data is important. And that's why certain countries are a little bit funny with their numbers. Looking at you, China, with how big their population is, because that can, if your population is bigger or smaller, you can fudge the numbers slightly when it comes to how much money each individual has based on how much money your country is making. And that can dictate lots of different things, including, you know, how much debt responsibility a country can get. Loads of different, very, very complicated, ridiculously complicated, way more complicated for the majority of conspiracy theorists, myself included. So it's always going to be confusing no matter what. And I think some of this is from that confusion about, you know, a misunderstood concept of there being money for us. There is money for us, but it's not necessarily direct, and it's not necessarily in a bank account attached to a straw man. Moving on. Yep. Okay. Sovereign citizen movement. So this one's a little bit different and probably a little bit more wider reaching. I think if I was going to do separate episodes of Conspiracy 101, one would be on sovereign citizen movement and one would be on Fremen. I don't know if I'd do the redemption one, because that's kind of more linked to strawman. The sovereign citizen movement, also called Sov-Sit movement or Sov-Sits. I need to Sov-Sit myself in frame. I'm proud of that one. That was off the top of my head. Is a loose grouping of litigants, activists, tax protesters, financial scheme promoters, and conspiracy theorists, who claim to be answerable only to their particular interpretations of the common law, and believe that they are therefore not subject to any government statutes or proceedings unless they consent to them. Again, this is kind of like the idea that I am bigger than the populace as an individual. The reason that laws exist is because the majority have come to want them, to need them, and to say that I'm not gonna be held to your laws is fine. You can say that until the cows come home, but that's not going to stop them enforcing it. And that's where this kind of breaks down for me. There are, and always will be, loopholes in laws and in governments where you can get through stuff. And I think that's what this is probably aiming at, rather than the actual real idea of being an individual and being held accountable to no one but God Almighty. Where are we? The movement, which appeared in the early 1970s, is American in origin, the best conspiracy theories are, and exists primarily in the United States, though it has expanded to other countries, notably the Fremen of the Land movement, an offshoot of the sovereign citizen movement with similar doctrines, emerged during the 2000s in Canada before spreading to other Commonwealth countries. If you don't know what Commonwealth means, it's basically the old British Empire. So countries like English-speaking countries or countries with a large English-speaking population, so Canada, Australia, New Zealand, India, lots of African countries, lots of Caribbean countries, or Caribbean countries. Yeah, and for the most part, it's just a collection of countries that kind of just talk to each other every now and then and play sports together. It doesn't really mean anything, which is a shame, because I think Britain or the United Kingdom as a country could really help some of the Commonwealth countries, especially now we're not in the EU. We could really lean on the Commonwealth, but nobody really wants to, and I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason. There usually is, isn't there? However, sovereign citizens as such have also appeared in these countries and others. Okay? In the United States, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, describes sovereign citizens as anti-government extremists who believe that even though they physically reside in this country, they are separate or sovereign from the United States. The sovereign citizen phenomenon is one of the main contemporary sources of pseudo law. You can say pseudo. I prefer pseudo because it sounds stupid. It sounds like suede, and that's lovely and comforting and soft. Adherents to its ideology notably believe that courts have no actual jurisdiction over people, and that the use of certain procedures, such as writing specific phrases on bills they do not want to pay, and loopholes can make one immune from government laws and regulations. They also regard most forms of taxation as illegitimate. Sovereign citizen arguments have no basis in law and have never been successful in court. Tax and trying to get out of taxation has been going on for a long time. There's famous examples in the UK of, I can't remember it now. What was the tax for Margaret Thatcher? Just give me a second. I've got the internet at my hands. No, bad. I pressed the wrong button. There we go. God, they saw it. They saw it. It wasn't on incognito. It was a mistake. I am sorry. Next episode, I will be back on incognito. What am I doing? Oh yeah, Margaret Thatcher. Poll tax. That's the one I'm thinking of. Right. Was a type of tax, and it didn't go down very well. It evolved into council tax, but it basically only lasted a couple of years, and lots of people fought against it within the UK. That's what I was trying to think of. That's all I was trying to think of. I wasn't trying to be clever or nothing. So, you get the idea. You get the idea. And then, Freemen of the Land movement. The Freemen of the Land movement, sometimes spelled Freemen on the Land, abbreviated to FOTL, also known as Freemen of the Land, the Freeman movement, or simply free man, is a loose group of individuals who adhere to pseudo-legal concepts and conspiracy theories, implying that they are bound by statute laws only if they consent to those laws. They believe that they can therefore declare themselves independent of the government and rule of law, holding that only true law is their own idiosyncratic interpretation of common law. The name Freeman of the Land describes a person who is literally a free man on the land where they live. The Freemen of the Land on the Land movement also advocates schemes to avoid taxes, which it considers to be illegitimate. A lot of these signs around the UK, I don't think they're around anymore, but they were sort of 10-ish years ago, I think. And we've got a BBC News article about them, which is interesting. Legal name fraud. The truth. You ready for this? It's illegal to use a legal name. Okay. Again, this is more seen in the, there we go, Commonwealth, Australia, UK, New Zealand, and Ireland. So people have used that in various ways. What was I going to say? I was going to say something about this. Rule of law. Yes, so there are examples of people who don't want to be held to certain laws. And obviously, most countries have some kind of extradition where they will, you know, if you commit an offence in one country and go to another country, they will send you back to that country. But international waters is an area where there are no real proper laws. That doesn't stop governments from going into those places and pulling you out, because there are no laws. What's stopping them from doing it? But countries have popped up from time to time, and one that really makes me think of this in terms of the UK is, I think it's called Sealand. Have a look. Again, yeah, Principality of Sealand. Just bad boy. 1967, Sealand was founded as a sovereign principality on a military fortress 7 miles from the eastern shores of Britain. Had its own stamps, its own money, its own passports, etc., etc. Which, you know, is interesting. So, let's continue down the rabbit hole that is strawman theory. Now, we've got a brief overview of the other related theories, or at least the parent theories. Assertions. The theory holds that an individual has 2 personas, and this is where the straw man comes in. One of them is physical, tangible, human being, and the other is a legal person, often referred to as legal fiction. When a baby is born in the US, a birth certificate is issued and the parents apply for a social security number. Sovereigns say that the government uses that birth certificate to set up a secret treasury account, which it funds with an amount ranging from $600,000 to $20 million US, depending on a particular sovereign belief system. Hence, every newborn's rights are split between those held by the flesh and body baby and the corporate shell account. One argument used by proponents of the strawman theory is based on a misinterpretation of the terms capitis deminutio, used in ancient Roman law for the extinguishment of a person's former legal capacity. Adherents to the theory spell the term capitas diminutio, and claim that capitas diminutio maxima, meaning in Roman law the loss of liberty, citizenship, and family, was represented by an individual's name being written in capital letters, hence the idea of individuals having a separate legal personality. Proponents of the theory believe the evidence is found on the birth certificate itself, because many certificates show all capitals to spell out the baby's name. John Doe, under the strawman theory, is the name of the strawman, and John Doe is the baby's real name. As the child grows, most legal documents will contain capital letters, which means that his state-issued driver's license, his marriage license, his car registration, his criminal court records, his cable TV bill, that's an important one, that one, correspondence from the IRS, etc., pertain to this strawman and not his sovereign identity. In reality, the use of all capital letters is typically done to make certain statements clear and conspicuous, although this is not always the case. The theory is also based on part of a misinterpretation of the Uniform Commercial Code, which provides an interstate standard for documents such as driver's license or for bank accounts. Adherents to this theory see this evidence that these documents and the associated laws and financial obligations do not apply to them, but instead to the strawman. To distinguish themselves from their strawman, pseudo-law advocates may refer to their flesh and blood identity under by a slightly different name, such as John of the family Doe instead of John Doe. We saw that in that sign when we read it, the one from Belfast. Belfast! One scheme notably advocated by sovereign citizen theorist David Wynne Miller involves adding punctuation, typically hyphens and colons, to one's name. Miller would write his name as David Wynne Miller or David Wynne Miller, and verbally said it as David -Wynne Miller. Alex Whitney. The variation of the strawman theory is found in the legal name fraud movement, which believes that birth certificates give the state legal ownership of a personal name, and that refusing to use this name removes oneself from the state's authority and court's jurisdiction. my name is Alexander, but I say my name's Alex. If someone in authority asked me what my name was, I would probably say Alex. So, does that count? Could he, instead of being David Wynne Miller, could he just be Dave? Russell Porisky, a Canadian tax protester guru who emulated elderly woman's ideas, promoted a version of the strawman theory by claiming that people could avoid paying taxes by proclaiming themselves to be natural persons, in opposition to the government's version of the person. His concepts relied on a misinterpretation of the definition of person in the Canadian Income Tax Act, which he combined with the strawman theory. We're seeing this a lot. It's a lot of weird, obscure legal doctrine being confused. Strawman is therefore created in adherence to he or she of freedom of command, promotes slight misinterpretation of the passage of chapter 39 King John's Magna Carta, stating in part that no freeman will be seized, dispossessed of his property, or harmed except by the law of the land. Magna Carta is awesome, and it paved the way for a lot of things, but I don't think you can cite the Magna Carta as something to be used. What was it, 11 what? 1215. 1215 it came into power. So, yeah, I'm not sure if you should be using that as the basis. Okay, more redemption style stuff. We talked about that. The freeman of the land for Canadians. Legal status of the theory. In accepted legal theory, there is a difference between what is known as a natural person and that of a corporate person. A corporate personhood applies to business, charities, governments, and other recognised organisations. Court recognise human beings as persons, not as legal fiction joined to a flesh and blood human being, but as one and the same. They have never recognised a right to distance oneself from one's person or the ability to opt out of personhood. You see this a lot, I think, in the UK. If you're a business person, but you just work, if you're an individual, you can be a sole proprietor, which basically just means you're a one-man business or one-woman business or one-person business. And I guess that's kind of what they're saying, is that I couldn't then go, well, that's my business. My business is 200 grand in debt. I'm not. But you are, because you're the sole proprietor. You're the only person who's, in charge. Again. Okay, so this is lots of people have done it already and tried it in courts and it's not worked. Double split person schemes have no legal effect. These schemes have no basis in law. There is only one legal identity that attaches to a person. If a person wishes to add a legal layer to themselves, then a corporation is the proper approach. In 2016, a billboard campaign promoted the legal name fraud theory in the United Kingdom. Lawyer David Alan Green commented that the theory was complete tosh. Hang on, let me do this right. Lawyer David Alan Green commented that the theory was complete tosh and potentially harmful to litigations who would use it in court. If people try to use such things to avoid their legal obligations, they can end up with county court judgments or even criminal convictions. You may as well walk into a court with a t-shirt saying, I am an idiot. Modern law, any human being is also innately a legal person. Yeah. So we've got some relevant cases. This is a dynamic list. So, Jaeger, that's an awesome name. Raymond Jaeger versus GÖBEKLI. I'm butchering that. Where is that? Iowa. Okay, somewhere in Iowa, 1995. Raymond Jaeger filed a $2 million lawsuit against Iowa State law enforcement and Department of Natural Resources, alleging illegal search and seizure. The ruling was made in response to a motion to strike the presented active defense. The court finds Jaeger's arguments concerning capitalization, otherwise specious, I never know how to pronounce this word. Specious? Basically unfounded. The court routinely capitalizes the names of all parties before the court in all matters, civil and criminal, without any regard to their corporate or individual status. Jaeger's motions to strike are denied as to improper capitalization. It's really awkward as well, because some names are lowercase on purpose, or uppercase on purpose. So you get like Muck, people, people at Muck, or O'Reilly, capital, MC, capital, like capital M, lowercase c, capital whatever's after. And I'm sure in other countries they have similar variants of that where it being in lowercase or uppercase matters. However, when it comes to stuff like this, it's just making sure the name is spelt right, I think. United States versus Washington. Kurt Washington. This is New York, 96. Charged with 2 counts of tax evasion. The defendant contends that the indictment must be dismissed because Kurt Washington, spelled out in capital letters, is a fictitious name used by the government to tax him improperly as a business, and that the correct spelling or presentation of his name is Kurt Washington. This contention is baseless. William Michael Furman in 2001. 2 counts of conspiracy related to schemes to defraud, bank and launder money. Wow. Both a literal misspelling of his name and the improper capitalization. And mere change case, absolutely no auditory significance. Okay, so he's just spelling Michael wrong. Maciel. State of Colorado versus Drew. Again, this is a lot of these are American, aren't they? And this is capitalization. Dennis Larry Meads. This is Alberta, so this is Canada. Involved a contentious divorce case. Detailed a contract between himself, styled as : Dennis Leary : Meads : and his strawman styled as Dennis Larry Meads. Stipulating that his spousal and child support obligations should be paid by using the money from the strawman's purportedly secret 100 billion public treasury bank account. Oh, this is mean. I can't do a Canadian accent. Oh, Canada. About. It is very unfortunate. Oh, I don't know where that's going. Let's run with it. It is very unfortunate that any person, Scottish, would be so gullible as to believe that free money can be obtained by these theatrics. But nevertheless, some, like Mr. Meads, appear unable to resist the temptation of wealth without obligation. Mr. Meads is Mr. Meads, in all his physical or imaginary aspects. He would experience and obtain the same effect and success if he appeared in court and selectively donned and removed a rubber Halloween mask which portrays the appearance of another person, asserting at this or any point that the masked person is the one liable to Miss Meads. That's beautiful. Okay, Queensland, so Australia? Is that? Yep. Kim Anthony Sweet, charged with 2 drug offences, filed an application to dismiss due to an incorrect identification of the applicant, alleging that his straw man was the one liable for the charges. You can see where that's going. Oh, that's it. That's the end. Very interesting. Okay, so Wikipedia is not sparse. It has a lot. But we're going to deep dive into a few others. Let me just have a look, see what there is. So we've got some definitions, which we'll go through. We've got some... Oh yeah, we've got some stuff from the UK. We've got lots of PDFs, which is interesting. We've got an article about it, which might hopefully have some quotes from people who believe in this. And then we've got the BBC News article. And we've also got a website that is still up talking about the straw man from the side of the conspiracy theorists, if that makes sense. What none of them seem to talk about, including the Wikipedia article, is the comment that was left on one of my other videos, in which it described people genuinely thinking that the straw man was not a representation of themselves in paper only, or an idea that the government uses in order to tax and untax and all that kind of stuff, but a literal straw man, an effigy. And being an Englishman, I appreciate a good effigy. We have a tradition in the UK where we burn an effigy every year on 5th of November. So effigies as an idea is very interesting. And the effigy we burned was very anti-government too. And I'm not going to go into it. Google Guy Fawkes if you don't know. And but someone believing that there is a US population 300 million. There are 300 million effigies, mini voodoo dolls, actual straw man like size figures, maybe little miniature like Russian dolls in like this giant Indiana Jones warehouse. The thought of that is inspiring. Right, moving on. Let's go through some of the laws, and then we'll go through some of the news articles, and then we'll end on the actual one that believes it. Oops, didn't unfreeze it. There we go. So this is from Southern Poverty Law Centre, which I think when you say that, it's one of those, it's anti-hate basically group, isn't it? But when you say it, it's one of those ones that sometimes people get annoyed about in the US. For me, it's just a website. I think it's one of those things. It's like the Anti-Defamation League. If you're getting annoyed at it, it's probably, just be careful, you know. Sovereign citizens movement. Sovereign citizens believe they are not under jurisdiction of the federal government and consider themselves exempt from US law. They use a variety of conspiracy theories and falsehoods to justify their beliefs and their activities, some of which are illegal and violent. They excuse me. Let me just have a drink. Going to exercise my Fremen abilities to recycle water. They clog up the courts with indecipherable filings, and when cornered, many of them lash out, retaliating through acts of paper terrorism, and in the most extreme cases, acts of deadly violence, usually directed against government officials. In May 2010, for example, a father-son team of sovereigns murdered 2 police officers with an assault rifle when they were pulled over on the interstate while traveling through West Memphis, Arkansas. The roots of the movement are racist and anti-Semitic. I think the roots of it are Christian. Leave that on the table. It was founded by William Potter Gale, former member of the John Birch Society. Potter formed a group of anti-government Christian identity adherents who mistrusted state and federal officials. That's kind of what America's based on, isn't it? The white population of America is basically Europeans that didn't like the government. They believed that non-white people were not human and that Jews possessed a satanic plot to take over the world. They identified themselves as posse comitatus, which is Latin for power of the country. Oh no, county, sorry. Power of the county. This and centres on the idea that county sheriffs are the highest governmental authority. Huh. Well, in my English brain thinks, when I think of county sheriffs, I don't think of like, you know, Texas Walker Ranger or whatever, like an American, like, wow, cowboy. I think of Sheriff of Nottingham and Robin Hood and Disney films. You're going in and taking our money. Posse comitatus is based on the Sheriff's Act 1887, which allowed sheriffs to form a posse that would assist them in hunting down and arresting criminals. I've always liked that. In American law, you can deputize someone, can't you? Doesn't really work in this country because you don't get deputized, but you can help. You can do citizens' arrests and stuff like that. But in America, they can, like, here's a gun, you're a deputy now. Potter's posse believed they served under common law based on their interpretation of the Bible, rather than civil law, legitimate laws formed by the American legal system. The problem with that is you can believe that, but it will cross over to a point where what I was explaining before, the majority will rule, won't they? For the most part. The activities of Potter's posse, many of them crimes, included refusal to pay taxes, filing property liens, and committing violence against public officials. I don't know what liens is. Let's Google that. I've never heard that word in my life. A right to keep possession of property belonging to another person until a debt owed by that person is discharged. And it's pronounced lien. These actions which were established by Gale's group have become customary in today's sovereign citizen movement. What has changed since the movement's inception is the white supremacist ideology that initially dominated it. Contemporary sovereign citizens hold varying racial ideologies and include a variety of people, although most commonly white and African American. Black. As someone from the UK, using the word African American seems odd, and yeah, I have a dislike for it. It's confusing. It's not as simple as other ways of saying a black person, like nicely as well. Not, you know. Moving on. Sovereign belief system. Whoa, this is long. I'm not reading all this. Look at this. Jesus. Oh, hello. What's this? Oh, look at it. Okay. I like maps. So this is 2021, and all the different groups that are sovereign citizens. Loads in California, Texas, and Florida. I guess nobody got time for that in the in the central states. Fair enough. I don't know what state that is. Illinois? Is that Illinois? Someone tell me. Someone correct me in the comments. I don't know. So yeah, it's got all the different names for them as well. So this is more. Yeah, this is more so that people can be. I think this is just giving information so that people can be careful. Galactic sovereign. A small number of sovereigns hold a concurrent belief that friendly aliens will visit Earth and that they are actively planning for this occurrence, or believe that public officials or other individuals are reptilian aliens. We will come to reptiles at some point, and one Mr. D. Icke. Many of these believers and some additional sovereign subscribers to a conspiracy theory called Nasara. This theory purports that 15 trusted members of Congress and President Clinton signed a bill in secret in the year 2000 known as the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. They think this law would have abolished the IRS and income tax, returned the form of constitutional law to America that sovereigns believe was secretly replaced by maritime law, ended war and established world peace. Sovereigns think powerful groups have kept this law secret through gag orders and sabotage. And when it looked like it would be publicly introduced on September 11, 2001, there was a coordinated attempt to stop it. Wonder what that coordinated attempt could have been. September 11, 2001 doesn't ring a bell, but right. Let's have a look. Movement subtypes. So I was gonna dismiss most of what this is talking about because it is just how to stay clear and how to be careful of these kind of people. Quadrillions, paper terrorism, numbers, and then that's talking about the names, the actual belief systems. Let's look at your subtypes and just see if we can find an actual strawman one with a legitimate strawmans. Official left jury. Exacting revenge, core beliefs, subtypes, National Assembly members, common law courts, Bible verses to form pseudo courts, they call common law courts. Yep. Creating new governments, again, like we talked about with Sealand. Constitutional sovereigns make claims that federal government is illegitimate and overreaching its intended authority. Okay, galactic sovereigns, that's awesome. Moorish sovereigns, these individuals are both Moors and sovereigns. Okay, what does it mean by Moor? Because Moor, before we read it, Moor is like the people who invaded the Iberian, so Portugal and Spain, the the Arab. No, we're not really Arabs, are we? Islamic? Were they Islamic? I think they were, weren't they? Because they introduced Islam to Spain. But yeah, Moorish people are kind of like what countries are there? Morocco and Tunisia. Those kind of countries. North Africans. Is that right? And then you see Moors on a lot of flags. I think, is it Malta has a Moor on their flag? One of the Mediterranean islands has a Moor on their flag. Okay, these individuals are both Moors and sovereigns. They believe that they were America's original inhabitants and therefore entitled to self-governing nation within a nation status, claiming to possess territories within the United States, made up of land they do not legally own. Members are almost always African American, there we go, so that makes sense. But their supposed magic key to exemption from the law is their claim that they are descendants of Moroccan Moors and thus subject to the 1786 Moroccan-American Treaty of Friendship, which they believe gives them exemption from American law. They think their indigenous status provides them with similar privileges to American Indians. Moorish sovereigns have their own set of gurus who they study and groups they can join, including Wichita and the United States of American Republic government. They also offer items for members to purchase, including fake identification cards and license plates listing the name of the territory they claim to belong to. The tactic used predominantly by Moorish sovereigns is adverse possession, which involves squatting in foreclosed and other properties. They have been known to cause extensive property damage and create significant problems for rightful owners. Some people who currently or previously identified as Nuwapians, or Yamasee Indian, all of whom followed Dwight York, have joined Moorish sovereign groups since York's incarceration for transporting minors across straight lines for sexual purposes and racketeering. York is serving a 135-year sentence. Well, that took a shift at the end, didn't it? So this is really interesting, and it made me think of something, and now I can't remember what it was. So they're using a very old law that makes them think that they are exempt from American law. Nation within a nation status is a very interesting way of putting it. Yeah, I was thinking of something, but I've forgotten what it was. Tax protesters, yeah, it makes sense. People don't like paying taxes. They don't mind using the tax money when they, you know, they're on roads or whatever, or using, you know, have to use facilities that tax pays for. But people don't like paying taxes, and that's a natural thing, isn't it? Right, moving on. Okay, so we've been talking about what a person is and the legal and definition. So the US legal definition of a person. Let's just briefly read through this. A man considered according to the rank he holds in society, with all the rights to which the place he holds entitles him, and the duty which it imposes. A human being considered as capable of having rights and of being charged with duties, whilst a thing is an object over which rights may be exercised. Right, moving on. That was weird. Okay, so now we've got a few different like PDFs. I'm not sure if any of these are going to be good. Program. That's not how you spell program, but whatever. I read it as pogrom, and I was like, hang on a second. Program on extremism. The program on extremism at George Washington University provides analysis on issues related to violent and non-violent extremism. Okay, so this is literally just about sovereign citizens. So this is the abstract. Let's just read the abstract, and then I think I'll move on unless there's some like pretty pictures. When surveyed, United States law enforcement consistently ranks sovereign citizens as the top domestic extremist threat, even greater than presented by homegrown jihadists. Despite the considerable size of the movement, estimated to include hundreds of thousands of adherents, few Americans know what sovereigns believe and how those beliefs inform their actions. So-called sovereign citizens believe in an alternate history of the US, replacing reality with a vast conspiracy governed by complex arcane rules. They believe that if someone understands and properly invokes those rules, that person is exempt from many laws, including the obligations to pay taxes, and that he or she, or they, can be empowered to seize private property, enforce legal actions against individuals, and claim money from the government. When faced with arrest for illegal actions that they believe are legal, sovereign citizens can become violent. What exactly do sovereigns believe? The answer is complicated. There are many variations of the sovereign ideology, and while some are more common than others, any two sovereign citizens might offer different explanations. And the explanations that are offered may seem incoherent to people who are not immersed in sovereign subculture. Although the movement itself is relatively young, very interesting that. First meaningful coalescing in the 1990s and growing rapidly since, it is based on beliefs that go back decades. Yeah, the idea of not paying tax, even in our subconscious, is huge, isn't it? I think of Robin Hood. In order to bring to light this topic, the paper will outline the basic concepts and provide information of its origins. Very interesting. Got any pictures? Got any pictures? Where? Ooh, look at that! The Green Magicians of Free Press. Tax protesters, redemption scam, syncretic influence. As the sovereign movement integrated many different but ideologically similar strains of thought into a chimeric, oh I love that word, unified theory of how the world works, it has also embedded its concepts and language in a wide variety of domestic fringe and extremist movements. Today the language of some concepts of sovereignty, particularly the idea of common law, has spread to movements that are not primarily sovereign in orientation, including the Patriot movement, white and black nationalism, and anarchism. This influence was particularly visible during the Malheur wildlife refuge standoff in early 2016. The seizure of the refuge by Armand Bundy and prominent Patriot movement members was initially framed as a protest over federal land use, an issue that was also prominent within the Posse Comitatus movement, the people we were talking about earlier. But the occupiers of the refuge represented a wide and often bewildering range of views. As the siege dragged on, a number of sovereign-influenced elements became more prominent, as so-called constitutional judges flocked to the scene, while Armand Bundy's father, Cliven, amazing name, issued sovereign proclamations and pseudo-legal statements from his ranch in Nevada. Sovereign concepts have also crept into popular culture. For instance, in 2012, a claim of copyright regarding content posted to Facebook went viral and widely reposted by users. The posting resembled a sovereign court filing and included references to the UCC and other sovereign and sovereign-like language. Okay, let's just have a quick look for... Okay, so there are three instances of strawman in this paper. Because the USCCC, fictitious person, because the UCC provides an interstate standard for things such as driver's license, blah, 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 we've been through that, do not apply to them, but instead a fictitious person created by the illegitimate law, sometimes referred to as a strawman. A legal entity akin to a company of the same name as citizen. Some citizens create their own driver's license and other documents. Tyrannical laws. Common law and privileges, okay. Redemption theory usually holds that a birth certificate issued by a corporate law creates a fictitious person or a straw man with the same name as the person. Okay. So, yeah, and then it's just an article. That's a shame. Nothing about real straw men. Okay, so this is from the Wayback Machine, which I love. And this is Judiciary of England and Wales. I guess it's called Benchmark. And it has lots of different articles in it. It's like one of those magazine kind of things. So let's just, blocking my thing, as I always do. Cause I'm mental, ain't I? All right, what we got? Fresh breadth of experience. That's a fresh breath if ever I saw one. Docketing system shows promising results. New directors. Article. Presumption of death. Awesome. Seeing justice done. Cambodia. Breaking new ground. United. Securing a decent society. He'd secure one. He could. Justice Edwin Cameron. Yes, you could. What we can learn from each other? Oh, it's the same guy. Nonsense or loophole. This sounds like us. The Occupy London protests saw prominent roles being played by self-styled freemen of the land. A set of beliefs described, depending on the source, as a credible method of opting out of being governed or pseudo-legal woo. Freemen of the land believe they can declare themselves independent of government jurisdiction. Yeah, we've heard that. Freemen of the land is based in the US, but by the millennium it came in the UK. Freemen believe that common natural laws. Strawman is created, birth certificate is filed, and is the entity which is subjected to statutory law. Their physical self is referred to a slightly different name. For example, John of the family Smith. Law of the sea. Many Fremen of the land beliefs centre on admiralty or maritime law, which they claim governs the world of commerce. The reasons are baffling, but may stem from a misunderstanding of nautical sounding words in common usage. For example, ownership and citizenship, dock or birth. Oh, that's a real... If that's the reason, like birth as in being born or birth as in where you dock a ship. Certificate. I hope it didn't stem from that. Fremen will take this further by using further nautical terms referring to the court as a ship, its occupants as passengers, and claiming that anyone leaving are men overboard. This took a weird turn. I wasn't expecting all this nautical stuff. Of course, we talked about maritime law a little bit, but not like this. Not like this. Fremen will try to claim common law rather than admiralty law jurisdiction by asking, do you have a claim against me? Which supposedly removes their consent to being governed by admiralty law, forcing the court to proceed according to their version of common law. Note, this has never worked. Fremen do not accept legal representation, as to do so might entail contracting with the state. Fremen believe that in the UK and Canada are now operating in bankruptcy and are therefore under admiralty law since the abolition of the gold standard in 1917. UK currency is now backed not by gold, but rather the people. Again, this is kind of what we talked about at the beginning of the show. Or rather, the legal fiction of their persons. So it's not necessarily like, oh, here's a bunch of gold, this is what we base our money on. This is our country, this is what we base our money on. And that's why it goes up and down based on, what the country's doing. Contracts and statutes. In court, not a success story. No, we've run through there. Understanding the intent to claim of right. We've got a few different news stories on attempted use of a belief. Norfolk tax dodger arrested after writing to the Queen. Oh look, it's got Rational Wiki. Very rarely see. We don't really go on this one very often. It's a wiki of tends to sort of talk about conspiracy theories, but it's all very. It's just nonsense written by very bitter people, isn't it? Right, moving on. Sovereign Citizen Movement, what's this from? Imagine a World Without Hate. Oh, the Anti-Defamation League. That's what we were talking about earlier. So I guess, they've talked about it as well because it seems to be quite it seems to be a bit of a slippery slope. It's something that people start on and then it suddenly becomes quite nasty, or can become quite nasty at the end with people dying and stuff. Okay, so this one says it dates back to the 70s, which is interesting. Again, I'm going to skip over this because I'm kind of getting bored. Sovereign citizen names. So again, they won't put in their last name. They'll put in lots of commas or examples, stuff like that. Signatures. Okay. Oh wow, this is like how to spot a sovereign citizen, isn't it? This is less to do with Strawman. Citizen mailing addresses. Near postal zone. I don't actually live here, but zip exempt. Zip code is like a postal code. We call it a postcode here. It's just to help the postman. It's nothing to do with. Yeah. Although saying that, it's nothing to do with stuff. We do use postcodes to dictate a lot of stuff in government. So that I can, having a second thought about it, postcodes do, to a point where it's even we call it a postcode lottery. It can be where you live dictates how good your NHS is, how good your schooling is, etc., etc. And just someone living across the street. I remember when I lived in Birmingham for a bit, and there was literally across the street, I'm not exaggerating, literally across the street from me, it was a main road, it was a big road, across the street from me was a doctor's, a GP surgery, a general practice surgery. So in the UK, if you're poorly, you go to the doctors first usually, as long as it's not an emergency. And literally across the road, we weren't allowed in that one because we were in the wrong postcode area, and we had to go 2 miles down the road in order to go to a different surgery. And it was just because the bracket wasn't like a circle around the GPs, expanding out. It was like that, and the GPs was on the edge. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. So anyway, I'm a sovereign citizen now, and I would like to be called Alex : Whitney. Yeah, no, there's not enough pictures in that one for me. Right, now we've got a news article called Screw the Taxman, The Weird Ideas of Tax Cheaters. This is from Digital Journal and from 2006. The internet has always been a hotbed of This might be better for that one, actually. No, not that one, that one. The internet has always been a hotbed of wacky but harmless ideas. Yes, it has. That's not the case with anti-tax movement. These money-saving schemes can cost you everything. Digital Journal. Each April we remember Benjamin Franklin's theory on the inevitability of death and taxes. But for those who believe that they can avoid paying income tax through clever loopholes, Franklin's quote becomes just another government conspiracy. Another thing, adding on to that, if you are rich enough, you can avoid tax by quite a lot by using loopholes. And maybe that's not a misunderstanding, but a pauper's version, isn't it, really? If you are rich enough, the tax statements of the elite, the very wealthy, the amount of money that corporations avoid. There was a big thing, the Panama Papers. Was it Panama Papers? A few celebrities in the UK got sort of named and shamed for not paying taxes, for using loopholes to pay less tax through. And it is, if you're rich enough, you can pay very clever people to find loopholes, and they always will. That's the kind of problem, isn't it? Because it is so complicated, because there are so many different people to tax, so many different things to tax, so many areas where things aren't taxed. For good reason. In the UK, for example, books aren't taxed. There's no tax to pay on a book, and that's a good thing. You want books to be as cheap as they possibly can so that people can buy them. Milk and bread are usually taxed less than our tax is a little bit more simpler than America. America's tax is all over the place, isn't it? Because it's state-based, whereas ours is kind of like just pretty across the board for all 4 countries. But yeah, I can see why it's slowly making sense as to why it exists. Sentence to 13 jails, tax fraud, conspiracy, yeah, okay. Taxes, borrow a phrase from Altoids, curiously strong. Beautiful. Many ridiculous schemes concocted by tax resist. Again, this is moving away from the strawman theory, I feel. Top 5 de-taxer claims. These tactics have all been employed by tax protesters over the years and have been consistently struck down, resulting in heavy fines, repossession, and sometimes incarceration. Income tax is voluntary, so bite me. Paper money isn't real, only gold coins are. That's an interesting one. In the UK, I might have some money in my... So, in the UK, we don't have a gold standard, but UK coins are the legal tender. Bank notes aren't necessarily... I don't know if this will show up, actually. So I've got a £5 note here, the new fancy ones. Not that you can get the old ones anyway. And on it, does it say it? There we go. It says, I promise... Underneath it, it says, I promise to pay... You can barely read it, because it's not... But I promise to pay... Hang on a second. I promise to pay the bearer on demand what does it say? The sum of £5. This is not an actual, this is not money. If that makes sense. This is a like an IOU slip. And obviously, because it's so well integrated into our society, it acts as money. But if I went to a bank, they couldn't refuse me, even if I wasn't a member of that bank, to change it for coins. And the same with if you went to a shop, I guess. They could refuse your money. They could refuse it for any reason, but they could refuse your money and say, no, you have to pay with pound coins. You have to pay with actual coins. Because this is just an IOU. And that's why you'll see a lot of shops refuse £50 notes. And the reason they refuse £50 notes is because they are more likely to be faked, or easier to prove they're real. And obviously, if they are fake, then they're losing more money than if it was a fake tenner or a fake 20. But yeah, that's the reason why they're allowed. There you go. Interesting point about the UK economy. I don't know. Yeah, so paper money isn't real. I only follow the law of the Bible. And maybe the Magna Carta. And Magna Carta is kind of like the Bible plus, isn't it? As a corporation soul, like the Pope, soul is in... Is that meant to be soul as in S-O-U-L? Or maybe he's trying to be a fish. I am not a taxpayer. Cool, eh? The unusual dash spelling, comma, of my colon name means you've got the wrong guy, period. Okay, right, let's end it on a UK BBC News article. The mystery of the legal name fraud billboards. So this is from 2016. Oh, it's not as long ago as I thought it was. Legal name fraud, the truth. It's illegal to use a legal name. This is by John Kelly. Thanks, John. Scores of protesters... I'm going to just try that again. Scores of posters have appeared around the UK warning of legal name fraud. What does this mean? And who is paying for the adverts? The message is spelled out in bold capital letters. Legal name fraud. It says then below, the truth. And finally, it's illegal to use a legal name. The first time I saw the 10-foot by 20-foot billboard near my flat in Kilburn, northwest London. Ooh, who lives in London? Are you? Ooh. I stopped and stared, completely baffled. What was a legal name exactly? Surely to say it was illegal was an obvious contradiction. And who on earth was behind the advert? I'm not the only one to have been left puzzled. A quick Google search revealed similar posters have appeared in Birmingham, Dundee, Essex, Gloucester, Grimsby, Guildford, Lincoln, Liverpool, Plymouth, Reading, Southport, Teesside and Truro. And in each, the local press has reacted with varying levels of bemusement. A Facebook page dedicated to posting photos of the billboards includes dozens more. Another website has more than 120 images of legal name fraud posters. But no one seems to know what message these adverts are actually attempting to go across. A further web search took me to the site called legalnamefraud.com, doesn't exist anymore, which outlines a theory that when your birth was registered, a legal entity, your legal name was created, but that the legal entity Jane Smith is distinct from the actual physical person, Jane Smith, the website says. When your parents registered your birth on a certificate, it insists they unknowingly gave the Crown Corporation ownership of your name. Simply thus, all legal names are owned by the Crown, and therefore using a legal name without their written permission is fraud. Does this interpretation of the law have any validity? Absolutely not. Absolutely none at all, says barrister, law blogger and lecturer Carl Gardner. It's a kind of brew of pseudo-legal ideas. It's equivalent of thinking Harry Potter is science. The website includes numerous quotes by Kate of Gaia, as well as articles and videos by her. It links to another website which gives her full name as Kate Rennie Thompson and provides a Canadian email address. Gardner says legalnamefraud.com's arguments are similar to those of the Fremen of the Land movement, a group of individuals who escaped will argue they are bound by laws only if they consent to them, often in the hope of escaping debts and criminal charges. And the related sovereign citizen movement, in 2012, a Canadian judge issued a 192-page judgment dismissing Fremen-style arguments. Wow, let's just have a quick look, see if it's still there. It might not be. A lot of these old articles are dead now. Oh, this is the Meads one. This is the man who didn't want to pay his wife or his children's money. Wow, that is extensive, to say the least. The same year, Wilfred Keith Thompson, who it was reported preferred the name Catherine, from Guelph, Ontario, Guelph? I don't know, was described as self-proclaimed freeman following an appearance in Canadian court. In 2010, Thompson reportedly used a freeman-style defence when charged with parking offence. When I emailed Kate of Gaia, she replied asking to be addressed as Jane Doe 755 and urged me to Google legal name fraud and read the essays like millions of others did. Be a real journalist versus talking BBC. Talking parrot. Sick. She didn't reply to my inquiry about who funded the billboard posters. A search on whois.net, which lists the registered owners of websites, doesn't reveal any information about legal name fraud. On the similarly named legalnamefraud.org, however, the owner is listed as Dom Tiwat at an address in Quebec, Canada. A Dom Tiwat Twitter page includes lots of posts about legal name fraud. An email address is also provided by whois.net, but when I sent a message, I received a reply from Dom Tiwat consisting of nothing more than Kate of Gaia's email address. None of this means that Kate of Gaia paid for the billboards, which potentially cost hundreds of thousands of pounds. It's also not clear why they appear across the UK when she appears to be based in Canada. There are several videos on YouTube about the billboards, including one made in January in which a man with a North of England accent says there are definitely another couple of hundred on the way. I would trust someone from a North of England accent. Kate of Gaia's website displaying the legal name for posters. Other videos narrated by the same voice appear to have been shot in Lancashire, including one which identifies the town as Preston. Although the voice appears not to belong with Kate of Gaia, videos were posted using the name Jane Doe 755, suggesting at least some level of cooperation. Another video posted by Jane Doe 755 appears to be narrated by an English woman. The Advertising Standards Authority, ASA, confirmed to me that they had received 7 complaints about the posters on the basis that they were ambiguous or misleading. Some questions whether it would lead law-abiding people into thinking they've committed fraud or a crime by having a name, the spokesman said. However, the ASA said it did not consider that there were grounds to further investigation. While it acknowledged the advert may appear somewhat confusing to consumers and it wasn't initially clear what it was for or what it means, its message was not particularly harmful, misleading, or likely to cause widespread offence, and unlikely to cause consumers confusion regarding their own name. For this reason, the ASA has not made contact with the advertiser and cannot shed any light on their identity. I also drew a blank when I rang Prime's site, which owns many of the billboards. A spokeswoman told me that client confidentiality prevented her from disclosing who had paid for the advertising space or how much they had been charged. Regardless of who funded it, the campaign has won attention for a hitherto fringe theory. David Alan Green, the legal commentator and solicitor at Freescale & Co. LLP, who blogs as Jack of Kent, says it is complete tosh. Well, why does he blog as someone with a Fremen name and warns people against relying on it in court? All right, Mr. David Alan Green, Jack of Kent. He adds nothing about law and is not harmless. Taking this daftness seriously can be legally dangerous. If people try to use such things to avoid their legal obligations, they can end up with county court judgments or even criminal convictions. You may as well walk into a court with a t-shirt saying, "I am an idiot." Next time I pass that billboard near my flat, I won't feel any less perplexed. That is a really good place to end it, I feel. What a strange episode. thank you very much for joining me all the way through. Yeah, Conspiracy 101 Season 3 is going to be interesting. As always, we do 10 episodes per season. Go watch Season 1 and 2 if you wish. I have put them into long form videos. Season 1 is about 12 hours, Season 2 is about 7 or 9, I can't remember. So you can watch them in a row if you wish, or individually if you wish. And we will continue going down deep, dark rabbit holes and realising that our names aren't our names, and that from now on, I'm going to be writing Alex, Witney. Bye, everyone. Hi, my name is Alex Witney. This is Conspiracy 101, and today we're going to be looking into the Kentucky meat shower. Yep, I know exactly what you're thinking. No, this is not some depraved sex act. This is an actual thing that happened, that is well documented, and skirts the line between what is a conspiracy and what is not a conspiracy. This probably is more of a mystery than a conspiracy, so let's get straight into it. As always, starting with Wikipedia, the fountain of all knowledge. The Kentucky meat shower. The Kentucky meat shower was an incident occurring for a period of several minutes between 11 AM and 12 PM on March 3rd, 1876. Where what appeared to be chunks of red meat measuring approximately 2 by 2 inches, 5 by 5 centimetres, with at least one being 4 by 4 inches, 10 by 10 centimetres, fell from the sky in a 100 by 50 yard, 91 by 46 metre area near Olympia Springs in Bath County, Kentucky. There exist several explanations as to how this occurred and what this meat was, the most popular being the vulture theory, in which a group of vultures regurgitated their meals after being startled into taking flight. The exact type of meat was never identified, although various reports suggest it was beef, lamb, deer, bear, horse, or even human. Incident. At the time, the farmer's wife, Mrs. Crouch, was making soap on her porch when she reported seeing the meat pieces fall from the sky. She said she was 40 steps from her house when the meat started to slap the ground. The meat looked grisly, according to Mrs. Crouch. She and her husband believed the event signified a sign from God. A similar event was later reported in Europe. The phenomenon was reported by Scientific American, the New York Times, and several other publications at the time. A lot of what we're going to look at today is these old news sources, where most of the information is garnered from for the new news sources, which we will also read. And we've also got one thing that we haven't really done properly before, is actually looked at a genuine book, which is something we don't always do. So, yeah, it's fun. Most of the pieces were approximately 2 by 2 inches, at least one was 4 by 4. The meat appeared to be beef, but according to the first report in Scientific American, 2 men who tasted it excuse me. That's made me feel really ill, that's gross. 2 men who tasted it judged it to be lamb or deer. Writing in Sanitarian, Leopold Brandes identified the substance as nostoc, a type of cyanobacteria. Okay, we need to look that up. Let's have a look, see what nostoc is. That's weird. Oh! I have never heard of this. also known as star jelly or troll's butter, spit of moon, fallen star, witch's butter, not to be confused with the fungi commonly known as witch's butter, and witch's jelly. It is the most common genus of cyanobacteria, found in various environments that may form colonies composed of filaments of moniliform cells in a gelatinous sheath of polysaccharides. Is there any more pictures? Oh, that is grim looking. Okay. Oh. Oh, they look like grapes. Oh. Now I feel even more ill. Brandis gave the meat sample to Newark Scientific Association for further analysis, leading to a letter from Dr. Alan McLean Hamilton appearing in the medical record and stating the meat had been identified as lung tissue from either a horse or a human infant. The structure of the organ in these two cases being almost identical. The composition of the sample was backed up by further analysis, with 2 samples of meat being identified as lung tissue, 3 as muscle and 2 as cartilage. Brandeis' Nostoc theory relied on the fact that nostoc expands into a clear jelly-like mass when rain falls on it, often giving the sense that it was falling with the rain. Charles Fort noted in his book, The Book of the Damned, which we will read a little bit, or we'll try and read it, I don't know, it's like a book from ages ago, but it's genuinely a good book though. It's one of the early, let's click on it. First published non-fiction work by American author Charles Fort, The Book of the Damned, from 1919, concerning various types of anomalous phenomena, including UFOs, strange falls, both organic and inorganic materials from the sky, odd weather patterns, possible existence of creatures generally believed to be mythological. Again, this is like a not the Bible necessarily of this field, of the crypto field, but it's definitely it's sourced a lot. It's sourced a lot. But he said there hadn't been any rain. Locals favoured the explanation that meat was vomited by buzzards, who, as is their custom, it's just their custom. You can't. It's a cultural custom. It's what they do. You can't be mad at them. All right. Seeing one of their companions disgorge himself, immediately followed suit. Dr. Louis D. Castebine presented his theory in the contemporaneous Louisville Medical News as the best explanation of the variety of meat. Fort explained the flattened, dry appearance of meat chunks as the result of pressure, and noted that 9 days later, on March 12, 1876, red corpuscles with a vegetable appearance fell over London. I don't know, what is a corpuscle? Just stuff, basically. That's a nice way of saying stuff. Right, there are lots of different articles on this. This is a very odd event, and that's why we're covering it in Conspiracy 101. I'm really unsure of how to go about this, because there are lots of different sources that basically say the same thing. So I think we're going to go old to new. So let's go to, I'll just pause that, some of the contemporaneous, as they love to put it, news articles. So this is from the New York Herald, and hopefully we'll be able to zoom in. The Carnal Rain. Careful investigation of the Kentucky marvel by correspondent. The locality visited. Statements from eyewitnesses of the phenomenon. Appearance and taste of the supernatural flesh. Wrong one. No. It was better like that, Alex. Why do you fiddle? Why do I have to be it? Native theorists. How good is it? It's legible. Olympian Springs, Bath County, Kentucky, March 16th, 1876. According to instructions transmitted by telegraph to Louisville, Kentucky, your correspondent hastily arranged his viaticum Viaticum, and started with all the expedition possible for the Olympian Springs, Bath County, Kentucky, in the vicinity of which place the wonderful carnal shower is said to have fallen recently. On the day of my departure from Louisville, I had the good fortune to meet Captain J.M. Bent, of Mount Sterling. Can I zoom in more? I'm really struggling to read this. Who is the gentleman that brought to Louisville the substance reputed to have fallen from the clouds to the earth, and placed in its hands the Professor Lawrence J. Smith for analysis, and also gave the information to the agent of the Associated Press of that city, upon which the original statement of the occurrence were made. From Mount Sterling to the Springs. Right, I don't think I'm going to read this because it's giving me a headache already. Oh, let's do some readings. Good morning, sir. Won't you light? No, I'm a little bit of a hurry. Have you seen any of the flesh that was rained down on Mr. Crouch's farm? Yes, sir, I have. What do you think about it? Well, sir, it is a mystery to me. Don't you think that Mr. Crouch is deceiving the people about this matter? Oh, no, sir. It's Mrs., sorry. She is too good a woman to be guilty of anything of that kind. Then you believe all that she says about the wonderful occurrence? I do, sir. It sounds like a Dr. Seuss thing. I do, sir. I say, sir. Can you not see, sir, the things falling from the sky, sir? Okay, that's too much. It's going to melt my brain. Right, let's move on to the next old one. So this is from the New York Times. Flesh descending in a shower. An astounding phenomenon. They love that word, don't they? In Kentucky, fresh meat like mutton or venison falling from a clear sky. Special dispatch to the New York Times. Louisville, March 9. The Bath County, Kentucky. News of this date says, on last Friday a shower of meat fell near the houses of Alan Crouch, who lives some 2 or 3 miles from the Olympian Springs in the southern portion of the county, covering a strip of ground about 100 yards in length and 50 wide. Mrs. Crouch was out in the yard at the time, engaged in making soap, when meat which looked like beef began to fall around her. The sky was perfectly clear at the time, and I'm getting a bit of a drawl. My accents are awful. This is the first Conspiracy 101 you've watched. I apologize. The sky was perfectly clear at the time, and she said it fell like large snowflakes. Pieces, as a general thing, not being much larger. One piece fell near her, which was 3 or 4 inches square. Mr. Harrison Gill, whose veracity is unquestionable, and from whom we obtained the above facts, hearing of the occurrence, visited the locality the next day, and says he saw particles of meat sticking to the fences and scattered over the ground. The meat, when it first fell, appeared to be perfectly fresh. The correspondent of the Louisville Commercial, writing from Mount Sterling, corroborates the above, and says the pieces of flesh were various sizes and shapes, some of them being 2 inches square. 2 gentlemen who tasted the meat expressed the opinion that it was either mutton or venison. Why did they eat it? Okay, so I've got a really nice old blogspot website from archive.org. It's been archived. But it's not loading for some reason. Oh, it's loading now. Okay, so let's go to... We talked about it. Let's see it. Book of the Damned. This damned book of mine. Chapter 27. Vast and black, the thing was poised like a crow over the moon, round and smooth. I'm just going to do my own voice, because there's too many American voices. It's just awful. Round and smooth, cannonballs, things that have fallen from the sky to this earth. That's my normal reading voice. Our slippery brains. Things like cannonballs have fallen in storms upon this earth, like cannonballs that are things in storms that have fallen to this earth. Showers of blood, showers of blood, showers of blood, whatever it may have been. Something like red big dust, or red substance and dried oh, no, it's not a song. Okay. Okay, so that's Italy, something weird, super dragon named, this is a really odd book, the way it's like worded and thing. Germany, no, Crystal Palace, London, nope. Nature, red snow of polar and mountainous regions. We have no opposition because that snow has never been seen to fall from the sky. Ooh. You do get sometimes like red lakes, don't you, where it's like the algae and stuff like builds up and colours it like pink lakes and things like that. So maybe it's more to do with that. They look like vegetable cells. Okay, here we go. About 9 days before had fallen the red substance, flesh, whatever it had been, of Bath County, Kentucky. I think that a super egotist, vast, but not so vast as to be supposed, had refused to move to one side for a comet. What? Okay, so moving on to the newer articles. Obviously, most of these aren't actually in press. They are in beautiful, old worldy, internet old worldy. This is Wayback Machine. I don't think it's still around, but it's one of those pages that just continuously loads, which is never a good sign. So I'm just going to stop that. And hopefully it's all loaded. So this is what the meat looked like. Now, obviously, it's... I don't think it looked like that when they ate it, but you can see why. It makes you feel a bit... It clings in your throat, doesn't it? It clings in your throat. You're thinking, someone ate that, and they probably drank the juice. From frogs to fish, a variety of bizarre things have fallen from the sky throughout history. But on March 3rd, 1876, residents of Bath County in Kentucky were amazed to see flakes of meat falling from the sky. See, it's strange, isn't it, how this story goes from one person, Mrs. Crouch, to lots of people. See, when I first heard about this story, I thought it was at like a fair or a fete or something like that, like a county fair, and that's why it was known, because lots of people saw it. But I don't know. The meat storm lasted... The meat storm. Beautiful. Lasted for several minutes, covering and small 100 by 50 yard area of the Allen Crouch Farm, approximately 2 miles south of Olympia Springs. There was enough meat to fill a large wagon, or at least that's how the story goes. Some of the locals actually took it upon themselves to taste the fleshy substance. Even though it appeared similar to beef, those who tasted it claimed its flavour resembled that of lamb, mutton, or venison. I wonder how they cooked it. I wonder if they cooked it. Boiled it. Ugh. I'm okay, I just needed a moment. Right. Where were we? Oh yeah, it was sent to Newark, sampled it. Meat had been identified as lung tissue, either from a horse or a human infant, which are apparently the same. Nearly 140 years after the Kentucky meat storm, the mystery officially remains unsolved. Although there have been some interesting theories, maybe some are conspiratorial. Some claim that the meat was vomited by buzzards during flight. Others insist it was a substance was nostoc, a cyanobacteria that forms a slimy, jelly-like colonies. This theory was soon disproven by scientific analysis. According to many newspaper accounts, the meat did not fall in pieces of a uniform size. The Oakland Tribune reported the meat was served in the shape of a hash, and its particles ranged in size from a delicate shred as light as a snowflake to a solid lump 3 inches square. This would seem to suggest a violent episode, such as an explosion. Could it possibly be some poor sheep had strayed too close to a distant volcano at the same time of an eruption, having particles of its carcass carried for hundreds of miles in a plume of debris? Or could it have even more unlikely scenario with a natural explanation, such as a meteor striking a bird as it fell to Earth? One must also consider the possibility of a prank or hoax. Perhaps a Kentucky farmer with too much time on his hands decided to insert a stick of dynamite into a goat just to see what would happen. If you're the betting type, we'd advise you to put your money on the possibility of hoax or practical joke. See, it's weird. It doesn't feel like that. Some of these kind of old stories do feel a bit sort of suspicious. This doesn't feel like that from the news articles and the people involved, at least. As with many stories born in places with rugged hills of rural eastern Kentucky, numerous retellings tend to inflate even the most insignificant minnow into a giant whale. Newspaper reporters in the perpetual state of salivation over the next big headline do their part in order to hype the mystery until, finally, the story becomes ingrained in the public consciousness and becomes a fixture of myth and local folklore. Those who take the time to research the famous Kentucky meat shower will see the details surrounding the event were greatly exaggerated. For instance, the meat shower was not seen by hundreds of people, or even dozens. In fact, there was only 2 witnesses who claimed to have actually seen the meat flakes fall from the sky, Mrs. Crouch and her grandson. On the 30th of March, 1876, a Oskaloosa Independent printed an interview with Mrs. Houston, which she had given to a reporter from the New York Herald, who had come to interview neighbours and witnesses about the mysterious meat storm. Mrs. Houston, who had nothing to lose or gain, insisted that the whole story was a fabrication. Mrs. Crouch, upon whose farm the meat storm occurred, was interviewed by the same New York Herald reporter. She stated that the storm, by measure, would not go into a half bushel. That's a far cry from a horse wagon full of meat, as other sources claim. In other words, this miraculous meat shower was less like manna from heaven and more like a crouton or a breadcrumb. A half bushel is 15.14 litres, or 512 ounces, about 32 pounds. 32 pounds of meat isn't very much. It's roughly the equivalent of 2 large groundhogs. I love this. That's how everything should be quantified. Animal size. 2 wild turkeys, 1 small lamb, or a pig me goat. 2 large groundhogs, 2 wild turkeys, 1 small lamb, or a pig me goat. In other words, there wasn't even a fully grown goat's worth of meat in the ground. Mrs. Crouch, the only adult witness to the event, said that she saw the meat coming down at a straight or sloping angle, where some of it was promptly eaten by the family dog, who became seriously ill afterwards. She also saw a blood-like substance on the fence rails. One person who examined the meat was a local hunter named B.F. Ellington. Ellington, whose diet consisted mostly of wild game that he caught himself, declared with the utmost confidence that it was bear meat. He told reporters, "I've seen some of the meat that fell on old man Crouch's farm, and if it's meat at all, it's bear meat. This meat that fell from the heavens on Alan Crouch's farm has got that uncommon greasy feel that I'm so well acquainted with. I know bear grease when I see it, and that's the kind of fluid what come outen that meat at old Alan's and got all over my hands when I examine it. I smell it too, and I know that smell as well as I know the smell of liquor. Gentlemen, it's bear meat certain, or else my name's not Benjamin Franklin Ellington." The old hunter probably hit the nail right on the head. The Crouch farm was located in a region of Bath County, which is virtually surrounded on all sides by Daniel Boone National Forest, which is a haven for all kinds of wildlife, including bears and buzzards. In all likelihood, the meat that rained down from the sky was probably bear meat disgorged by a vulture of the Curagips aratus, or Caphates aura varieties, or flying over the farm. Vultures, when threatened, regurgitate semi-digested meat. This meat missile, laden with bacteria, is the vulture's way of waging biological warfare against its enemies. Vultures also vomit undigested meat when they need to make a quick escape from predators. This bacteria-tainted meat explains why Mrs. Crouch's dog became ill after eating it, and the vulture vomit theory also explains the blood-like ooze which landed atop Mrs. Crouch's fence. So, there you have it, a logical explanation for the famous Kentucky meat storm of 1876. Once you remove the outlandish claims made by the sensationalistic press and take out the embellishments added by generations of backwards Kentucky locals, I didn't. That's not me. That's him or them or whoever. Bit harsh. Then can examine the facts of the case. It's easy to see that this unsolved mystery isn't much of a mystery at all. Well, boo you, Mr. Sunday, May 3rd, if that's your real name. Right, what? Let's get rid of the stuff we've already done. Done that. Yeah. Okay, so now we've got some, again, more modernish articles. Yeah, we've got loads. So let's just go through them, and then we're going to end on a book which I used for the cover of this episode. So let's start with this one. This is from Atlas Obscura, which is an interesting website. Oh no, go back to that one. The historical head scratcher inspired the world's worst jelly bean flavour. What? There's Kentucky meat shower jelly beans. It tastes like bear. So this is from 2020. This is the art I used, and the art is from a book which we will look at right at the end. Every October, around 200,000 people gather in Kentucky for Court Days, the largest outdoor event in the state. Ever since 1794, locals have bought, traded, or sold various goods at the festival. Held in the city of Mount Sterling, but in one of the strangest offerings in Court Days history, Kurt Gold, a professor of art at Transylvania University, handed out meat-flavoured jelly beans in 2007 to anyone who would eat them. Some people said the flavour of dark red jelly bean reminded them of raw bacon. Another pair agreed with each other that they tasted like strawberry pork chop. Gold, who's commissioned the jelly beans with a specific flavour profile, describes them as tasting like a heavily sugared bacon with a metallic aftertaste. The jelly beans were flavoured like the 1876 meat shower, a mysterious event where chunks of flesh rained down over nearby Olympia Springs. One early March day, Goad had hoped that meat connoisseurs at the Court Days might help them determine the true identity of the mysterious substance. How did he get the meat flavour? Goad, likely the foremost expert on meat rain, first... I want to be the foremost expert in meat rain. First learned about the incident in a book about strange weather phenomena more than 20 years ago. He had just moved... Oh, I used to have a book. Oh, that's brought back a memory. I used to have a book called Strange But True, and it had stuff like this in it. Like there was a guy who died after being impaled by raw spaghetti. There was loads of weird stuff like that. It wasn't all about death, but it had strange things like this. Yeah, that was what I got it from a book fair. You can go to book fairs. That's the kind of crap you picked up at book fairs. That and Where's Wally books. Or Where's Waldo, sorry. Where's Waldo? Or Où est Charlie? For our francophones. Right, where am I? More than 20 years. He had moved to Kentucky from upstate New York. Ooh, upstate New York! And was keen on asking his students more details about the unusual event. Wait, so his students? Is he genuinely a doctor of meat rain? That would be interesting. To his surprise, none of them knew what he was talking about. He looks like a doctor of meat rain. And I don't mean that as an insult. Goad, an artist often drawn to the strange and obscure, was fascinated by the meat shower, with a tremendous appetite for what... Don't word it like that. Don't. I believe people need to wonder in their lives. I know I do. Eager to learn more, he trawled Google books, old newspaper clippings, and research papers for mentions of the incident. One article dated March 9, 1876, and reprinted the next day in the New York Times, described Mrs. Crouch, who was in their yard, with, Oh, hello, this is different. Oh, hello! One piece made 3 or 4 inches square. 2 men tasted the raw meat and thought it might be mutton or venison, and the Crouch family cat gorged on the fortuitous feast. Is it a dog? Is it a cat? Did the cat get ill? Theories regarding the origin of the meat shower abounded. One early idea that it was nostoc. However, lab tests think it was bits of lung, muscle, cartilage. Another disconcerting and violent theory Goad proposed that 2 brothers had gotten into a knife fight, and a twister picked up the gory carnage and deposited it over residents of Olympia Springs. The taste, frankly, my dear, is vile. Goad's favourite theory, however, is one proposed by humorist William Livingston Alden. The obvious conclusion is that the Kentucky shower of meat was really a meteoric shower. Meteoric stones constantly revolve around the sun, and it would stand to reason that there revolves around the sun a belt of venison, mutton, and other meats divided into small fragments, which are precipitated about the earth. Alden continues to explain that previously scientists had theorized that meteors were the result of exploded planets, so the meat shower must be the inhabitants who formerly occupied the wrecked planet. Essentially, the meat was exploded alien livestock. Maybe that's why it's such a mix of different things. The article even goes as far to suggest that scientists needed finer technology so that they would be able to predict meat rain like the weather. The writer indulges in a full cloudy with a chance of meatballs fantasy, writing that light showers of beefsteak may be looked for in the New England and Middle States during the morning, followed by heavy rain of mutton in the afternoon. But a definitive explanation of the meat shower never reached residents of Olympia Springs. In 1876, the idea of solving every riddle just didn't exist yet, so people were largely okay with a relatively plausible solution, and they would just move on. Yeah, meat shower, so 1876. Someone needs to send this to Ashens, don't they? Or the guy who eats old army surplus. But Goad didn't. Fascinated with the meat shower to begin with, a serendipitous find in 2004 stoked this ardor even further. He was clearing out storage closets at Transylvania University when he stumbled upon an old glass jar sealed with a cork stop. It contained a chunk of white, fatty-looking meat suspended in a pale yellow liquid. The label was faded, but the words Olympia Springs could still be made out. Goad was thrilled. Determined to try and pinpoint what mystery animal rained down over Olympia Springs, Goad worked with a college in the biology department to have the sample genetically tested. Unfortunately, the sample was too old and contaminated to give any conclusive results. Then Goad got creative. Much of his artwork involves community engagement. So he had a taste lab based in Cincinnati analyze flavour compounds of the meat sample and reconstruct the taste in a jelly bean. Goad wanted to educate local Kentuckians about the curious climatic event, and if anything, jelly beans would be a great conversation starter. Do you want to try my meat beans? It's based on meat from the sky, my meat beans. I was fascinated by the idea, but people would just eat it and then declare what it tasted like. Goad drove to Cincinnati and picked up more than 1,000 of meat shower jelly beans packed in small metal tins. Goad waited till he got home to try them. Parked in his driveway, he popped one in his mouth. The taste, frankly, is so vile, Goad says with a chuckle. I remember thinking it was really strong. The first one I ate tasted like chemicals and sugar. Accounts from 1876 describe the meat shower as tasting like mutton, although Goad thinks the jelly beans lack the distinct muttony flavour. He thought the Kentucky court days would be a good place to talk to locals and gather opinions about what meat it could be. But there was no consensus. Alas, Goad found the most likely explanation for the meat shower and its contents in the articles published in Louisville Medical News, which we talked about, the vomiting vultures theory. Kentucky is home to turkey vultures, with all possibilities of vultures feasted on sheep, treated with strychnine, a poison used to target coyotes. Vultures may have vomited in response to feeding on poisoned meat. Ah, that's a different one. That's another one. Okay. So it's not that they're getting scared and vomiting, it's that they've been poisoned. Now Goad wants to take his fascination with the meat shower even further. He's in the early stages of conceptualizing a collaborative community art project. No arts! As for his jelly beans, he wants a few tins tucked away in his studio. No one has ever wanted to try them twice. That needs to be a thing. Like, imagine a jelly bean tray with all different flavours of things. Like this. Like weird, horrible things. That'd be amazing. Love it. Okay, that was way more interesting than I thought it was going to be. The next two we're gonna skim through and to see if there's any more details. So let's just have a go. So this is from the Georgetonian. It's a WordPress, so I don't know if it's Georgetonian is a Georgetown College students run newspaper, currently in volume big. Okay, so Olympia Springs, yep. Fill a horse wagon, we heard about that. Live by the creed of when life gives you lemons, make lemonade, or either when strange meat falls from the sky, give it a taste test. Well, cat, again, cat. Two men did taste it. Yep, so it's the same. Raw meat fell from the sky and 2 people ate it. Yep. Yeah, the story reached New York, but that is a weird... that is weird. That would make news nowadays still. 2 men didn't put their names to it. Fair enough. Well, did they really eat it, or did they just look at it and go, yeah, that's mutton? Again, that's what they think it might be. That is grim. Yeah, they said it didn't rain. Somehow it might be human, but it's not. Vulture vomit. Jelly beans, and then it's for jelly beans. Normally, I try to draw some deeper meaning out of the wonders I present here, but this story might be beyond moralization. Sometimes weird stuff happens. People try to figure it out, and then they move on, leaving others to come along and be equally confounded. I guess all I can recommend is that the next time someone tells you that Kentucky is known for second-rate wonders like Mammoth Cave, the Derby, or Colonel Sanders, you correct them with pride and tell them all about the time some scientifically minded Kentuckians ate buzzard vomit to figure out what kind of meat had rained from the sky. Beautiful. Again, this is from the Korea Journal. Korea? North Korea. Kentucky meat shower. Yes, meat fell from the sky. Yes, it did. Here we go. Described as flakes. Fresh. People don't know. Tested it. Lungs from a child or a goat. Okay, vomiting. Yep. So this is talking about the book, or the podcast that turned into a book, which we're going to look through in a second. I prefer wonder to solutions, he said. I think there are things we don't understand. I prefer the unsolvable. Right, let's... not that one. That one. So this is something I haven't done before. Hang on. Oh, it's another one. God, there's so many articles about this. So this is from allthatisinteresting.com. And again, it's very similar. I think a lot of this information is taken from the book we're going to look at. And that stuff, that's worse than the idea of the guys eating it. Oh. Science declare meteor or meat shower, yeah, meteor. I love that. I like those old school theories before people sort of, I know most people realised, but before we understood bird migration. So birds, going from Northern Europe down to like Africa, say, when it gets cold, some people genuinely thought that the birds migrated to the moon and then came back. I love that kind of old stuff. Shower of Nostoc, yep. Aww. How could you stay mad at that, man? Look at them. Oh, it's so beautiful. Scientific theories is, yep. Yep. Overcharged, disgorged stomachs. Townspeople have decided that was most likely scenario and elected to believe it as the best explanation for Kentucky meat shower. Obviously, it had slipped their minds that members of the town had actually eaten pieces of this half-digested meat, unless people were just cool with that in 1870s. I think they were probably just cool with that in 1870s. Oh, it's a short one. Oh, that's nice. Look at him, he's beautiful. Let's leave it on that whilst I get this set up. So, I haven't done this before, and we haven't really shown a book, an ebook, on... We've shown PDF versions of it, and that's quite easy to capture within Google Chrome, which is what I use, incognito mode. But this is an actual book, so please forgive the not very good look of it, because yeah, it just doesn't work. I've tried to rearrange it. It took ages. Let's just still work. So this is called The United States of Absurdity, and has some really good stories about basically the US. It's from the Comedy History Podcast, The Dollop, by a couple of people, and has some amazing artwork which I have used. That's just beautiful. Which I have used, and has lots of different stuff, including characters, medical, resurrection. So I'm going to come back to this book at some point, because these kind of things. Kentucky Meat Shower, it is literally the last one. That's really interesting. So yeah, there's lots of different stories and little anecdotes, but I love. American folklore is really interesting because it doesn't have those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds or thousands of years like Europe does to kind of form things, but it's still influenced by them, which is very interesting when you're studying it. Okay, Kentucky Meat Shower, does it have the picture? Yeah, so this is the beautiful picture with the cat. Where that other article got the dog from, I do not know. There she is making soap, and I just love her face. Look at that face. Right. Kentucky Meat Shower, March 3rd, 1876. On March 3rd, 1876, in Kentucky, a Mrs. Crouch was outside making soap. Above her was nothing but blue sky. Then out of nowhere, there was something falling from the sky. Meat. Meat rained down all over Mrs. Crouch's property. The meat dropped to the ground in various sizes. Some pieces were small, some were big. It was raining meat. Hallelujah. It was raining meat. The happiest creature was the Crouch's cat, who walked around eating the sky meat like it had won the feline lottery. This event came to be known as the Kentucky Meat Shower. The shower isn't so different reading a proper book compared to an article on a blog spot. It's like poetry, it rhymes. The shower went on for a couple of minutes, and the zone covered by the falling meat was 100 yards long, 50 yards wide. Word got out about the meat shower, and reporters showed up with questions and theories as to what the fuck had just happened. What kind of meat was it? Some claimed it was beef, others didn't agree. One weird dude said it was bear. The group of impromptu meat surveyors decided the best thing to do was taste the meat and let their mouths make the final determination. After chewing the fat they were chewing, they narrowed it down to either deer or lamb. But not bear, Larry. Idiot. The town butcher swore it was mutton, but the meat's odour was different. Not helpful, town butcher. Staff members from Transylvania University took some pieces back to their labs to study. And yes, to answer your question, they were obviously scholastic vampires. And we all know vampires have hearts that need to be burned and eaten. See this page. The learning never ends with this book. I don't know what that's a reference to. This is the last one, isn't it? So it could be referenced to all of them, all the different ones. Chemists and other scientists asked for and received samples of the meat. One scientist decided it was dried frog spawn, which had been moved by a breeze or strong wind. Another man thought it was a vegetable mass from the sky. Dr. I.D. Castenbein, a chemistry professor at the Louisville College of Pharmacy, heated some over an open flame and swore it smelt like mutton. He used some other samples and again thought it was mutton. So we must have had an exploding lamb on our hands. However, two other doctors had a different theory. It was meat, but not mutton. The theories were getting more and more normal. When doctors looked at the meat under a microscope, they figured it was either horse lungs or the lungs of a human infant. Dr. Edwards examined 3 different samples. He thought they were all cartilage, but didn't know what animal they were from. But he did know that they were from an animal. Jesus, does anyone have any information? Astronomers thought it was space meat. They suggested it was possible that fragments of meat could have been floating in space. which a meteor shower could have contained. A meteor shower, if you will. And you will. After some time, an actual normal theory emerged. The meat shower was vomit. Yes, that's the normal theory. A meaty vomit storm. It turns out the vultures are known to vomit if they are full of food and sense danger. Vomiting lightens them up so they can get away from whatever danger is threatening them. So if one vulture heaves, then the others follow suit, and air baths as well. And that is the most logical theory we have to this day. One day, while a lady was hanging up her laundry, a vulture freaked out and bathed. And then all his buddies were like, "Oh no, Ted blew bits, I better too." And there you have it, a full-on vulture sky puke party. A preserved piece of the sky meat sits today in Transylvania University. Hopefully it's in a tube or a jar. It is, we've seen it. Wonder what those vampires are up to? You can go see the meat, but do not go at night, and when you do, wear garlic, and bring holy water, and a cross, and a priest, and be ready to eat a heart. Fun fact, vultures have very strong stomach acid, which allows them to eat meat that would make humans sick. It is almost comparable to battery acid. Vultures can withstand 100 times the amount of botulism that humans can. Some dude ate it. Right. Again, really, it's treading a line, isn't it, about what a conspiracy is. But still, I feel like these kind of tidbits are relevant to other conspiracies that are actually properly conspiracies and conspiratorial. Because a wider understanding of the weirdness that can happen will help us breathe together. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next week. Bye, everyone. Hi, my name is Alex Witney. This is Conspiracy 101, and today we're going to be looking into Conspiracy 58. So this is a bit of a different one. We're going to take a different angle to it. But Conspiracy 58 revolves around the idea that the 1958 World Cup that happened in Sweden didn't necessarily entirely happen in Sweden. For reasons we'll get into, and that there's been a cover-up, and it was basically just a propaganda, kind of like a Cold War propaganda push by mainly the Americans, but obviously with many of the European countries on board as well. Some people, there's a few different variations of it. Some people say that it didn't happen in its entirety. Some people say that it was staged in America, in LA. Some people say it was... some games were put on or fixed in certain ways to make certain countries look better. If you don't know, the 1958 final was Brazil versus Sweden, and it was the one where Pelé was really, really young, and he was, you know, an up-and-coming star. And it was basically a push to make the Soviet bloc look bad through sports, which was, I guess, in the 50s and more so later on, was really what the Soviets wanted, wasn't it? It was they used to push their ideologies through sports, and they used to be top at certain sports. You think of Olympics and stuff like that. And there's lots of different conspiracies when it comes to sports, and this is just one of them. The Olympics, obviously, there's lots of different variations of Olympic conspiracies with certain nations not going to certain Olympics and for what reasons, etc., etc. I'm sure we'll get to those in the future, but this is Conspiracy 58, and it's called Conspiracy 58 because a Swedish is where it starts, you know, as in Sweden. Most of the sources come from Sweden. There is a group called KSP, and if we go to it now, picture of the week. That's a blast from the past. Where'd you come from? So change that. There we go. What is with all these? There we go. I accidentally clicked picture of the week for some reason, and it's going to come up on all the overlays, isn't it? Oh, it didn't come up on that one. Okay, good. Right, so This is the main website that I could find. It's in Swedish. We will translate it using Google. But yeah, we're not starting with Wikipedia, which is, I'll get to that in a bit. We will read the Wikipedia article near the end. But first, let's watch Go Away Pick of the Week. We don't do that anymore around here. The trailer. This is a Swedish documentary about KSP 58, which was called Conspiracy 58 in the UK, or in English. But it's I can't remember what it's called. Conspiration 58, I think, is Swedish. I have watched this documentary. We're not going to watch it in this video because, you know, copyright. But we can watch the trailer. We'll watch the trailer. One thing I did learn from the documentary is that it's from 2002, so quite old. But bomb in Swedish is bomb. Beautiful. Right, let's mute me. So that is the documentary trailer. You can buy it through Vimeo. Is it Vimeo? I don't know how to pronounce it. Go Away Pick of the Week. Oh my gosh. Would you just leave me alone? Yeah, Vimeo. Ah! 9! You saw my book, Mother. How embarrassing. Yeah, you can. You can buy stuff through Vimeo. I did not know that was a feature. Anyway, it's 4x3, which is really awkward to capture on. Yeah, so it's an older document. Just gonna remove that, and because what it's doing, I'm just gonna remove them all. What it's doing is when I turn it off on one, it's turning it on the other. There we go. So now it's not there on any of them. Right. Back to the point. You can buy stuff on Vimeo, whatever it's called. I did not know that. You can watch this on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube. Just type in Conspiracy 58 English subtitles. You can find it and you can watch it. The main thing I want to take away is this is the main sort of, I guess not the leader, what's the word for it? The spearhead, the figurehead of the movement. And he's been doing this for a very long time. He's written a book about it. I'm not sure if that book's been translated into English. It's Swedish. And as you can see, the trailer doesn't really go into much about like evidence, but the actual documentary does. But the website, which is still backed up on archive, it's been taken down now. If you go on conspiracy58.com or whatever it was, it's not there anymore. But you can go on the archive.org, which is what we're doing now. So this is it, Conspiration 58, and it is in Swedish, but we can translate it into English. Yes, we can. Cool. So this might be a bit janky, but we'll go through it, and this website does have proof. It also has different pictures and history and introduction and stuff. So we'll read through it, we'll go through it, and yeah, and we'll see what it says. Obviously, the documentary itself is a lot more watchable compared to reading this, but we'll go for it. So Sweden's television, and this goes into not just the proofs, but why? Why would they conspire to fake an entire World Cup or parts of it? Sweden's television does not give up. Now it is the Malmo editors who dig up 2-year-old documentary. The film will be shown on. Oh, there we go. So that's just talking about the actual documentary. New photo evidence of Swedish Football Association and Sweden's television in collusion with FIFA and the CIA. News from the net. Despite SVT's claims. Okay, so that's probably when it was taken down. Words from the chairman. So that's just people. He's the chairman. He's sort of. He hasn't done the research, but he's the figurehead of the organisation. And in Sweden, the reason I know what bomb is in Swedish, bomba, is because they've been quite militant about it, which is scary. But I guess that makes sense. Is that just the home page? If I click on start, default. Yep. Are we gonna have to? The introduction. Are we gonna have to right click and? We might have to. Oh, it's having a moment. Oh. I've never seen the Wayback Machine do this. It's like going through, you can't see it, it's going through all the different versions and loading. Is it loading each one? No, okay, good. Why? Why are you doing that? Okay. So introduction doesn't work, fair enough. History does, cool. Right, let's translate to English. The truth must come out. Conspiracy 58 knows that the Football World Cup 58 was a small pawn in the world political game between the great powers. We know that everything we saw on TV, read in newspapers, or heard on the radio was a well-directed spectacle where only very few in Sweden knew the truth. We know that witnesses, the media, and the government today are doing everything to ensure that this lie remains intact. We also know that today more and more of us realise the truth. One of the strong points that they argue is that, one, Sweden financially couldn't have done that. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of money to be able to host the World Cup, and Sweden is a very... It's not poor, but they're... I don't know, it's hard to explain, but their stadiums aren't as world-renowned as some of the other countries that might have been competing for it. So why was Sweden chosen? That was a really big one. And then another side of it is the footage and the photos and the evidence that is available isn't very good. The opening ceremony wasn't recorded in video at all. And this is 58. This is, you know, this is good 20, 30 years past the introduction of televisions and stuff like that. So it really should have been recorded. There should have been, you know, tangible evidence. Instead, it's a voice. It's like a audio recording, which is easier to fake, isn't it, than video. Since the beginning of history, man has deceived, manipulated, and created fictitious truths to fulfill his own interests. Just open any history book. Ooh. Staging a football championship is not quite an easy game, but it is quite possible. The question many people ask is why this was done. The answer is complicated. Brother Jacks has thoroughly elaborated the theory on this in his book. During the 50s, the days of the Cold War prevailed in the world. The power struggle between East and West was perhaps at its hottest during this time. On all levels, they tried to break their opponents and be superior to him. Religious, political, in space, geographical, ideological, and media. The space race was going on at the same time that the Western powers realised the power of controlling the media. If you could control TV, newspapers, and radio, you could also control the little person. Now, you could reach everyone with any information you wanted, false or true. As a prelude to the media race that was now initiated, a big test was made, the Football World Cup in 1958. Was it possible to direct a sporting event like a film or a TV show without the viewers discovering the hoax? Yes, of course it's possible, according to Brother Jacks, is the guy who wrote the book. The Western powers were not alone in this, but took help from both FIFA, TV industry, and I guess the CIA. If you don't know, in the 1950 World Cup, it was Brazil-Sweden in the final. So you got this, you know, what Russians might see as an inferior country in Brazil, doing really well, and then a European power also being equal to. So these are the board of 30th anniversary pictures. One of the many fake photos. There's quite a few in the proof article. There's quite a few different fake photos and showing some of the in the documentary as well. It shows some of the old Photoshop techniques that they would use, and this is a this is a thing. You can go back and see the style in photos where he slowly chops people out of the photos. And it's done manually rather than with computers like it is now. Our association, a year after the 1958 World Cup, so it's been going around for a long time. 70s was when it really took off, I think. History article pictures? Don't know if that'll work. Article? No? Okay. Fair enough. And Bildbevis, which is proof. I haven't done up my top button. My God, this is what a stream. Right, why are you going all weird? Why? This was working perfectly. This is just typical, isn't it? Why are you doing it like that? Usually it doesn't do it like that. That's so strange. Right, I'm just going to freeze it for a second and see if I can get it working. Because what usually happens, it's like, yeah, it's going through loads of different versions of it rather than just the one. So let's go back, let's just go straight to the Wayback Machine and just see what, oh no, I don't want the whole, just want, there we go, right, see what, right, so it does have copies of it. Yes, one snapshot, that's all I need. Perfect. That's so strange. That's spooky when you're looking at conspiratorial stuff and then it doesn't work, even though it's worked before. Right, so photographic evidence. These are little snapshots at the data, and rather than just, you know, broader whole thing, we can sort of pinpoint a few little things, and then they all add up. It's not necessarily a conspiracy where, you know, there's one smoking gun. Photographic evidence. Over the years, images have come to our attention that prove the gigantic hoax that is the '58 World Cup. We have tried to get many of them published in larger contexts, but we have always been denied this publicity. Below are some of the most famous photographs. Also, the copyright holders. That can be really hard when you're doing photographs and you're trying to get them out and published. The copyright holders will just say no. Websites are a little bit different. So, this photo is taken from, let's zoom out a little bit just so we can see it easier. So this photo was taken in spring of 1958 outside Los Angeles. The photograph comes from a geologic survey, but later overflights over this place were banned. What we see is a construction site and the foundations of a football stadium, but why is this an inaccessible place? Why is photography prohibited here? Google Maps does this a lot. You'll see areas and you zoom in and it'll just be a black square. And it'll either be the Americans, so the US government saying, no, don't do that, or other countries, or sometimes it's the Americans saying, don't show what we have footage of another country. And there's loads of examples of that where basically it's void. The aerial photography, usually not satellites. Satellite imagery is very good, but Google doesn't necessarily have access to the really good satellite imagery. They're just over flights. They're flights, and they go back and forth, kind of like the Google cars, and they are just blacked out. So this is an example. Construction in LA, and that'll make more sense in a second. So after one of the goals, the camera pans, and you see it briefly in that trailer, and it pans to show the stadium. Unfortunately, it caught something else in the background, and that's these buildings here, which don't exist. They do exist, but this is the most famous photographic evidence in existence. The black and white images 1.1 and 1.2 are excerpts from a film sequence for the alleged Ullevalla Stadium. In a momentary panning done by the cameraman, two buildings are seen on the left in the picture outside the stadium, but these buildings are not found outside Ullevi, but you can find them in New York. Oh, it's not even LA. I thought it was LA. It is remarkable that the original film has disappeared. However, fortunately, copies have been found, so people took copies of the TV broadcast. This is a really interesting one. So in the great euphoria surrounding the football party, not everyone was careful to look into the details. In later investigations, it has been established that sun shadows sometimes fell in unreasonable ways because of being played in Sweden. This is one of them. The man in the white shirt is Nakaskolund. I guess one of the things. Basically, because of the lines of latitude and longitude, where you are will dictate how the shadows affect, you know, where the sun angle is, the angle of the sun. And Sweden is quite high, it's northern latitudes, whereas LA and New York aren't. The UK is kind of in line with Canada. That's the way I usually think of it. So UK is in line with Canada, so Sweden is going to be higher, but it's not going to cast as long a shadow at certain points. I think that's the point they're trying to make. It's not as long as it is seen in certain images. Another interesting image that, in addition to incorrect sun shadows, shows a detail worth noting. All of the journalists sitting in the goal, there is no news media today that can confirm that this is one of their photographers sitting there. So they're really close. There's some really good evidence of, so this is in the documentary, but might not show, some of the people who are playing in the games, like being scored against and smiling and acting jovial, which you wouldn't see in a World Cup nowadays. suggesting that the games are fixed. Just the way the audience is and the cameras and the way the camera pans is very odd. And they haven't shown this one, but there is a photo that was published in various newspapers at the time showing some of the action, and you can clearly see it's photoshopped. It's been cut out of a different photo and then put into that place. I think it's a goalkeeper. I don't know, that's about the TV industry. Store, so I guess that's to get the thing, the forum, and that's basically it. You can contact them. There are some links. Is this going to work, or is this going to cycle through them all? Lanka. So originally there were various other organizations around the world which were coming to the same conclusions, basically, and the fact that the Brazilians who won were coming to similar conclusions is kind of scary. You can get a shirt, that's pretty cool. So this is the Swedish team that apparently got to a final. It's got articles from the BBC, and yeah, it's weird. I've tried a few of these links, none of them work anymore. They're either broken or they've been removed, which is really interesting. Okay, so that is, in a nutshell, what Conspiracy 58 is. It is the idea that the USA, mainly, because that's where it was, some of the matches were held, if not all of them, conspired with Sweden, the CIA, FIFA, in order to make the Soviets look worse than they were, for the reasons of propaganda, for sporting propaganda, in a similar way that has happened lots and lots of times throughout, you think of the Olympics and during the Cold War. Same kind of idea, but they were trying to see if they can manipulate the media. And the Swedish went along with it, and it was I guess it was a way of testing the waters. Whether it's happened, with other events, is yet to be seen. So let's, now that we know what Conspiracy 58 is, let's have a look at the Wikipedia page. And if you've been reading any Wikipedia articles recently, you know that they've changed their layout and it's god awful. But you just have to put up with it. This article is in English though, which is good. So, look at this. It's stupid. It looks like when you accidentally get the mobile version up of Wikipedia in a browser. So, Conspiracy 58. Conspiration 58, KSB 58, is a Swedish mockumentary from 2002, produced by Sveriges Television, the Swedish public broadcaster. The film examines the fictional KSP 58 movement that claims that the 1958 FIFA World Cup in Sweden did not really take place, but was faked and exists only as forged television and radio coverage in a conspiracy between American and Swedish television, the CIA, and FIFA as part of the Cold War. In the film, it is said that Sweden do not have the economic or technical resources to actually host such a large event. In the plot, the American motive for doing this was to test the effectiveness of televised propaganda. When the film originally aired, the audience was not told in advance that it was a mockumentary, giving the impression that Conspiracy 58 was a regular documentary film. Plot. A large amount of evidence is presented. For example, there is analysis of television recordings of the matches, where houses can be seen in the background but never actually stood there. The film also analyses how the shadows of players in the field were falling and were angled in a way that is not possible in Sweden given the position of the sun at the time. The chairman of the KSP8, Bra Jacques de Verne, who was employed by the Swedish National Agency for more than 20 years, states that he looked for evidence that the tournament really took place, but didn't find anything. After the end of the film, it was revealed that the film was a mockumentary. The aim of the film, according to the director Johan Lodsved, was to illustrate how historical revisionism, in particular Holocaust denial, works and to highlight the importance of source criticism when getting information, for example, the media. The majority of the characters in the film are real celebrities who are playing themselves. So, in case you haven't cottoned on yet, Conspiracy 58 is not a conspiracy. It is entirely made up. And it is done to prove a point that conspiracies are abound. There are so many, and you really have to be critical of what sources and media you accept, both in mainstream but also in the alternate press. This is a really, really good, well-made documentary. It uses real people, real Swedish players, real the UEFA president from 1990 to 2007, and really portrays the conspiracy in a way that you might see a conspiracy being portrayed in the media. It's very clever and it's very well done. And that's why I wanted to talk about it, because there are lots and lots of conspiracies out there that aren't conspiracies. We like to, on Conspiracy 101, look at the funny ones, look at the ones that are a bit weird, also look at the ones that have been proven to be true. Some of them are scary, some of them are horrific, and that includes the ones that are actually true. But in all of those, you really need to do some research. You can't just take things at face value, and that's what this documentary really highlights. That even if something is well made, you still need to, think about it and maybe do your own research. The way it's put forward is really clever, because what it really does is it parallels the Holocaust denial movement, and quite a few things that are said in the documentary really ring true. The people who were there in 1958 to watch the World Cup games are, during this in 2002, dying, are more than likely now dead. You think that 60 years ago, there would have been either they're really old now, or dead now, or children when it happened. And the idea is that parallels the people who were there and witnessed the Holocaust, either as prisoners or as liberators. And one of the things that happened when concentration camps and evidence of the Holocaust was put forward was the real effort to document it. Because people at the time knew that people would, the Germans more than likely would say, no, we didn't do that. That's not what happened. Luckily, Germany as a whole has come away from the Second World War well, if you can. They've admitted their mistakes, they've learned their lessons, and they've become a stronger country, I think, for it. But there was definitely a generation that didn't think like that. And I think it took until the 60s and 70s for really the next generation to look at what happened and realise that it was horrific and wrong. Other countries who had similar war crimes, of similar patterns of horrific scale. See, Holocaust is a great word, but it's not always appropriate for other things. They don't always admit, hold their hands up and try and, work out a solution to what's gone wrong in the past. Countries, you can't be held to your ancestors. You can only do what you can do. I am English, aka British, and Britain and its empire has done some horrific things. But again, it's how you move on from that. It's how you work with the countries that you've done horrific things to. And a lot of the British Empire's independence movements is at least a high point of some of those awful atrocities that happened. So we're going to click on historical revisionism, aka negationism. I guess that's like the nicer word that they want to use. Also called denialism, is falsification or distortion of the historical record. It should not be conflated with revisionism, a broader term that extends to newly evidenced, fairly reasoned academic reinterpretations of history. Oh, there you go. So I didn't know that. So you've got denialism, but you also got revisionism in that you can look back at the history and go, actually, we weren't right about that. The Romans, they didn't use jet skis. That's yeah, we were wrong. Actually, they used it was a type of hovercraft. So we, have to hold your hands up and say, but we got that wrong. This is saying that it didn't happen. So there are a bunch of different examples, which I'm gonna say, and therefore get this video flagged, but I'm not necessarily going to go into them. So the California genocide, that's the one when the white Americans or the European Americans went across to California and just killed all the natives, all the indigenous peoples. Holocaust denial, Armenian genocide denial, lost cause of a confederacy, so that's the Confederacy revisionism. The myth of clean Wehrmacht, Japanese history textbook controversy, so a lot of that has to do with the Sino-Japanese War. Again, that's something I will get into because I do like my history in terms of wars. And that's a really interesting one because the conspiracies really do bleed into modern day. The Holodomor denial, which is the Ukrainian Holocaust? Famine in Soviet Ukraine, yeah. So that's the Russians. Historiography in the Soviet Union, so the history of history in the Soviet Union during the Stalin era. Stalinism changed a lot of things. So there's lots of different notable historical negationists, including some really famous people like Shinzo Abe, who was the Prime Minister of Japan for a while before his death. 1984 obviously gets brought up a lot because that's a fictional story that depicts this kind of stuff happening. So you can see that all of this is in depth. Japanese war crimes, so Croatian war crimes, Serbian war crimes, Yugoslavia as a whole. That's a really interesting and very touchy subject for a lot of people. If you watch football, if you watch international football, bringing it back to Conspiracy 58, then you'll know that the former Yugoslavia countries, so I'm not going to list them because I miss one and then I'll get people annoyed at me. Pretty much across the board, all of them did bad things to each other at some point. Very few of them get out clean without their hands being muddied. But that's war, and it's where that line is crossed, isn't there? You can look at something that was like the Second World War and the Nazis. You can look at something that says they were bad. But that doesn't mean the Allies didn't do bad things as well. You can't just scrub back clean and say, oh no, they haven't done bad things either. You need to acknowledge that war is not a nice thing, and often individuals make decisions about what happens to large areas of land and peoples, and individuals can make mistakes. Turkish, Armenian, yeah, Iran. Oh, okay, so that's that's a religious sort of, not necessarily genocides all the time, but religious mistreatments. Soviet history is always going to be a one. Azerbaijan in terms of Armenia, in relation to Iran. North Korea in the Korean War. That's a really interesting one. And then obviously the massive one is Holocaust denial, which is what the 1958 Conspiracy 58 was trying to put forward, those ideas. Obviously, you've got the Chinese democracy. North Macedonia. Is this just changing the name? Yeah, okay, so yeah. So Greece and Macedonia, and what is Macedonia, what is Greece, has always been a bit... Greece and Turkey, Greece and Cyprus, Greece and Macedonia. It's always been a bit fractious. So part of Greece is called Macedonia, so they never wanted the country of Macedonia to be called Macedonia. So it was always called the former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia. And now it's called North Macedonia. They've come to an agreement on that. But so Japan textbooks and again, rewriting what happened. Also, you can not necessarily rewrite, but you can reword certain things to make things seem less bad. So one of these within Japan during their Chinese occupation, especially in Manchuria, they had lots of rape, basically, and calling them comfort women rather than saying that rape happened is it's one of those little, little minor changes that really changes the way that people see it. Pakistan and India are always going to have, South Korea, again, that's during the Korean War, something I am interested in and have read about, and I'm sure it'll come up in some point. Turkey and Armenians, Yugoslavia in its entirety, the war and Tito era, even before the war. A denial of Muslim conquest in the Iberian Peninsula. How can you possibly deny that? They built mosques. A spin-off of vision of history espoused by inclusive Spanish nationalism, built in opposition to the national Catholic brand of Spanish nationalism. Okay, first point, 1974. Spain's a really weird country in that it had a dictator quite far into the 20th century, more so than you'd expect. Postulated later adopted by certain Andalusian nationalism. Very strange, that's a strange one. Indigenous people in Australia. Yeah, indigenous people everywhere, basically. You could argue, you could go through the indigenous people of the UK. No one is purely indigenous anymore in the UK, in the British Isles. We were invaded and taken over by so many different countries, from northern France, like Normandy and Brittany, to Flanders, so like Belgium and the Dutch, and what they became, the Danish and the Scandinavians with the Vikings. This country was a real melting pot. And then even earlier than that, the Romans. One of the reasons why Britain is so strong is because of our weird history, in terms of exploitation by various Europeans, and then our exploitation of various world countries during the British Empire. And that's allowed our country to be a real mix of different, not just like peoples, but also everything's all up and down all over the place. Like, we kind of like metric, but also we're the only people in the world who does our weight in stone. Like, I have no idea what my weight is in kilograms or pounds, but I know it in stone. And I'll do my cars, I'll do it in miles, but then I'll have no idea what like 9 foot is. But I know my height in feet. It's just, we're all over the place. And a lot of that, especially our language, which is very strange that it caught on so well, is a mix of lots of different other languages, and we loan words all the time without realising it. But yeah, anyway, moving on. That was a tangent and a half. International law, domestic laws, in fiction, and a bunch of other thingies. So that's one of the reasons why I left the Wikipedia article to last, is because it gives away the point of this episode. And this is an episode that I think I will reference more so in the comments. I get so many comments on my conspiracy videos that are amazing. Some of them are full on, this conspiracy is true. Some of them are in on the sort of like, this conspiracy is a wink wink, nudge nudge. And then there's a bunch of people in the middle who are just sort of fascinated by it all, which is kind of where I sit. I don't like to always go, this conspiracy is stupid, I don't like it. But also I don't want to fully espouse a conspiracy. Unless it's a conspiracy that has actually happened. This is a weird one, because this is a conspiracy that really didn't happen. But I can see in a few years, maybe people thinking that this is actually a false flag. That they've put this out here as a, not as a joke, but as a mockumentary, in order to highlight the fact that it really is a conspiracy. And one of the things this always reminds me of, and what I'll leave this video on, is the Illuminati. The Illuminati is a huge conspiratorial topic. It's so many different books, so many different articles, and documentaries, and videos like this for discussing it and what the Illuminati is. And the Illuminati did exist, but the Illuminati is a conspiracy theory in which they control large parts of media, etc., etc., is mostly from a Playboy article, from which the modern interpretation of the ancient society of Illuminati, well, not ancient, a few hundred-year-old society of the Illuminati, was given its modern veneer. And it was done on purpose as a joke, to see if it would catch on. And this reinterpretation of the Illuminati, and whether or not it would. And it snowballed into something that I don't think the original authors of that Playboy, or author of that Playboy article, really could foresee. And maybe one day, Conspiracy 58 will take over like that. I doubt it, but you never know. The world is weird. Thank you very much. If you made it all the way through, I appreciate that. I appreciate all the views that I'm getting at the moment. I really like it. It's nice to see other people enjoying the same weird nonsense that I enjoy. And I shall see you again next week for another episode. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Hi, my name is Alex Witney. This is Conspiracy 101, and today, finally, we're going to be talking about David Icke. It's finally here, the moment we talk about the man, the myth, the legend that is David Icke. We've hinted at it in past conspiracy episodes that we would do an entire video just on the man himself. We will be going through him, his history, how he got into conspiracy theories, the conspiracy theories that he does purport. As you probably know, he's big on those reptiles, reptilian humanoids, which we've covered a couple of times. In passing, we haven't done the proper episode on them yet, again, because I wanted to cover David Icke first. We'll go through some of his, what he's famous for, his infamy. We're going to go through all of his books, or at least the majority of them, and talk about them. Props and everything in this episode. And we're going to go through lots of different websites, and we're also going to look at some of the criticisms of him, and whether or not reptilian humanoids is really what he's trying to do. You know, what he's trying to push. At the moment, it's not, and we'll see that. He's very good at moving himself around, changing the goalposts, and coming up with new and interesting ways of seeing the world. Some of which I actually agree with. And one of the reasons that David Icke is so popular, and one of the reasons why I like him so much, is probably because of his past. So let's just get straight into it. This is going to be a long episode, so make yourself a cup of tea. Wikipedia! Why? I had my layouts, had everything all nice, and then you had to go and ruin it. We'll do the top layout. I know it doesn't look as nice. It's one of those things. In case you don't know, David Icke looks like that. And he's relatively famous. He was famous in the UK before I was born. I got to know him through his works in the early 2000s. And that shift from published material, such as books like this, although actually, thinking about it, this might be a self-published book. I think this is one of the self-published ones. But before that, he was actually published as a legitimate author, not doing self-published stuff. And I remember seeing in the early 2000s, so this would have been after he was dropped from his main publisher, a book in Waterstones, which is like, I don't know, the equivalent of Barnes and Noble maybe in the US. And that sort of, to the point of what it's become now, that push from conspiracy theorists being a relatively underground, niche, new age kind of movement kind of thing, maybe in popular culture through mockery or through entertainment, like the X-Files, but not necessarily in people's, consciousness. Early 2000s, with the dawn of the internet becoming more attainable for the majority, I think it really pushed people like David Icke into the mainstream, and that's where he sits today. But like I said, he was famous beforehand, so let's go through his history. We've got lots of different websites set up. Obviously, I'm going to start with Wikipedia. Where else do people on the internet who make videos about things get their information from? Wikipedia. That's all they do, isn't it? David Vaughan Icke, born 29th of April 1952, is an English conspiracy theorist and a former footballer and sports broadcaster. He has written over 20 books. I haven't read all of them, but I have read the majority. Some of them I don't care for, and most of them you can't get an audiobook version of them. So you can download the like a PDF or a ebook version of them, and then I do like the text to speech, but that's not very good. His latest book, however, is on Audible, and we will get to that because the book's fine, but production-wise, it's awful. He has written over 20 books, self-published since the mid-90s. We talked briefly about that, we'll get into more about it in a minute. And spoken in more than 25 countries. His lectures are something that has made him famous as well. It's very easy to get into a trap of watching a 12-hour David Icke lecture. And that's one of the reasons why he's so popular, is because he is so good at talking. He is, his personality, his accent, a lot of the UK accents, we have a lot, can be quite harsh and not very easy to listen to, especially for audiences abroad. He's from the Midlands. He's from Coventry or Leicester. And so his accent is a Midland accent, but it's not like a harsh Midlands accent. It's a very soft accent, and it's very easy to listen to. But he's not monotonous, which some people from the Midlands can sound a bit like they're just going through the things, blah, blah, like that. And that's one of the reasons why he's so popular. You can watch him for 9 hours on a video or in live at some of his lectures and be like, well, how did I watch that? How did I watch? And it's because he's got so much to talk about and he talks about it so well. Okay. This brief synopsis covers some of the points we're going to get into. In 1990, Icke visited a psychic who told him he was on Earth for a purpose and would receive messages from the spirit world. This led to him to claim in 1991 to be the son of son of the Godhead. His interpretation of that is actually what quite a few people believe in. They might not know it, but quite a few people believe in variations of what he was espousing in the early 90s. He just did it in a really awkward way, and which wasn't helped by, and the world would soon be devastated by tidal waves and earthquakes. Okay, you could say that at any time, and that will happen. That's just part of the Earth. There will be earthquakes and tidal waves. He repeated this on BBC show Wogan. His appearance led to public ridicule. I'm not going to show the clips because this is going to get flagged by YouTube anyway from what I'm talking about and what we will be talking about in the future. And but I will link in the description the video, the Wogan interview, and it's not that bad. He in his various books reiterates how, the public ridicule, the way he was treated by the public afterwards, and during the interview by the crowd that was there. And it's really interesting to see watching it back, because what he says isn't that weird, especially maybe in 30 years ago it was really, really weird and it was way out there and too far gone. But in modern parlance, it's just like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, all right, yeah, no, if you believe that, it's fine. It's that kind of mentality. It's it's not that different from getting some, I don't know, Anglican church person just to talk about, to go on there and talk about his beliefs and his dogma. It would be just as odd. And it's very strange to watch him talk about stuff that I believe in. If you don't know, if you haven't watched videos, I'm a Christian, but I don't really proselytize. And some of what he talks about is actually how I picture and how I perceive God to be, in that God is everything. We are God, therefore we are sons of God. And the Bible kind of hints at that in certain places. And other religious groups have taken that as well and ran with it. But basically, this is all God. There is no just one thing, person, old man with a beard, Monty Python style. Everything is God, and what we are doing is basically experiencing life, this world, through individual means, so that God, us, everything can experience life, can come up with, can enjoy what's going on. And obviously that leads to lots of questions about good and bad and free will and all that kind of stuff, which is a massive rabbit hole to get into. But that's basically what he was espousing in that Wogan interview, that we're all connected, we're all part of God, whatever God may be. And through this, he has had revelation that there was going to be earthquakes and tidal waves and the world was going to end. Oh no, it might end. I think he made it a couple of times he said that. It might end, which usually means it won't. Okay. Books Icke wrote over the next 11 years, developed his worldview on a New Age conspiracy. So this is often put in with the conspiracies, the New Age conspiracies, just because in the 90s New Age was popular, and that's using New Age is kind of like a hokey term. It doesn't really mean much nowadays, but it's kind of that sort of East meets West theology and ideas, and it's hard to describe and pinpoint, but most people know what you mean when you say New Age. Reactions to an endorsement of an anti-Semitic forgery, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, in The Robots Rebellion, 1994, and in the And the Truth Shall Set You Free, 1995, led his then publisher to decline further books, and he has self-published since then. So he was famous enough, and we'll get to why he was famous, to get books published in this sort of area. And it's all over computers. My computer might die, don't worry about it. He was able to get books published. But then he endorsed a specific forgery, which has become quite infamous now. The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It's just an it's anti-Semitic propaganda. And in the same way that Graham Hancock pushed was it a polar switching? It was, what was it? It was in one of his earlier books, Graham Hancock pushed a geological theory that it has been disproven beyond a reason, really properly lambasted. And he had to move away from that. And I think, as far as I can tell, David Icke has done the same. He's realised that it was a mistake that was, faked, or it wasn't a very good idea, like in terms of Graham Hancock, and he's moved on. But we'll see. Icke contends that the universe consists of vibrational energy and infinite dimensions sharing the same space. He claims that there is an interdimensional race of reptilian beings, the Archons, or Anunnaki, which have hijacked the Earth. Further, a genetically modified human Archon hybrid race of reptilian shapeshifters, the Babylonian Brotherhood, Illuminati, or Elite, manipulates events to keep humans in fear, so that the Archons can feed off the resulting negative energy. He claims that many public figures belong to the Babylonian Brotherhood, and propel humanity towards a global fascist state or New World Order, a post-truth era ending freedom of speech. He sees the only way to defeat such archontic influences is for people to wake up to the truth and fill their hearts with love. Critics have accused Icke of being anti-Semitic and a Holocaust denier, with his theories of reptilians serving as a deliberate code. Icke strongly denies these claims. We'll get to that. We'll get to We'll go through all of this. But let's start at the beginning of that. Vibrational energy. String theory is a popular theory to do with multiverses and universes, and how maybe the very big can influence the very small, and that's all to do with vibrations. Problem is, when you get really complicated theoretical physics and you try and dumb it down to a level that myself and Mr. Icke would probably understand, maybe there's some misunderstandings there. I don't know. He was obviously massively influenced as well by a certain film, The Matrix, and I understand the need to use analogies that people would understand. But he does really, really like the film The Matrix, and I think that might have moulded his views in certain ways about the world we see around us. The Archons, Anunnaki, he talks about them a lot. This is the kind of thing that was we talked about in the Giants episode. The Nephilim, the half angels, half man in the Bible. Illuminati, New World Order, we've been through that a little bit. But again, was the Illuminati a thing, or was it a joke in a Playboy issue? It's hard to know. Reptiles, reptilian shapeshifters, we talked about that briefly in the aliens episode. And then it covers a whole remit, and this is why some of his lectures take 12 hours to go through, because he really does cover literally everything. And that's what we're going to do today. So let's get started. Okay, so early life. There's a really good article on Sky News, which is surprising. Which has some really nice pictures, and we'll go through it about his early life and his broadcasting career. But let's just read through this briefly. So he was the middle son of 3 boys. He was born in Leicester, and he served. His dad served. Is it Dad? Yeah, his dad Beric. That's a strange name, isn't it? Served in Royal Air Force as a medical orderly. Blah 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 blah. He was relatively poor. He talks about that a lot. He was a poor person. Grew up in a council estate. To say we were skint, he wrote in 1993, is like saying it is a little chilly at the North Pole. David Icke is perfect for quotes. And in season 1, I used to have like stuff flash on the screen, and we used to use David Icke quote because it was just perfect. But yeah, he used to hide when the councilman came around for rent. He was poor. Football was his only escape. He made no effort at school. He left without any GCSEs, I think, or O-levels. He failed an 11+ exam, so you still have them in some places, but 11+ is basically decides which school you're going to go to. You're going to go to a school where you do academic stuff, so that maybe you're going to college and then university, or do you go to a school that's mainly going to focus on like trade and physical stuff, like you're going to become a bricklayer or a car mechanic, that kind of thing. But he was relatively good at football, and he was a goalkeeper. Again, if you read his books, especially his latest one, it goes through all the different things that happened that enabled him to forge the career he was, and he sees them as not coincidences. Which is interesting. Unfortunately, he got really early rheumatoid arthritis, which is, if arthritis is just inflammation of the joints, and if you get it really bad, it's hard to walk, it's hard to do anything. He got it in his left knee, and then it spread to his knees, ankles, elbows, wrists, hands, and basically he couldn't make a career out of football. He was very good. He was clearly very good. He played his senior career at Hereford United, which are hilarious because they have a bull for their logo. Is that a bull or is that just a cow? It's just a cow, isn't it? Okay. But they professional football. He was a professional footballer, and maybe if he didn't get arthritis, he might have been able to proceed into the top leagues. He was good. People liked him. He was good. But it got really bad, and he couldn't play. So, what do you do when you can't play football? You become a reporter. It's happened to lots of different famous footballers, and some of the best reporters are footballers who didn't really make it or didn't, go so far. And some of them are actually, if you look at someone like Gary Lineker, are really good footballers as well. So you can get a mix, but usually that's what happens. They either go into, there's two avenues, isn't there, for the ex-footballer in the UK. And when I say football, I mean soccer. It's either coaching or TV, newspapers, that kind of thing. Because it's so popular here, there's lots of work. He had 2 kids with his first wife, and 3 kids. 1 daughter, 2 sons. And even though the couple divorced in 2001, she continued being Icke's business manager, which I think is a really good testament to him. Sometimes with these kind of people, when we're looking into them, and it's the same with Graham Hancock actually, and his wife, who he's been married to for like 30 years, 40 years. You look at the old documentaries from the 80s, she's there taking pictures. When that kind of thing happens, when someone gets a divorce, usually it's quite bitter. And for them to be still friends shows that Icke is clearly a relative, a nice person behind the scenes. And from what I've read and what I know about, his beliefs might be something you don't agree with, but I think as a person, I think he's all right, isn't he? He's all right. So, the loss of Icke's position with Hereford meant he and his wife had to sell their home, and for several weeks they lived apart, each moving in with their parents. Icke found a job as a reporter with a weekly Leicester Advertiser through a contact who was a sports editor at the Daily Mail. Obviously, when you're in football, lots of contacts. So he did work for BBC Radio Leicester, he'd work in Birmingham, and in his book he talks about wanting to get good at that and go on to working for BBC, working for national television. He did work in Saudi Arabia for 2 months with their national team, which would have been really weird to see all the different universes branching off this one. David Icke going off into becoming a coach, and I can just imagine him on the sidelines shouting at some Championship or League 2 team or League 1 team, and being the manager of a team. I can imagine that. But he didn't like it, and he returned and eventually got lots of big breaks. And because of his now, what we know him for, his ability to speak, his ability to present, his ability to present, that's a good way of putting it. He managed to get various different get on various BBC programmes, including their flagship one, which was Grandstand. That was the big one he wanted to get on, and he did. He published a book about football, and then he moved to the Isle of Wight. And the Isle of Wight is really interesting. That's where he lives now, I think. And it's an island just south, really just south of the UK, but it's always had sort of weird, it's always been a bit weird. Lots of tax loopholes. A lot of those have been covered up, but I remember buying stuff, you'd buy stuff online and it would come from there because they don't have to, the tax was different, or the postage tax or something was weird. It would always come from the Isle of Wight. And tax was one of the reasons why he left the BBC, why he was asked to politely leave. His contract with BBC was terminated when he initially refused to pay the community charge, also known as the poll tax, and that became the council tax, which Margaret Thatcher's government introduced that year. He ultimately paid it, but his announcement that he was willing to go to prison rather than pay prompted the BBC, by charter, an impartial public service broadcaster, to distance themselves from it. The BBC is paid for by the people, and as such, the people who are presenting and are on BBC can't talk shit about anyone, basically. And it comes up every now and then, especially with social media. You get people on Twitter, saying, sponsoring something or saying something, and it's not allowed, especially when it's to do with the government. So, before we talk about the Green Party, let's have a quick look at Sky News. No, Sky News, leave me alone. So this is about David Icke and the conspiracies, but what it also does is, well, I had it, but there we go. It has some nice pictures of him in his heyday, which is good to show. So following stints at Oxford United's reserve team in Northampton Town, which is near me, freaky, arthritis forced Icke to quit the sport at the age of 21 in 1973 whilst at Hereford. Forced out of a game, Icke turned his hand to sports reporting and presenting instead, kicking off at Leicester Advertiser before working his way through various jobs at the BBC, including Newsnight and a co-host of its flagship sports programme, Grandstand. I don't think Grandstand exists anymore. But if you're from the UK, then you might recognise a few of these faces. So, still presenting. And he was presenting, I think he's dead now. But you get the idea. If he hadn't have, again, another universe branching off, not a football coach this time, but a presenter, who knows, maybe even presenting Match of the Day. Yeah, he was obviously likeable, he was personable, and he was very good at presenting. So this was 1983, there he is in the background now. Icke was sacked by the national broadcaster in 1990 for refusing to pay the poll tax and resigned from the Green Party the following year. So, Green Party, I hear you ask. Yes, that's what he did before. You're expecting... No, wrong one. No, wrong one. There we go. You're expecting it to go straight from sacking the BBC to conspiracies. But no, there was a little intermediate. So Icke began to engage with alternative medicine. You see that a lot with people who have long-term illnesses. Fair enough. If something works, it works. And New Age philosophies in the 1980s in an effort to relieve his arthritis and encourage his interest in green politics. He joined the Green Party and became a national spokesperson within 6 months. He's famous, he's very good at speaking publicly, makes sense. This was back when the Green Party weren't as big as they are now. I think last election or the election before they had 1 MP. This Green Party probably wouldn't have even had councillors. His second book, It Doesn't Have to Be Like This, is an outline of his views on environment, and it was published in 1989. So you can see he's still, you know, working. You can see how all the different connections are coming together. Icke wrote in 1989 that in 1989 was a time of considerable personal despair, and it was during this period that he said he began to feel a presence around him. He often describes how he felt it while alone in his hotel room in March 1990. Keep in mind these next few passages and what we talk about, because there are 2 ways to look at this. And finally asked, if there's anybody here, will you please contact me? You are driving me up the wall. Days later, in a newsagent's shop in Ryde, he felt a force pull his feet to the ground and heard a voice guide him towards some books. One of them was Mind to Mind, 1989, by Betty Shine. I've tried to find that book, and you can buy it, but I'm not paying the money they want for it. But that's one of those ones that's always in my head if I'm ever at a charity shop or whatever and I see some like books on psychic stuff. He read the book, then wrote to her requesting a consultation about his arthritis. Icke visited Shine 4 times. During the 3rd meeting on the 29th of March 1990, and the reason this is so well documented is because he talks about it a lot in his books. Icke claims to have felt something special like a spider's web on his face, and Shine told him that she had a message from Wang Yi Li of the spirit world. Icke had been sent to heal the earth, she said, and would become famous, but would face opposition. The spirit world was going to pass ideas to him, which he would speak about to others. He would write 5 books in 3 years. In 20 years, a new flying machine would allow us to go wherever we wanted, and time would have no meaning. And there would be an earthquake in unusual places because the inner earth was being destabilized by having oil taken from under the seabed. That's my little geography brain that just sits behind this right. It's left here. Wait, it's right here. Right here. Just little geography brain. It's twitching. In February 1991, Icke visited a pre-Inca Silustani burial ground near Puno in Peru, where he felt drawn to a particular circle of waist-high stones. As he stood in the circle, he had 2 thoughts: that people would be talking about this in 100 years, and that it would be over when it rained. His body shook as though plugged into an electrical socket. He wrote, and new ideas poured into him. And then it started raining, and the experience ended. He described it as the Kundalini, a term from Hindu yoga, activating his chakras, or energy centers, triggering a higher level of consciousness. And this is what began the turquoise period, or as Mr. Wogan put it, turquoise. There followed what Icke called his turquoise period. He had been channeling for some time, he wrote, and had received a message through automatic writing that he was a son of the Godhead, interpreting Godhead as the infinite mind. He began to wear only the colour turquoise, often a turquoise shell suit. It looks amazing. A colour he saw as a conduit for positive energy. Be the person you want to be. He also started working on his third book, and the first of his New Age period, The Truth Vibrations. In August 1990, before his visit to Peru, Icke met Deborah Shaw, an English psychic based in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. When he returned from Peru, they began a relationship with the apparent blessing of Icke's wife. In March 1991, Shaw began living with the couple, a short-lived arrangement that the press called the Turquoise Triangle. Shaw changed her name to Mauri Shawson, while Icke's wife became Michaela, which she said was an aspect of the Archangel Michael. The relationship with Shaw led to the birth of a daughter in December 1991, although she and Icke had by then ceased their relationship. Icke wrote in 1993 that he decided not to visit his daughter and had seen her only once at Shaw's request. Icke's wife gave birth to a couple's second son in November 1992. Freaky. Green Party resignation and press conference. So in 1991, he resigned from the Green Party conference, telling them he was about to be at the centre of tremendous and increasing controversy. Wow. He saw that one coming, didn't he? A week later, shortly after this, his father died. Icke and his wife, Linda Atherton, along with their daughter and Deborah Shaw, had a press conference to announce that Icke was the son of the Godhead. It's an interesting way to announce it at a press conference. He told reporters that the world was going to end in 1997. It would be preceded by hurricane around the Gulf of Mexico and New Orleans. Well, that's not really a prediction, is it? Eruptions in Cuba. Disruption in China. Again, not a prediction. A hurricane in Derry. What, North Island? Like Northern Ireland? Okay. So a hurricane in Londonderry, apparently. An earthquake in the Isle of Arran. Where's that? West Coast Scotland, okay. And the information was being given to them by voices and automatic writing. Automatic writing is where you go into a trance and you just sort of scribble, and then you read it afterwards. Los Angeles would become an island. New Zealand would disappear, already has. And the cliffs of Kent would be underwater by Christmas. So, because of that, that led to the Wogan interview. Like I said, the link will be in the description so you can watch it yourself if you want to. He had already sort of built himself up to fall, I feel, and the Wogan interview was interesting. I don't think Wogan was as bad as people have come to think of it as being. He later apologised to Icke and had him back on the show to talk about stuff. He does goad him a little bit. He does play to the crowd a little bit, Wogan, but he lets Icke talk. A lot of interviewers, I think, would just constantly interrupt. But for the most part, he lets Icke talk. And what's interesting is if you don't believe what Icke's saying, that he has come to some understanding that we don't understand, you know, some higher consciousness, then what you're watching is more than likely someone going through a mental health episode. And that's one of the things I wanted you to think about when we were reading this. It does sound like someone's having some kind of psychotic break, especially when you look at sort of what causes those kind of episodes, and it's usually death in the family, father, some kind of work-related incidences. His work, his life was all over the place, and it continued to spiral with children. Having children is very difficult and can be exacerbated by that. Having heard him talk, I'm not sure if it was full-blown psychotic break episode, and I think there was some genuine sort of not knowledge, but maybe understanding about himself that he came to find. But like I said at the beginning, he's gone about it in a very, very strange way. By going on a national TV program straight away after announcing that you're basically Jesus is never going to go well, is it? So let's talk about what Wikipedia thinks of the Wogan interview. The headlines following Icke's press conference attracted requests for interviews from Nicky Campbell's BBC Radio 1 programme, Terry Wogan's primetime Wogan show, and Fern Britton's ITV chat show. Wogan introduced the 1991 segment with "The world as we know it is about to end," amid laughter from the audience. Of course they're going to react like that. That's natural. You can't put it on people from 1991 that they're being mean to what they're not. He's on Wogan. He's not on a new age chat show. He's not on a chat show that's looking into, oddities from around the world or something like that. He's on a mainstream one where they usually get film stars and actors and musicians. Icke demurred when asked if he was the son of the Godhead, replying that Jesus would have been laughed at too, and repeating that Britain would soon be devastated by tidal waves and earthquakes. Without these, the earth will cease to exist. So his belief that the earth needed to sort of re-establish itself in some way. It needed to have these cleansing earthquakes or tsunamis. Noah's flood rings a bell, in order to come back and be at peace again, or along those lines. When Icke said laughter was the best way to remove negativity, Wogan replied to the audience, "But they're laughing at you, they're not laughing with you." And that's mean, but it was true. And sometimes when you're in that situation, and I feel for Wogan a little bit, but you kind of want the person who's saying they're Jesus, saying all these things, to snap back to reality. Icke was never going to snap back to reality. But I can understand where Wogan was coming from. He wasn't necessarily being a massive dick like other people seem to think he was. Yeah, a little bit apologetics for Wogan, but we'll keep on going. The BBC was criticised for allowing this to go ahead. The Guardian called it media crucifixion, and it does feel a little bit like that. Like, what he's going to go on there to say, because he's already, mentioned it in books, did a press conference. It's like having a fight with a disabled person. No one's going to come out well on that, are they? You either beat the disabled person, and well done, you've beaten up the disabled person, or you get beat by the disabled person. It's like, oh, well done, you got beaten up by the disabled person. Like, no one's going to come out of that looking good. And I think they needed to realise that a little bit. And this kind of comes up a lot in the UK with interviews and doing interviews with people and talking to people. Whether things should go ahead when someone's obviously having issues. If you're from the UK, then you know what I'm talking about. It comes up a lot. The interview led to a difficult period for Icke. In May 1991, police were called to the couple's home after a crowd of 100 youths gathered outside, chanting, "We want the Messiah," and "Give us a sign, David." Icke told John Ronson in 2001, "One of my greatest fears as a child was being ridiculed in public, and there it was coming true. As a television presenter, I've been respected. People come up to you in the street and shake your hand and talk to you in a respectful way. And suddenly, overnight, this was transformed into Icke's a nutter. I couldn't walk down any street in Britain without being laughed at. It was a nightmare. My children were devastated because their dad was a figure of ridicule." He had entirely brought that upon himself, though. So you have to be cautious with stuff like that, where he's trying to make out like the world is against him. You don't have to put out a press conference saying that you're Jesus. You don't have to go on a primetime TV show telling people that there's going to be earthquakes and the world's going to end. In 2006, Wogan interviewed Icke again for a special Wogan Now and Then series. Wogan was apologetic for his conduct in the 1991 interview. However, in his autobiography, Mustn't Grumble, Wogan described Icke as being a ranting demagogue, convinced we were all manipulated sheep. Which, yeah, that sounds fair. Okay, so writing and lecturing. This goes into the various books that he's written. And I think what we'll do is we'll come back to that one, but we will go to... Let's pause this, and let's go to... There is a book, here it is. So this is called The Culture of Conspiracy, Apocalyptic Visions in Contemporary America. And this book contains lots of different stuff. And it's kind of, you'll see it a lot in various different, not news articles, periodicals. journals and stuff, which we'll talk about in a bit. Peer-reviewed articles that are written about David Icke. It's incredible. So A Cultural Conspiracy, this is by Michael Barkan. And if we scroll down, there should be an article about... So this is about Jim Keith and David Icke. UFOs meet the New World Order. So if we scroll past the Jim Keith bit, and we go to the David Icke bit, this basically explains his books, his writing, and does it in a little bit better way than the Wikipedia article does. So we'll go back to the Wikipedia article and go through some of his books and the ones that I've read. What you'll find is that his books, drink them if you got them, his books repeat themselves a lot. A lot of the time, although they may be rewritten, it's treading over the same ground. However, there are minute differences, and that can be hard to see even when you're reading through them all. However, this does quite a good job of portraying those differences. And then we'll go back and talk about the anti-Semitism stuff a little bit more when we get to the arguments against him, basically. So let's start. David Icke, 1952, is far more flamboyant figure. So a lot of this is in reference to the previous person. He achieved a measure of celebrity in Britain prior to his association with either conspiracy theories or aliens, and his gift for self-promotion has extended his audience throughout the English-speaking world. He had already had 2 public careers prior to the involvements that made him a significant figure among conspiracists. He first achieved notice as a sportscaster on the BBC 2 television network. Don't know why it says BBC 2. After he and the BBC parted on unfriendly terms, Icke became public spokesman for the Green Party in Great Britain. His flair for dramatic led the Observer newspaper to characterise him as the Greens' Tony Blair. There you go, there's another universe splitting off. We could have had David Icke as Prime Minister. Icke's life took a dramatic turn in 1990 when he consulted a psychic healer who alleviated the symptoms of his rheumatoid arthritis. So yeah, that's another reason why I think he put so much faith in her, and why what she said he felt was so true, is because his arthritis did get better. During an early healing session, the healer began transmitting spirit messages that proclaimed Icke a healer who is here to heal the earth, and he will be world famous. Stimulated by his prophecy in 1991, he felt an enormous urge to visit Peru, a local long favoured by occultists for the supposed strength of its spiritual forces and the ability to have ayahuasca. Not surprisingly, Icke claimed to have undergone an intense experience there, during which energy was pouring from my hands with fantastic power. My feet continued to burn and vibrate for some 24 hours. The immediate effect of the Peruvian vision was to motivate him to form a New Age missionizing, uncongenial to both the BBC and the Green Party. Shortly thereafter, he began a new career as a writer and a lecturer. Icke's evolving worldview took the form of a New Age conspiracism outlined in 4 books published in a 7-year period: The Robots' Rebellion, And the Truth Will Set You Free, The Biggest Secret, and Children of the Matrix. Children of the Matrix. I'm just going to keep... I'm not really going to reference it or actually look in it, but it's just nice to have a prop. It's just nice having something there that you can hold up. Although they appeared within a few years of one another, all describe a purported cabal of world-dominating evildoers, the volumes contain significant differences. That's what we're going to get into. In particular, Icke's characterization of the evil forces changed, with an increasing emphasis on the role of non-humans. The conspiracy theory in the Robots' Rebellion did not differ significantly from what might be described as a generic New World Order concept. Humanity is in the thrall to manipulators who keep us from reaching a condition of full freedom. Icke refers to these plotters as the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood consists of an enormous network of secret societies, as whose apex stand the Illuminati. This sect of nested conspiracies achieves its goals through control of the world financial system and its mastery of mind control techniques. Its goal is a world government to which every continent would be subordinate, a plan that, according to Icke, had been laid out in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Although Icke is careful to suggest, in the manner of Cooper, that the Illuminati rather than the Jews wrote the protocols. This is the first of a number of instances in which Icke moves into dangerous terrain of anti-Semitism. The ideas presented in the Robots' Rebellion reprise the earlier New World Order concepts described in Chapter 3. They differ little from the material found in such authors as Webster or Pat Robertson. There is little concerning UFOs, beyond a brief but sympathetic reference to Cooper's claim that earthly conspirators have entered into an alliance with extraterrestrials. Although, and The Truth Will Set You Free, was published only a year later, it significantly extends the ideas presented in the Robots' Rebellion. In addition to more anti-Semitic material discussed further in Chapter 9, it greatly elaborates the concept of a brotherhood into two ways. First, by a much more detailed description of the secret societies that alleged compose its membership, and second, by explicitly linking the brotherhood to extraterrestrial masters. Extraterrestrial stops being used by Icke, and I think he prefers interdimensional, something along those lines. The global elite, Icke wrote, operates the brotherhood, and through the brotherhood, the world by controlling a pyramid of manipulation. The pyramid consists of a set of hierarchical structures, each of which dominates a sphere of human life: banking, business, military, politics, education, media, religion, intelligence agencies, medicine and drug companies, and illegal drugs and organised crime. The lower a functionary is in any hierarchy, the less he or she is aware of carrying out the policies of the Brotherhood. This segmented view of the conspiracy was not particularly original, but allowed Icke to present separate descriptions of each sector. The originality of his thesis lay in his new conviction that there is a layer of control above the global elite itself. The topmost level of the conspiracy Icke calls the prison warders. He makes clear his view that the prison warders are extraterrestrials, without being specific about where they came from. A pyramidal structure of human beings has been created under the influence and design of the extraterrestrial prison warders and their overall master, the Luciferic consciousness. They control the human clique at the top of the pyramid, which I have dubbed the global elite. The means by which these non-earthly prison warders exercise their control is left somewhat vague. In his work, Icke began to speak in New Age terms of negative energy and blocking vibration. By utilizing these forces, the aliens have imprisoned us in a frequency net thrown around this planet. You can see how this is all evolving and coming from the original, what we were talking about, his original sort of epiphanies. One consequence of Icke's new conviction was a greatly heightened interest in UFOs, I'm sorry, Mr. Hancock, UFOs, and their occupants. He now spoke of the UFO cover-up. Icke believed that only such a cover-up could keep human beings from breaking out of vibratory prison. Once the truth was known, Icke believed the power of the global elite and its masters would be broken. There was little to prepare Icke's readers for his third book, The Biggest Secret. The cover proclaimed the book that will change the world, the blockbuster of all blockbusters. For in addition to the usual material on the Rothschilds and the Trilateral Commission, Icke now claimed to identify the non-humans he regarded as the cause of humanity's enslavement. The essence of the book's central thesis is as follows. The extraterrestrials come from the constellation Draco. They are reptilians who walk erect and may appear humanoid on a casual inspection. They live not only on the planets from which they came, but under the Earth itself, in a hidden world of caverns and tunnels. There may be, wrote Icke, both native reptilians and outer space reptilians on Earth at the same time. They control the global elite and the Brotherhood by a combination of methods. They have crossbred with human beings, creating creatures that look human but are inwardly reptilian. These hybrids are possessed by their full-blood reptilian masters. The hybrid bloodlines continually interbreed, moreover, so that the Brotherhood is not simply non-human, but is also the product of international manipulated unions. Children of the Matrix. I'm going to pick it up every single time. You don't even see it in that picture, can you, when I do it like that, because it's not on the film. Oh, I got one of his books, just the one. yeah, buying the actual print books is so much more expensive than actually buying the audiobooks or the PDF ebook versions that he offers, which is, that makes sense. Where were we? Children of the Matrix is essentially an elaboration of the reptilian thesis presented in The Biggest Secret. Again, like, it all sort of builds, each book builds on the last, and it contains a lot of the same information. In it, Icke integrates the concept of a malevolent serpent race with the more conventional conspiracism contained in his earlier work, such as And the Truth Will Set You Free, presenting the reptilians as the capstone of conspiratorial structure, replete with the usual collaborators like the Illuminati, the Rothschilds, and the Trilateral Commission. Icke also increases his emphasis on the other dimensional origins of the reptilians. So that's changed, it's not extraterrestrial anymore, it's other dimensional. They supposedly come from and return to another dimension, providing the ultimate concealment. The resemblance of these ideas to ones Keith was developing later in his life is clear, but it is less clear whether Icke was aware of Keith's speculations. That happens a lot. That happens a lot where two people come up with the same idea independently from each other. Icke's notions expressed in The Biggest Secret and Children of the Matrix are bizarre even when viewed in the larger context of contemporary conspiracy theories. As the next chapter illustrates, he certainly did not invent the concept of evil inner Earth reptilians, an idea that spread rapidly in the 1990s, but no one had done more to spread it. And that's the big difference. Within the months of The Biggest Secret's publication, he claimed 30,000 copies in print. At the same time, Icke conceded that the idea of reptilians operating from the fourth and fifth dimensions was not one that had gained general acceptance, even among fellow conspiracy theorists. Some of the most fierce abuse that I have had since the book came out has not been from the public, actually. It's been from some other conspiracy researchers who can't get their head around anything beyond the physical. Icke's increasing insistence that the evildoers come from another dimension has a number of advantages. It allows him to skirt such embarrassing questions as what part of the universe they come from and how they got here, and it also allows them to violate the laws of nature at will by suddenly changing shape or location. At the same time, Icke can castigate his critics as stodgy materialists unable to grasp a new paradigm. Paradigm is a word that conspiracy theorists, conspiratorial people love. It's a great word. Icke has moved aggressively to increase the size of his audience with an elaborate website. It is. Right, let's just briefly talk about that so I can get rid of that. His website is very elaborate. It has lots of different articles, news articles, has lots of different videos. If you go to Iconic, it's like his own like Netflix, little mini Netflix. Quite a lot of people have that. Is it Band Video? Yep, Band.video is Alex Jones' version. David Icke has his own one there. You can buy, stuff, which is fine. And you can subscribe to a newsletter. It has a lot of different articles. It has its own forum, its own shop. The Illuminati are throttling my internet. Where you can buy the books, print on demand, ebooks, audiobooks, etc. Health and wellbeing course. And this is very important, because he has been blocked and banned from most social media, and we'll get to that, I'm sure, at some point. But what it doesn't do, unlike most other figureheads of conspiratorial, of conspiracies, and in that kind of vein, I know I keep talking about Graham Hancock, but it's because it's the only other video that I've done on a specific person like this. And so it's easier for me to remember how that was. But his website has information about him. It has relevant tidbits, bits about his book. Nowhere I can find on this version of the David Icke website is like an about section. Is a little bit about David Icke, who he is, why, what his books are about, etc., etc. And maybe he hides that behind a paywall with the Iconic stuff. I don't know. But it's very interesting, and that's the last time that we're gonna go on that. We're gonna look at his website, because I don't like it. It's not very good. It's not a very good website. And you know how important that is to me. Yep, books, websites. website and speaking tours in North America, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, as well as publishing books and videotapes. He speaks variously to New Age believers seeking spiritual enlightenment and growth, to conspiracists and conspiracy-minded ufologists, and to those on the anti-government right. Can you see how he's spreading a wide net there? And that's very interesting because I think that's helped him stay in the public consciousness. The promoters of the 2001 lecture in Fort Worth, Texas, advertised Icke as someone who teaches that every person, regardless of religious upbringing, corporate entanglements, need to search for the truth, in an enterprise that includes developing the spiritual side of every person seeking the truth. In 1996, by contrast, he spoke at the Reno, Nevada Constitutional Justice Conference, dominated by opponents of the Brady handgun law, including Mullins and white nationalist attorney Kirk Lyons. Icke has an ongoing relationship with the editors of Phoenix Publications, whose convoluted story is told in Chapter 9, with published purported communications received from the Pleiadian extraterrestrial named Haton. These publications, based at various times in Tehachapi, California, and Las Vegas. Okay, that's not a place in California. Okay, Tehachapi, Tehachapi, California, and Las Vegas represent the most openly anti-Semitic segments of ufology. They are marked by an obsessive fear of a global Jewish conspiracy against which the extraterrestrial, called Haton, warns virtuous earthlings. Icke was interviewed at length in these journals in 1997 and 1999. In 1997, he lectured in Yale, Washington, at the Valvarians, a leading-edge research group, whose elaborate fusion of ufology and New World Order was described earlier. Icke's relationship with militias and Christian patriots is complex. The London Evening Standard reported correctly in 1995 that uncanny parallels are emerging between Icke's thoughts and the writings of senior figures in the armed militia movements in America. While Icke has clearly sought to cultivate the extreme right, however, the effort has not been without tension, largely a product of the New Age baggage attached to his political ideas. As a result, his attitude about American radical right seems to be a mixture of admiration and frustration. The positive side of Icke's ambivalence lies in his belief that Christian patriots are the only Americans who know the truth about the New World Order. I have great sympathy in the way that they are trying to expose some levels of the conspiracy. He calls the radical right a movement that has understood many elements of the global conspiracy and admires the spotlight for its excellent research and long and proven record of accuracy. On the other side, Icke sees Christian patriots as dogmatists who are nearly as rigid as their adversaries. He claims to have told one of them, "I don't know which I dislike more, the world controlled by the Brotherhood or the one you want to replace it with," presumably a world dominated by Christian fundamentalism. He is also put off by the right's belief that spirituality, as expressed metaphysically in the New Age stuff, is the bloody devil. So yeah, really interesting because he's obviously trying to cast a wide net with his conspiracies and what he believes in order to garner as much of an audience as he possibly can for what he believes is the truth. Unfortunately, that's caught in that a few unsavory figures, and this book goes into details more about that. But I really like this sentence, and I think I'm going to leave this book on this sentence. It is clear that neither Keith nor Icke has been a direct participant in the radical right. He is not their figurehead. He doesn't want to be their figurehead, but there's just a lot of overlap. And because of that, he's capitalizing on it and trying to make money from it. Whether, he's consciously doing that or unconsciously doing it, that's what's happening. But yeah, this is a really good book. Go check it out. It has a lot more information than... It's quite old now. I think it's 2003. Yeah. A Culture and Conspiracy, Apocalyptic Visions in Contemporary America. Very good. Would highly recommend. Right. So, let's get back to his Wikipedia and just see... early books. Wogan interview separated Icke from his previous life, so he had that sort of era before Wogan and era after Wogan. Truth Vibrations, the books came out. The Robots Rebellion. So in 2001, documentary about Ike, John Ronson, who's relatively famous, does lots of books, cited this cartoon, Rothschild, in 1898 by Charles Leandri, arguing that Jews have long been depicted as lizard-like creatures who are out to control the world. So that's an old depiction. Yeah, that's probably the best way of putting it. So let's briefly talk about the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. It is an anti-Semitic literary forgery, probably written in the direction of Russian secret police in Paris, purporting to reveal a conspiracy by Jewish people to achieve global domination. It was exposed as a forgery in 1920 by Lucien Wolff, and the following year by Philip Graves in the Times. Once exposed, it disappeared from mainstream discourse until interest was renewed by the American far right in the 1950s. Interest in it was further spread by conspiracy groups on the internet. Ike's reliance on the protocols in Robots Rebellion is the first of a number of incidents in which Ike moves into the dangerous terrain of anti-Semitism. The Robots Rebellion was greeted with dismay by the Green Party's executive. Despite the controversy over the press conference and the Wogan interview, they had allowed Ike to address the party's annual conference in '92, a decision that led one of its principal speakers, Sarah Parkin, to resign. But after the publication of the Robots Rebellion, they moved to ban him. Ike wrote to The Guardian in September '94, denying that Robots Rebellion was anti-Semitic and rejecting racism, sexism and prejudice of any kind, while insisting that whoever had written the protocols knew the game plan for the 20th century. After reading his stuff, it's really hard to not think that maybe the reptiles are an allegory for Jewish people. But considering what else he says, in terms of vibrations, we're all this, very one love, very hippie, very new age, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would be racist or sexist or anti-Semitic. But it's hard to judge people just on what they say, isn't it? But actions can often speak louder. So, self-publishing. Okay, let's not read that. Ike's next manuscript, And the Truth Will Set You Free, contained a chapter questioning aspects of the Holocaust, which caused a rift with his publisher Gateway. In the book, Ike suggested that Jews funded the Holocaust by quoting and seconding Gary Allen's claim that the Warburgs, part of the Rothschild Empire, helped finance Adolf Hitler. In his views, schools indoctrinated children in the unchallenged version of events, while the mainstream account of the Holocaust, thanks to their use of free copies of the film Schindler's List. So after borrowing 15 grand from a friend, Ike established Bridge of Love Publications, later called David Icke Books, and he subsequently self-published all his books, which I think makes things a little bit easier to do. But according to Lewis and Kahn, Ike aimed to consolidate all conspiracy theories into one project with unlimited explanatory power. His books sold 140,000 copies between 1998 and 2011, a value of over £2 million. He's clearly making money from this. His tours are very popular. He sells the DVDs, he publishes stuff. He's always on podcasts, he's always being interviewed. He's got lots of documentaries. If you go on YouTube and type his name in, things like the Vice documentary are the first things that come up. He's popular. This is working for him. And what he's able to do, because of all the conspiracies that he's throwing the net over, he's able to sort of highlight the ones that will appeal to the audience that he's speaking to. Been translated into 11 languages. That is amazing. 600,000 hits per week to his website, which makes sense because the website is kind of like a news website. Yeah, politics and stuff, lecturing, yeah. Okay. Right, let's have a look at the specific conspiracy theories that he purportedly has knowledge of. Ike combines New Age philosophical discussion about the universe and consciousness with conspiracy theories about public figures being reptilian, humanoids, and paedophiles. He argues in favour of reincarnation. That's something he's purported for a long time. A collected consciousness that has intentionality is the power of minds to be about something, to represent or stand for things. Modal realism. The other possible worlds exist alongside ours, and the so-called law of attraction, that good and bad thoughts can attract experiences. So this really links in with something that I've known a lot about for a while called noetics. Noetics is a proposed branch of metaphysics concerned with the study of the mind as well as the intellect. So there are lots of different versions of this. Noetic consciousness is probably the one. Oh, noetic sciences is the one I'm most interested in. And it's the idea that your brain is active, right? Your brain is active, and stuff's happening physically. Stuff's happening in the brain in order to speak, in order to think. It's not, nothing's happening. It's not. Things are actually moving around. There's neurons firing. There's electrical activity in the brain that's making us think, making us, move, talk. So, does that have an impact on the outside world? If a large group of people are thinking the same thought, can that have an influence on the outside world? Because it is something's actually happening. And by enough people thinking certain things or doing certain things, does that have a physical impact on the world around us? And that's basically what noetic sciences is trying to understand. The easiest answer is probably no, it doesn't, because they're so minimal. The interactions that are happening in your brain, the electrical signals are so small that even with lots of people, it won't make a difference. But I like to think of it as, when people say, oh, pray for me, or I'm sending prayers, does that actually make a difference? Could that make a difference if a large population of people are thinking about something, are praying for something to happen? Could that influence the physical world that we live in? And that's one variant of what David Icke likes to talk about. Bigger Secret, he introduced the idea of prominent figures derived from the Anunnaki, a reptilian race from the Draco constellation. We've talked about that. He talks about the moon and later Saturn as a source of the holographic experiences broadcast by reptiles. Humanity interprets it as reality. Again, this is a kind of mixing of real science and his beliefs about that real science. What we see, it's our interpretation of it, isn't it? What we see is visible light, whereas other animals might see something different. If you're just picking up, say, radio waves, you'd see the world in a different way. So what we see and what we're feeling, what we're experiencing, is that real, or is that a holographic experience akin to the Matrix film? Icke is also an opponent of the scientific method, describing it as bollocks in 2013. When asked by the Sunday Times to explain the existence of television, he said, "It's not that all science is bollocks, but rather the basis of the way the noetics have gone to my brain." So I wonder if this has noetics in it. Right, let's try that again. But rather the basis of the way science judges reality is bollocks. He also thinks climate change is a hoax. Again, he just likes clipping things on top. Infinite dimensions. So we talked about this vibrational energy. He thinks we're all vibrations, which, again, it's one of those theoretical physics things at the very base of atoms, and when you go into your... What are atoms made out of? What are they called? Yeah. Okay, what are electrons and protons and all that made out of? Quantum mechanical, spin, Planck constant. Oh my god, look at all this words. There's just a wall of words. What am I thinking of? Quarks, that's what I'm thinking of, quarks. Yeah, quarks. And then you go down into that and you get even more crazy stuff, etc., etc., etc. So, vibrations seems to be the building blocks of reality. And he's sort of taking that into a different direction. Our five senses can only access a time and frequency range, like a radio tuned to one station. In the space you're occupying now are all the radio and television stations broadcasting to your area. You can't see them, and they can't see each other, because they are on different wavelengths. But move your radio dial and suddenly there they are, one after the other. It is the same with reality we experience here as life. What we call the world and the universe is only one frequency range in an infinite number sharing the same space. And this is the kind of same thing that people will explain ghosts and phenomena like that. But different wavelengths, different universes interacting with each other, or different planes of existence interacting with each other. Icke believes that time is an illusion. There is no past or present. There is only the infinite now is real, and that humans are an aspect of consciousness or infinite awareness, which he describes as the all that there is, has been, and ever can be. Reptoid humanoids. Icke believes that an interdimensional race of reptilian beings called Archons have hijacked the Earth and are stopping humanity from realizing the true potential. He claims that they are the same beings as the Anunnaki, deities from the Babylonian creation myth, and the Unnama Elis, and the fallen angels or watchers, who mated with human women in the biblical Apocrypha. He believes that genetically modified human Archon hybrid race of shape-shifting reptilians known as the Babylon Brotherhood, or the Illuminati, manipulate global events to keep humans in constant fear so the Archons can feed off the negative energy this creates. In the biggest secret, Icke identifies the Brotherhood as a descendants of reptilians from the constellation Draco, and said they live in caverns inside the Earth. Icke claims the first reptilian breeding programs took place 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, perhaps creating Adam, and the third and latest 7,000 years ago. He claims that the hybrids of the third program, which are more Anunnaki than human, currently control the world. He writes in The Biggest Secret, the Brotherhood which controls the world today is a modern expression of the Babylonian Brotherhood of the reptilian Aryan priests and royalty. Icke states that it came together in Sumer after the flood, but originated in the Caucasus. He explains that when he uses the term Aryan, he means white race. Yeah, go on, let's talk about reptiles. So reptilian, we've talked about this briefly, and I think we'll have its own episode on this specific version of reptilian humanoids. But we talked about it briefly in our aliens episode. So reptilians, reptoids, archons, reptloids, saurians, draconians, or lizard people. I suppose reptilian humanoids, prominent role in fantasy science fiction. The idea of reptilians was popularised by David Icke, a conspiracy theorist who claims shape-shifting reptilian aliens control Earth. There you go, some kind of version of that. Michael Barkin, again, we're talking about. So the first seemingly published story or text about this was a Weird Tales by Robert E. Howard, The Shadow Kingdom, which drew on theosophical ideas of lost worlds of Atlantis and Lemuria, particularly Helen Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, written in 1888, with reference to its dragon men who once had a mighty civilization on the Lemurian continent. Howard's serpent men were described as humanoids with human bodies and snake heads, who were able to imitate humans at will, and who lived in the underground passages, used their shape-changing and mind-control abilities to infiltrate humanity. And then Serpent Men, themes from H.P. Lovecraft was obviously, Yep, David Icke. Absolutely love this. Do we really need another reptilian shapeshifter as president? That is just one of the best signs. Okay, so again, I'm not going to go into lots of detail about that, but that is a thing, which we've talked about already. Icke stated that reptilians come from not only another planet, but also another dimension, the lower level of the fourth dimension, the lower astral dimension, the one nearest the physical world. From this dimension, they control the planet, although just as fourth dimensional reptilians control us, they in turn are controlled by a fifth dimension. Michael Birkin argues that Icke's introduction of different dimensions allowed him to skip awkward questions about how reptilians got here. We talked about that. Icke briefly introduced the ideas about ancient astronauts in the Robots Rebellion, citing Milton William Cooper's Behold a Pale Horse, and expanding it in The Truth Will Set You Free, citing Barbara Marciniak's Bringers of a New Dawn. Religious studies lecturer David G. Robertson thinks that it's connected to the 12th planet, combined with various other materials. As of 2003, Icke claims that reptilian bloodline includes all, then 43 American presidents, 3 British and 2 Canadian prime ministers, several Sumerian kings and Egyptian pharaohs, and a smattering of celebrities. Key bloodlines are said to include the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, various European aristocratic families, the establishment families of eastern United States, and the British House of Windsor. Icke claimed he saw British Prime Minister Edward Heath's eyes turn entirely jet black while the two men waited for a Sky News interview in 1989. He talks about this in his book, and it's quite good how he describes it. He confirmed to Andrew Neil in May 2016 that he believes the British royal family are shape-shifting lizards. In 2001, Icke said the Queen Mother was seriously reptilian. The Rothschilds, in Icke's opinion, are also blood-drinking Satan worshippers, which Daniel Allington and David TEPE argued in 2018 was part of a revival of medieval anti-Semitic attitudes towards Jews. So yeah, it's like the wandering Jew and the blood libel Jew is two old ideas, which I'm sure we'll get into at some point. Okay, let's move on. Brotherhood aims and institutions. Icke states that at the apex of the Babylonian Brotherhood stand the global elite, and at the top of the global elite are what Icke has referred to as prison wardens. See, it says prison wardens here, but before it said prison warders. Maybe it was just a misspelling. Icke, or maybe I wasn't reading it properly. Icke claims that the Brotherhood's goal, or their great work of ages, is a microchipped population, a world government, and a global Orwellian fascist state or New World Order, which he claims will be the post-truth era where freedom of speech is ended. Icke believes that the Brotherhood uses human anxiety as energy, and the Archons keep humanity trapped in a 5-sense reality, so they can feed off the negative energy created by fear and hate. In 1999 he wrote, "Thus we have the encouragement of wars, human genocide, the mass slaughter of animals, sexual perversions, which create highly charged negative energy, and black magic ritual, and sacrifice which takes place on a scale that will stagger those who have not studied the subject." Icke proposes that human sacrifice to the gods in the ancient world was for the reptilians' benefit, especially sacrifice of children, because at the moment of death by sacrifice, a form of adrenaline surges through the body, accumulating at the base. You can see my brain flicking on then, at the base of the brain, and apparently more potent in children, claiming this is what the reptilians and the crossbreeds want. That's the adrenochrome conspiracy theory, isn't it? He suggests that the sacrifices continue to this day. He also claims that reptilians and their hybrid bloodlines engage in paedophilia and cannibalism. It is claimed that the Brotherhood either created or controls the United Nations, the IMF, the Round Table, Council on Foreign Relations, Chatham House, Club of Rome, Royal Institute of International Affairs, Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, as well as the media, military, CIA, MI6, Mossad, science, religion, the internet, with witting or unwitting support from the London School of Economics. It's an odd one to add on the end there. In an interview in February 2019, Icke was asked about his beliefs and replied, "They're very clever in their systems of manipulation, which is overwhelmingly psychological manipulation, because if you can manipulate perceptions to believe that Osama bin Laden was behind 9/11, then you'll get support to invade Afghanistan." Problem, reaction, solution. Problem, I need a wee. Reaction, I wet myself. Solution, I'm going to go clean myself up. Back in a second. Sorted. I was going to make a joke then, but it fizzled away in my head. Right. Where were we? Problem, reaction, solution. Icke uses the phrase problem, reaction, solution to explain how he believes the Illuminati agenda advances. According to Icke, the Illuminati guide us in the direction they desire by creating false problems, which allows them to give their desired solution to the problem they created. He also refers to this process as order out of chaos. In 2018, researchers looked into the psychological effects of Icke's belief system, argued that problem, reaction, solution resembles a misinterpretation of the Hegelian thesis, antithesis, and synthesis triad popularized by Chalabausch. This sort of echoes back to the beginning of what we were talking about, especially with that book, in that a lot of what David Icke says and advances is not necessarily new. It's not different. It might be a skewed version or a slightly reimagined version, but a lot of it is based on other people's work. And I think that sort of plays into what he's good at. He is good at lecturing, he's good at talking, he's good at presenting information. He might not be very good at actually coming up with ideas. Incidents and issues Icke attribute to the Illuminati or global elite include the Oklahoma City bombing, Dunblane, Columbine, 9/11, a lot of inside jobs, a lot of false flags, that kind of stuff. 7/7, global warming, chemtrails, water fluoridation, the death of Princess Diana, assassination of JFK, and Agenda 21. These incidents allow them to respond in whatever way they intend to act in the first place. Again, he's very broad with what he is willing to discuss. One of the methods Icke claims they use is creating fake opposites, or what they call opposames, such as the Axis and Allied powers of World War II, which he believes were used to provoke the creation of the European Union and the State of Israel. Icke argues that to ensure the outcome they want to have to control both sides. He believed the US presidents George W. Bush, Barack Obama and Donald Trump are part of this false political divide, despite the presidency belonging to the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. When going back to the Republicans, Icke claims that they are all pushing the same agenda of regime change in the Middle East. And I think that's one of the things that you'll see a lot in politics in the modern day. It's very centrist, isn't it? You've got far left and far right, but the majority of political parties are somewhere in the middle, even if they sort of veer a little bit either side. In Tales from a Time Loop, Icke argues that Illuminati created religious, racial, ethical and sexual divisions to divide and rule humanity, but believes that many can only be controlled by the few if they allow themselves to be, and that power the Illuminati have is the power of people, power people give to them. Divide and rule is the bottom line of all dictatorships. Arab is turned against Jew, black against white, right against left. And plugging from the matrix means refusing to recognise these illusory fault lines. We are all one. I refuse to see a Jew... Cut it off there. David Icke, I refuse to see a Jew as different from an Arab and vice versa. Just makes me think of that Austin Powers joke, doesn't it? That Michael Caine says, there are two things I hate in this world. People intolerant of other people because of where they're from, and the Dutch. They're both expressions of one and need to be observed and treated the same. None more or less important than the other. I refuse to see black people, again, great quote, in terms that I would not see white, nor to see the left as I would not see the right. It's like poetry. How could it be any different except when we believe the illusion of division is real? If we do that, the matrix has us. Icke's solution is peaceful non-compliance, which he believes will disempower the elite. It's like Freddy Krueger. Don't think about him, he won't exist. Saturn Moon Matrix. The Moon Matrix is introduced in the Human Race to Get Off Your Knees. In Human Race Get Off Your Knees, The Lion Sleeps No More. In which Icke suggests that the Earth and the collective human mind are manipulated from the Moon, a spacecraft and interdimensional portal the reptilians control. The Moon Matrix is broadcast from that spacecraft to the human body, computer, specifically to the left hemisphere of the brain, which gives us our sense of reality. We are living in a dream world within a dream world, a matrix within the virtual reality universe, and it is being broadcast from the Moon. Unless people force themselves to become fully conscious, their minds are the Moon's minds. It's like he wants to one-up himself on the ranks of conspiratorials. It's like, oh, you think the reptiles are weird? You wait until you hear my Saturn moon hypothesis. Will Storr, writing in the Sunday Times in 2013, ponders if Icke's ideas suddenly pop into his head. On page 299 of Human Race Get Off Your Knees, Icke writes about working at his computer on the book and having the overwhelming feeling out of nowhere that the moon was not real. By real, I mean not a heavenly body, but an artificial construct or hollowed-out planetoid that has been put there to control life on Earth, which it does. I have pondered this possibility a few times over the years, but this time I just knew. It was like an enormous penny had suddenly dropped. It's kind of like when you're writing fiction and just ideas pop into your head. But he's putting them down as truth. The idea is further explored in Icke's Remember Who You Are, Remember Where You Are, Where You Come From, where he introduces the concepts of the Saturn-Moon matrix. This is more recent conceptualization. The rings of Saturn, which Icke believes were artificially created by reptilian spacecraft, are the ultimate source of the signal, while the moon functions as an amplifier. He claims that the frequencies broadcast from the hexagonal storm on Saturn are amplified through the hollow structure of the artificial moon, keeping humanity trapped in a holographic projection. Interesting. That makes me think of the flat Earth and the, what do they call it in the flat Earth? Oh man, my brain is not working today. Flat Earth. What do they call it? No. Northern Europe. It's like something sphere, but it's not sphere. Geodesy. It's a cool word. So within Christianity, and that's one of the reasons why Flat Earth is kind of... We went through it, didn't we? We talked about it so much. Oh man, I need to put some like grease in my wheel. It's squeaking molos. I am not going to be able to find it. But I will. What is it called? Flat Earth, sphere above. Let's try Flat Earth in the Bible. So this is what real research is like. Is the Bible a flat Earth book? Pillars, firmament. I can't actually see it, but it's come to my head. Yeah, firmament. That's what it makes me think of. Firmament. Is that how you spell it? Yeah, the heavens or sky. That was not worth the extra tomfoolery. I apologise. Yeah, that's what it makes me think of. Firmament. 5G and COVID-19. This is going to get this video blacklisted, but let's talk about it. So this is his new push. This is what he has, reason why he's been in the press and on various podcasts and stuff recently. David Icke has been identified by the Centre for Countering Digital Hate, which we will get to in a minute because there is a whole leaflet on him, as a leading producer of misinformation about COVID-19 as well as anti-Semitic content. In April 2020, Icke claimed in a YouTube video on Brian Rose's London Real channel that there was a link between COVID-19 and 5G. The video was removed from the platform and YouTube tightened its rules, preventing its website from being used to spread conspiracy theories about COVID-19 pandemic. It was later also deleted from Facebook. Multiple phone masts were subject to arson attacks at this time, as well as telecom engineers being abused. Nick Cohen, in Observer, thought Icke was ambitious as to whether the phone masts should be left alone. Ambiguous. Icke said in a London Real interview, if 5G continues and reaches where they want to take it, human life as we know it is over. So people have to make a decision. So it's him sitting on the fence with it. So the reason he's so anti-5G is because it comes down to this vibrational effect. I don't think he quite gets the science behind it, which seems to be a running theme with this. But obviously his view of what is science is going to be different, isn't it? If that makes sense. So 5G, unless you don't know, is basically, it's the same, it's just waves, it's sound, it's radio waves, just at a much higher frequency. And because it's at a higher frequency, if you can get something that can transmit it and receive it at that higher frequency, then you can send more data, and that's basically what it's doing. But these kind of 5G, etc., various higher frequencies have been used for ages in lots of different ways, and because various TV channels are no longer using that, they've gone digital and they're not using analog frequencies as much. That's open space for things like 4G and 5G to use it instead, for mobile phone networks to use it instead. I can see where he's coming from in terms of if he believes that vibrations can affect how he feels, then he would be worried about a variant of those vibrations. But it's nothing to be scared of. And to link it with coronavirus just seems to be a bit sort of like they came out at the same time, therefore there must be a link. All of this has circled back around to what we did mention briefly, stopped him from being on social media. And probably why his website is more focused on news and articles and stuff like that is because he doesn't, he might be back on Twitter. I think Elon Musk has let him back on Twitter, but he was banned from Twitter, Facebook and YouTube, all of those for misinformation, which is one of those things, isn't it? Either side of it, whether you believe it or not, should someone be stopped from expressing an opinion? That's very hard when you've got so many people who are unable to discern for themselves whether something is worth believing in or not. So let's quickly have a look at, not you, let's get rid of you. Centre for Countering Digital Hate. So this is the group, organisation, that's put together a little pamphlet, relatively detailed, about deplatform Icke, how big tech powers and profits from David Icke's lies and hate and why it must stop. So he puts something out there, it gets lots of clicks, that generates ad revenue, not just for himself, but also for the companies. And initially they didn't want to take it down, but eventually they did under pressure from groups like this, but also governments. So introduction. So Centre for Countering Digital Hate finds practical solutions to the instrumentalization of identity-based hate to polarize and undermine democracies worldwide. Using big words to confuse me, aren't you? Introduction. For many people, David Icke is a joke, whose public life ended when he declared himself the Son of God live on BBC 30 years ago. See, that's just mean. That's more mean than Wogan was. Why? In truth, that interview was the start of a new and profitable career as a professional conspiracy theorist, in which Icke has spent decades promoting bigotry and misinformation. Icke's popularity was turbocharged by social media, where he has an audience of 2 million followers. His website is one of the 1,000 most popular in the UK. Recent polling by Hope Not Hate revealed that more than half of the UK population have heard of Icke. COVID-19 pandemic, however, has clarified the threat David Icke poses to public safety. Conspiracy theories about COVID-19 have been viewed over 30 million times on social media, making him the leader producer of misinformation on the disease. David Icke is the leading producer of COVID-19 misinformation. Okay. These videos present an overarching super conspiracy that COVID-19 does not even exist and has been invented by a global cult. If you read his book, especially his most recent one, which I think is called The Trap, which I'll talk about it now, actually. It's on Audible. It's an audio book. The production of it is awful. Now, I know I don't have an amazing setup here, but it's just some editing after the fact would be nice. After every line, it's... He's an old man. He's in his 70s now. He needs to breathe. But it's every time, as the sentence said. And then every little sound everywhere. Lots of those. I don't even know if my post-processing is going to remove all those noises. I hope not. But yeah, if you can get through that, it does sound like someone's just sitting next to you reading, which is kind of nice. But compared to professionally produced in a proper sound booth, read professionally, it doesn't sound great. But it is nice that he read it himself. In that book, he also describes that HIV isn't real, and AIDS isn't real. So he's definitely he's been on that bandwagon for a while. It's not just COVID-19. He really does sort of throw his hat in the ring with pretty much anything, doesn't he? So Icke's COVID-19 super conspiracy unites different hate actors. This sort of goes into the idea that although he's not aligned with anybody, a lot of people believe and follow and will listen to him who are aligned with actors who aren't the nicest people in the world. So Agenda 21 was the UN's sustainable development thing. It was basically just trying to, it's all just words, but it was them trying to be, you know, you need this, you need this, you need this, you need energy needs to be green, you need to have enough food, you need to do this. It's very mediocre, but apparently that's a bad thing. Vaccines were used to control the world population. He claimed that vaccines caused diseases in 1994 when he wrote the US government had deliberately used hepatitis vaccine to study and infect young white male homosexuals with AIDS. Again, that's based on some truth, which is really hard to stomach, but the US government, I don't think we've actually done an episode on it. I'm sure we will at some point, infected certain populations with diseases to see what would happen, basically. And that's happened a lot in lots of other countries as well, which is pretty horrible. Bill Gates planned the pandemic. That's one thing that comes up a lot. Icke is using COVID-19 to promote a wider hate agenda. I wouldn't say hate agenda, but I can see where they're drawing the parallels. His wider agenda is very complex and nuanced, but on the surface, it can look a little bit anti-Jew. Again, he hates George Soros. I don't know why. He just hates him. Yep, they really don't like transgender people. Probably never have. Climate denialism. There's a lot of things that have come up about him. Icke is supported by a sophisticated misinformation network. Yep, they are well. I don't know if they're well funded, but they have an ever presence, don't they, on the internet? Other collaborators. Business models made possible by tech giants. Again, this was one of the things that they were trying to get at. A lot of the companies that own these social media platforms are very left-leaning and don't want to be part of what he's espousing, but it makes them money. So look, YouTube, they get up to 145,000 in ad revenue. Icke gets 192,000. They're making a lot of money together. So YouTube videos could be generating $300,000 worth of annual ad revenue. That's a lot of money. The same with, you know, Facebook and Instagram, Twitter. They'll all be making money. And that's why they've moved on to their own version of Netflix and that subscription-based model, because I think it's easier than getting adverts and advertisers. Deplatforming works. So other things that have, you know, deplatformed people: Britain First, Alex Jones, Tommy Robinson. Yeah, interesting, and I'm not sure if I like it. It's kind of scary, isn't it, that you can get someone removed just through what they believe? And I think David Icke genuinely does believe what he's talking about, what he's discussing. Okay, so let's, before we get into his reception and its accusations and the sort of negative side of things, let's quickly just have a quick look at this. So this is an actual academic paper that was put into peer-reviewed International Journal for the Study of New Religions. This is David Icke's Reptilian Thesis and the Development of New Age Theodicy? And this is from 2013. But if you go on somewhere like ResearchGate, there's various versions of this, and just type in David Icke, you will get countless periodicals and journals based on him or talking about him in some way. Some were in the name, in Conspirituality and the Web, a case study of David Icke's media use, What Others Dare Not to Say, an anti-Semitic conspiracy fantasy and its YouTube audience, What Others Dare Not to, same thing. Esoteric themes in David Icke's conspiracy theories, David Icke Renegade, London Maria, might be just him. But yeah, you get the idea. There are pages and pages discussing him, because it has become, it's gone from niche, relatively not important, to something that's being used or being seen by vast waves of people and influencing them in lots of different ways, but influencing them nonetheless. And as a result, you get articles like this. So let's just read the abstract and see if there's any pretty pictures. Despite its considerable currency in popular culture, David Icke's reptilian thesis is almost always viewed academically as irrational and anti-Semitic. Here, I suggest that it be considered instead against A, traditional conceptualizations of evil, and B, the development of New Age milieu, the need to reconcile holistic, relativizing construction of evil with the perceived failure of the New Age to arrive was keenly felt in the New Age milieu through the 90s and 2000s. On an other had to exist, yet could not be constructed as human. The reptilian thesis introduces a theodicy into New Age of a globalized extraterrestrial other. Icke's reptilian thesis seeks to portray the extraterrestrial as that which is literally alien in order to explain away the perceived failure of the New Age. The New Age, Icke suggests, did not fail to arrive, but was prevented from arriving. The reptilian thesis is therefore not so much a departure from the New Age theodicy, but a reconfiguration of it. How very interesting. Holistic word is just used way too much in everything. Introduction. The United Kingdom-based writer and lecturer David Icke is one of the most significant figures in the alternative milieu. He loves that word, doesn't he? Milieu. After initially positioning himself in New Age circles, Icke began to combine conspiracy theories with New Age beliefs during the mid-90s and today commands a significant audience. His website steadily ranks in the top 10,000 worldwide. That is impressive. Right, let's have a look, see if we've got anything. Oh, it's just walls of text. So I have read through this briefly, and it's very interesting, but it basically just details how New Age and conspiracy theories, he merged them in order to gain a larger audience. Basically, that's basically the abstract. Yeah, conclusion. The reptilian thesis as New Age theodicy. I'm probably saying that wrong, but I don't care. This article has argued that a need to reconcile holistic, construction of evil with the perceived failure of the New Age was perceived in the New Age milieu. Oh God. Yeah, we just read this. We read this. Yep. Yep, we read this. This was literally in the abstract. You can't just put your conclusion in the abstract. Recalling Lewis and Kahn's analysis, 2005, Icke's thesis is a fierce critique of contemporary social and political structures, but by placing the responsibility for rapaciousness and iniquity with the reptilians, Icke effectively removes responsibility from humanity. In this way, Icke's cosmology reconciles a holistic view of humanity and the cosmos with the conspiracist narrative of unseen malevolent agents. The reptilian thesis thus allows Icke to address the problem of evil within a pantheistic, global humanistic worldview. For Icke, the New Age did not fail to arrive, it was prevented from arriving. Icke's movement from New Age narratives to conspiracist narratives does not represent an abandonment of the central premise and aims of New Age. Rather, it represents a recontextualization for the demographic in a situation Alice Bailey never imagined. This, I argue, goes some way towards understanding the popular appeal of his work and the hybridization of New Age and conspiracism more broadly. That was a lot of words, but basically that's why he's popular. That's what they're trying to get at, which I get. It makes sense. It makes sense. Right. Reception. Interest in Icke's conspiracy theories is widespread and has cut across political, economic and religious divides. His audience has held a wide range of beliefs, uniting individuals in left and right-wing groups, from New Agers to ufologists, as well as far-right Christian patriots and the UK neo-Nazi group Combat 18, which supports his writings. Icke's work is representative of a major global countercultural trend. American novelist Alice Walker is admired of Icke's works, along with comedian Russell Brand, musician Mick Fleetwood. Icke has emerged as a professional conspiracy theorist with a global countercultural movement that combines New World Order conspiracism, the Truther movement, and anti-globalization with an extraterrestrial conspiracist subculture. Accusations of anti-Semitism. So here we get into the nitty-gritty of yes. There is a strong strain of anti-Semitic conspiracy theorizing that makes ufological connections, including especially the work of Milton William Cooper and David Icke. Both are controversial, but still well known in both right-wing conspiracist and ufological subcultures. That's from Christopher R. Roth, Ufology as Anthropology, Race Extraterrestrials and the Occult. The Anti-Defamation League. In 2018, there is no fair reading of Icke's work that could be seen as not anti-Semitic. However, Icke has repeatedly denied the accusation that he is anti-Semite. In 2001, he was questioned by John Monson. Icke declared that the Protocols is evidence of not a Jewish plot, but a reptilian plot. He also said that families in positions of great financial power obsessively interbreed with each other. But I'm not talking about one Earth race, Jewish or non-Jewish. I'm talking about a genetic network that operates through all races, the bloodline being a fusion of human and reptilian genes. He really does double down on it, and I have never seen him say or even try and hint at that when he's talking about reptiles, he's talking about something other than reptiles. Again, this is a Truth Society 3 with the Schindler's List, and I strongly believe that a small Jewish clique which has contempt for the mass of Jewish people worked with non-Jewish to create the First World War. Yeah, he's talked about that a couple of times, that the Jews were behind the Holocaust and all that kind of stuff, which, again, as we've been saying quite a few times, is not new. That's not a new idea. Yeah. In his book UFOs, Conspiracy Theories and the New Age, David G. Robertson disputes that Icke is anti-Semitic, saying that it's just easier for some people to accept that when Icke says reptiles, he really means Jews, than that he literally means extraterrestrial reptiles control world politics. And I think that is the crux of it. They're trying to rationalize something that might not necessarily be able to be rationalized. And hopefully we'll get into that more when I do an episode on anti-Jew, anti-Semite, anti-Jewish conspiracies. And also when we do a full episode on reptiles as humanoids. Okay, other responses. So there's people just trying to mix it with lots of different things. Again, he's never really been part of that. He'll present himself to various different audiences, but he never really cares what they think about him, which is really interesting. And then there's his selected works at the end. Yeah, look at all the books he's done. It is a lot. Yeah, The Trap, that's what it's called. What is, how it works, and how we escape its illusions. That is available as a book as well as an audiobook on Audible. We're not sponsored by Audible, not after the incident. But yeah, let me just go through and have a look. Okay, we did that one, 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 we did that one. Cool. So, I've got 2 more different articles that I want to look at, and then we'll call it a day. So, Mocked Prophet. What is David Icke's appeal? So this is one of, why have I spent the last hour and 50 minutes talking about David Icke? Let's have a read and see if it comes to, actually works. Oh, let's do that for a second. David Icke is famous for believing the world is run by lizards. So why do thousands turn out to hear him talk? If I could get a day to listen to him in person, I would. I have listened to his 12-hour lectures. He is very good at talking at people about stuff. Of course, it's terribly easy to laugh at David Icke. Not with these gills, it isn't. So this is a preview from an actual winter 2014 edition of The New Humanist. That's not very fun. That's not very funny. They could have done, that's pretty good drawing. They could have done something better with that. Lame. It's been a strange year for David Icke. So this is 2014. So this is before COVID, isn't it? This is before his return, I guess. Although the same could be said about any year since 1990, when he was first contacted by the psychic healer who shared with him the secrets that he so famously later revealed on Wogan. In some ways, you could say he's been vindicated. For years, he has claimed that people operating at the highest levels of the establishment were members of a secret paedophile networks. Claims that now routinely appear on the front page of our newspapers. Many of the people at the centre of these stories were even specifically named by Icke in print years ago. Maybe he was right all along. Disappearing dossiers and inquiry chiefs with close links to those associated with the claims do little to discourage the idea of an elaborate cover-up. But even on this issue, Icke's credibility is compromised by his habit of naming more or less everyone and claiming that they are all part of the same network. Again, casting a wide net. Inevitably, he's going to be right once in a while. After all, if you throw enough shit at a stopped clock, some of it will stick. And throw shit he does. On stage in front of thousands of people at Wembley Arena on a bright Saturday in October, he names several high-ranking living politicians, both here and in the US, and claims that they are paedophiles. How can he do this without fear of legal repercussions? Because no one will want to engage with him. This man is famous for believing the world is run by lizards. Except that's a very crude description of his theories. In brief, he argues that the universe is made up of vibrational energy. The world as we perceive it is just a holographic projection of this. Time is an illusion. There is no past and no future, only an infinite now. Humans are infinite awareness. We are consciousness. All that there is, has been, and ever can be. But we are victims of a conspiracy. An interdimensionary race of beings called the Archons have hijacked our world and have stopped us from realizing our true potential. Instead, they keep us trapped in 5-sense reality, feeding off the negative energy created by fear and hate. Frequencies broadcast from hexagonal storm on Saturn are amplified through the hollow structure of our artificial moon. Whereas a standard conspiracy theorist might be satisfied by not believing that man walked on the moon, Icke doesn't even believe it's the moon itself. A genetically modified human archon elite of shape-shifting reptilians manipulate global events to keep us in a state of fear. Only by walking up to the truth and filling our hearts with love can we defeat the archontic influence. Speaking such truth is difficult. Many would find such a message hard to believe, and so Icke repeatedly emphasizes the importance of remaining true to yourself. Speak in your heart regardless of what other people might think. True geniuses are rarely recognised during their lifetime, and are often mocked, he tells the Wembley audience, before mentioning how he was mocked after appearing on Wogan. He really does have a chip on his shoulder when it comes to that. The truly brave aren't worried by ridicule, he adds, before reminding us that he has been ridiculed. There is an obvious tension in using Wembley Arena as a platform for his message. Time is an illusion, he tells us at the end of the first section, before asking us to be back at exactly 1 hour. As people file out of the building for lunch, security staff scan the barcodes of everyone's ticket and check people's bags for bottles and liquid as they re-enter the building. Stewards stroll up and down the aisles throughout the day, telling people not to take photos. Thousands of people sit in silence as they are told what brave and original freethinkers they are, politely applauding the numerous well-crafted gags Icke weaves into his 10-hour PowerPoint presentation. There's also a tension in what he's saying. He ridicules scientists for displaying the arrogance of ignorance and repeatedly refers to the dogma dorkings. He mocks experts on the news who begin their sentences with "what we know is," because in reality they know nothing. But then he repeatedly cites mainstream science to back up his claims, and then, perhaps self-aware, he repeats in a mocking tone, "what we know is." Don't believe that anyone tells you what anyone tells you, he says from the stage in front of thousands of people listening to his every word with awe. But while it's easy to dismiss him, his message is fundamentally a positive one, which might hint at why he appeals to some. At points during his lengthy talk, his voice begins to crack. The emotion gets to him. If we want a world of love and peace, he says through stifled sobs, we have to be loving and peaceful with everyone, even people we don't like. Yes, it's a simplistic message, but it's difficult to really object. We need to love each other more. The logic behind every single step he's taken might be completely wrong. It is completely wrong. Yet somehow he's ended up in almost the right place. There's very little difference between this core message and that of Russell Brand's Revolution, and yet Brand appears on Newsnight and Icke is mocked. But what's the difference really? Oh right, Archons. The day ends with a series of musicians and bands, his son Gareth, a Canadian band called the Ancient Order, a reggae group called Rebel Control, a singer called Louisa Love. The crowd visibly thins with each successive act. At one point, Icke is joined on stage by a group of dancers, the Love Tribe, and dances an Irish jig. It's a strange way to end, but then what else would you expect? I was going to do one more article, but I think I'm going to stop it there. I think that was a really good place to stop it. If you're interested in David Icke, check out his books. You can buy them on eBay pretty cheap. They are often, they do have some pictures, but for the most part they are just walls of text, and that's why I prefer to listen to them. There are audiobooks, but they're not the greatest quality. Although you can get text-to-speech programs that will just read PDFs to you, and I've done that with various versions of his book. Oh, look at him on the back there, looking all handsome. His life is interesting. His story is interesting. The various conspiracies that he espouses are very interesting. Whether you believe in them or not, he clearly has a passion and a very good way of delivering his information. Thank you very much for watching, and join me again next time for Conspiracy 101. Bye everyone. Hi, my name is Alex Witney, this is Conspiracy 101, and today we're going to be looking into Operation Paperclip. So, as with every series that we do, every block of 10 episodes, one of those conspiracies is a true conspiracy, a conspiracy that later came out to be factually correct. And today's is Operation Paperclip. You may have heard of it, you might not have. What we're going to do is go through it from beginning to end, but just now we're going to do the cliff notes. We're just going to do brief sort of synopsis of what it is in case you want to check out, you know, and not watch the however long this is going to be, because some of these videos go for a while. So we're just going to do the cliff notes first, in case you are interested in the title, Operation Paperclip. A lot of conspiracies come out of World War II or Second World War, and a lot of them have come to light to be at the very least interesting, and some of them are, like this one, factually correct. So let's have a look at, you know, when you think of history, when you think of the Second World War, what's the best source for that? What's the one that comes to mind immediately? And it's, of course, the History Channel. So let's monkey around a little bit. So this is a really nice brief synopsis of it. What was Operation Paperclip? This controversial top-secret US intelligence program brought Nazi German scientists to America to harness their brain power for Cold War initiatives. So that kind of sums it up really well, but we're going to go deeper than that. As World War II was entering its final stages, American and British organisations teamed up to scour occupied Germany for as much military, scientific and technological development research as they could uncover. Trailing behind Allied combat troops, groups such as Combined Intelligence Objectives Subcommittee, CIOS, began confiscating war-related documents and materials and interrogating scientists as German research facilities were seized by Allied forces. One enlightening discovery, recovered from a toilet at Bonn University, was the Osenberg List, a catalogue of scientists and engineers that had been put to work for the Third Reich. So this is Werner von Braun in the centre, in 1961, with fellow Operation Paperclip scientists working on a Saturn rocket. In a covert affair originally dubbed Operation Overcast, but later renamed Operation Paperclip, roughly 1,600 of these German scientists, along with their families, were brought to the United States to work on America's behalf during the Cold War. The program was run by the newly formed Joint Intelligence Objectives Agency, whose goal... They love their acronyms, don't they, America? Whose goal was to harness German and intellectual resources to help develop America's arsenal of rockets and other biological and chemical weapons, and to ensure such coveted information did not fall into the hands of the Soviet Union. That's a real... That seems to be the sticking point. That's one of that's the main reason, it seems. It's not just to get the influence of the top German scientists, but make sure they're not influencing someone else. Although he officially sanctioned the operation, President Harry Truman forbade the agency from recruiting any Nazi members or active Nazi supporters. Nevertheless, officials within GIOA and Office of Strategic Services, OSS, the forerunner to the CIA, bypassed this directive by eliminating or whitewashing incriminating evidence of possible war crimes from the scientists' records, believing their intelligence to be crucial to the country's post-war efforts. One of the most well-known recruits was Werner von Braun, the technical director at the Peenemünde Army Research Center in Germany, who was instrumental in developing the lethal V-2 rockets that devastated England during the war. Von Braun and other rocket scientists were brought to Fort Bliss, Texas, and White Sands Proving Grounds, New Mexico, as War Department special employees to assist the US Army with rocket experimentation. Von Braun later became director of NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center and the chief architect of the Saturn V launch vehicle, which eventually propelled 24 American astronauts to the moon. Although defenders of the clandestine... Oh, well, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, that is. That's really... When I think of World War II, this comes to mind. Although defenders of the clandestine operation argue that the balance of power could have easily shifted to the Soviet Union during the Cold War if these Nazi scientists were not brought to the United States, opponents point to the ethical cost of ignoring their abhorrent war crimes without punishment or accountability. So there you go, there's the Cliff Notes. A pretty decent article considering its history, but yeah, cool. What more could we possibly add? Well, there is a lot more, and although Wikipedia is going to be our next port of call, sometimes, for some odd reason, other websites just copy verbatim what it says on Wikipedia. Why would you make content that's just reading or no, just rewriting, copying and pasting Wikipedia? That's stupid, guys. And sometimes those websites are amazing, like this one. So this is Boot Camp and Military Fitness Institute. I don't know what the main purpose of this website is. I don't know if it's just a store of lots of different... It's got downloads, I don't really want to go on that. Or it's a store, so that's probably why. Lots of different Wikipedia articles. Anyway, what was Operation Paperclip? And if we scroll down to the bottom, this page is based on the copyrighted Wikipedia article. It is literally just the Wikipedia article. So we're going to read through this, and then we'll go back to the Wikipedia and go through, deep dive into some of the other topics. So, although this is, you know, beautiful, this is an amazing website. Look at it. It's beautiful. Bootcampmilitaryfitnessinstitute.com. So you know it's legit. And yeah, this is nicer, isn't it, really, than the Wikipedia, especially how Wikipedia is now. Introduction. Operation Paperclip was a secret US intelligence program in which more than 1,600 Nazi German scientists, engineers and technicians were taken from former Nazi Germany to the US for government employment after the end of World War II in Europe, between 1945 and 1959. Conducted by a joint... I'm not saying that again. It was largely carried out by special agents of the US Army's Counterintelligence Corps. Many of these personnel were former members, and some were former leaders of the Nazi Party. The primary purpose of Operation Paperclip was the US military advantage in... I'm cutting it off, aren't I? In the Soviet Union and American Cold War, and the space race. In a comparable operation, the Soviet Union relocated more than 2,200 German specialists, a total of more than 6,000 people, including family members, with Operation Osaivakim during one night on October 22nd, 1946. So, it's not just the US that are doing this. USSR was doing it as well. And more countries, as you can probably imagine. In February 1945, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, SHIF, set up T-Force, or Special Section Subdivision, which grew to over 2,000 personnel by June. T-Force examined 5,000 German targets with a high priority on synthetic rubber and oil catalysts, new designs in armoured equipment, V-2 rocket weapons, jet and rocket-propelled aircraft, naval equipment, field radios, secret writing chemicals, aeromedicine research gliders, and scientific industrial personalities. So it wasn't just looking for rocket people or things that they could help in the space race. They were looking for everything war-related. And war is horrible, but it is one of those things that innovates a lot. You know, people looking for new ideas of ways to kill each other. When large numbers of German scientists began to discover in late April, Special Section Subdivision set up the enemy Personnel Exploitation Section to manage and interrogate them. EPES established a detention centre, Dustbin, first in Paris and later in Kransberg Castle, outside of Frankfurt. The US Joint Chiefs of Staff, JCS, established a secret recruitment program called Operation Overcast, initially to assist in shortening the Japanese War and to aid post-war military research. You have to think the victory in Europe wasn't the end of the Second World War. It went on for a few months until Japan surrendered. The term Overcast was named first given by the German scientists' family members for the housing camp where they were held in Bavaria. In late summer 1945, the JCS established the JIOA, a subcommittee of Joint Intelligence Community, to directly oversee Operation Overcast, later Operation Paperclip. The JIOA representatives included the Army's Director of Intelligence, the Chief of Naval Intelligence, the Assistant Chief of Air Staff II, Air Force Intelligence, and a representative from the State Department. In November 1945, Operation Overcast was renamed Operation Paperclip by Ordnance Corps officers who would attach a paperclip to the folders of those rocket experts whom they wished to employ in America. That's an interesting tidbit, I did not know that. In secret directives circulated on the 3rd of September 1946, President Truman officially approved Operation Paperclip and expanded it to include 1,000 German scientists under temporary, limited military custody. The Osenberg List. In the later part of World War II, Germany was at a logistical disadvantage, having failed to conquer the USSR with Operation Barbarossa and its drive for the Caucasus. The failed conquest had depleted German resources, war on both fronts, and its military-industrial complex was underprepared to defend the Greater Germanic Reich against the Red Army's westward counterattack. If anybody not familiar with the Second World War, Germany and USSR, Soviet Russia, had an agreement. Germany kind of broke that, went in, tried to take over parts of the USSR, not really realizing that Russia as a country doesn't really care much for their people and has a massive country. So they just kept retreating, and pushing lots and lots of people until the Germans were exhausted of everything. For the most part, that is the long and short of it. That is. By early 1943, the German government began recalling from combat of a number of scientists, engineers and technicians. They returned to work in research and development to bolster German defence for a protracted war with the USSR. The recall from frontline combat included 4,000 rocketeers returned to Peenemünde in northeast coastal Germany. I think that's meant to be like from underneath a picture, and they just haven't copied the picture. And the Nazi government's recall of their now useful intellectuals for scientific work first required identifying and locating the scientists, engineers and technicians, then asserting their political and ideological reliability. Werner Ossenberg, the engineer-scientist heading the Forschungsgemeinschaft, the Defence Research Association, recorded the names of politically cleared men to the Osenberg list, thus reinstating them for scientific work. In March 1945 at Bonn University, a Polish laboratory technician found pieces of the Osenberg list stuffed in a toilet. The subsequent, paper's quite easy to destroy. Why would you stuff it in the toilet? The list subsequently reached MI6, who transmitted it to the US intelligence, then US Army Major Robert B. Staber, Chief of Jet Propulsion Section of Research and Intelligence Branch of the US Army Ordnance Corps. I'm surprised that's not initialized. Used the Osenberg list to compile his list of German scientists to be captured and interrogated. Werner von Braun, Germany's premier rocket scientist, headed Major Staber's list. Identification. In Operation Overcast, Major Staber's original intent was only to interview the scientists, but what he learned changed the operation's purpose. On 22nd of May 1945, he transmitted to the US Pentagon headquarters Colonel Joe Holmes' telegram urging the evacuation of German scientists and their families as most important for the Pacific War effort. Most of Osenberg list engineers worked at the Baltic Coast German Army Research Center, Peenemünde, developing the V-2 rocket. After capturing them, the Allies initially housed them and their families in Landshut, Bavaria in southern Germany. Beginning on the 19th of July 1945, the USJCS managed to capture ARC rocketeers under Operation Overcast. However, when the Camp Overcast name of the scientist quarters became locally known, the program was renamed Operation Paperclip in November 1945. Despite these attempts at secrecy, later that year the press interviewed several of the scientists. Capture and detention. Early on, the US created the Combined Intelligence Operation... CIOS. This provided the information on the targets for the T-Force that went in and targeted scientific, military and industrial installations and their employees for their know-how. Initial priorities were advanced technology such as infrared that could be used in the war against Japan, finding out what technology had been passed on to Japan, and finally to halt the research. The project to halt the research was codenamed Project Safe Haven, and was not initially targeted against the Soviet Union. Rather, the concern was the German scientists might emigrate and continue research in countries such as Spain, Argentina, or Egypt, all of which had sympathized with Nazi Germany. In order to avoid the complications involved with the emigration of German scientists, the CIOS was responsible for scouting and kidnapping high-profile individuals for the deprivation of technological advancements in nations outside of the US. Much US effort was focused on Saxony and Thuringia, which by the 1st of July 1945 would become part of the Soviet occupation zone. So Germany was kind of split in two between the Soviets and the US British allies. Many German research facilities had personnel and personnel had been evacuated to these states, particularly from the Berlin area. Berlin's a weird one, that was split in two as well, but was in East Germany. It's very odd. Berlin's very odd. Fearing that Soviet takeover would limit US ability to exploit German scientific and technical expertise, and not wanting the Soviet Union to benefit from said expertise, the US instigated an evacuation operation of scientific personnel from Saxony and Thuringia, issuing orders such as, "On orders of military government, you are to report with your family and baggage as much as you can tomorrow noon at 1300 hours. At the town square in Bitterfeld. There is no need to bring winter clothing. Easily carry possessions such as family documents, jewelry, and the like should be taken along. You will be transported by motor vehicle to the nearest railway station. From there you will travel on to the west. Please tell the bearer of this letter how large your family is." That was a beautiful American accent. As you can tell, I am well equipped in accents. By 1947, this evacuation operation had netted an estimated 1,800 technicians and scientists, along with 3,700 family members. Those with special skills or knowledge were taken to detention and interrogation centres such as Aldehust, Germany, or one code named Dustbin, located first in Paris and then moved to Kranzberg Castle outside of Frankfurt, to be held and interrogated, in some cases for months. A few of the scientists were gathered as part of Operation Overcast, but most were transported to villages in the countryside where there were neither research facilities nor work. They were provided stipends, so that's like a day allowance basically, and forced to report twice weekly to police headquarters to prevent them from leaving. Stipends is what, like, religious, so like priests and imams, they'll get stipends. They're not actually getting paid a wage, but they'll get money still. The Joint Chief of Staff Directive on Research and Teaching stated that technicians and scientists should be released only after all interested agencies were satisfied and all desired intelligence information had been obtained from them. On the 5th of November 1947, the Office of Military Government, United States, OMG US, which had jurisdiction over western part of occupied Germany, held a conference to consider the status of the evacuees, the monetary claims that the evacuees had filed against the United States, and the possible violation of the US laws of war or rules of land warfare. The OMG US Director of Intelligence, R.L. Walsh, initiated a program to resettle the evacuees in the Third World, which the Germans referred to as General Walsh's Urwald Program, Jungle Program. However, this program never matured. In 1948, the evacuees received settlements of 69.5 million Reichsmarks from the US, a settlement that soon became severely devalued during the currency reform that introduced the Deutschmark as the official currency of West Germany. John Gimbel concludes that the US held some of Germany's best minds for 3 years, therefore depriving Germany recovery of their expertise, and that's called brain drain. And I'm sure we'll come up talk about that a little bit, because that comes up in lots of different reasons. You know, it's like a spiral, isn't it? When your country's not doing well, it's hard to get out of that spiral, and brain drain is one of the reasons why. Arrivals. In May 1945, the US Navy received in custody Herbert A. Wagner, the inventor of the HS-293 missile, for 2 years. He worked at the Special Devices Center at Castle Gould and at Hempstead House, Long Island, New York. In 1947, he moved to the Naval Air Station Point Mugu. Okay, so these are like actual people. Let's not go through those. Major awards, again. Scientific accomplishments, again, I think it'd be better to look at individuals in a minute. Controversies and investigations. This is more interesting. Before his official approval of the program, President Truman, for 16 months, was indecisive on the program. Years later, in 1963, Truman recalled that he was not in the least reluctant to approve Paperclip, but because of relations with the Soviet Union, this had to be done, and was done. Several of the Paperclip scientists were later investigated because of their links with the Nazi Party during the war. Only one Paperclip scientist, George Rickey, was formally tried for any crime, and no Paperclip scientist was found guilty of any crime in America or Germany. Rickey was returned to Germany in 1947 to stand trial at the Dora trial, where he was acquitted. In 1951, weeks after the US arrival, Walter Schreiber was linked by the Boston Globe to human experiments conducted by Kurt Bloom at the Ravensbrück, and he emigrated to Argentina with the aid of the US military. In 1984, Arthur Rudolph, under perceived threat of prosecution relating to his connection as operations director for V-2 missile production to the use of forced labour from Mittelbau, Dora, at the Mittelwerk, renounced his US citizenship and moved to West Germany, which granted him citizenship. For 50 years, from 1963 to 2013, the Struckold Award, named after Hubertus Struckold, the father of space medicine, for his central role in developing innovations like the spacesuit and space life support systems, was the most prestigious award from the Space Medicine Association, a member organisation of the Aerospace Medical Association. On the 1st of October 2013, in the aftermath of a Wall Street Journal article published on December 1st, 2012, which highlighted his connection to human experiments during World War II, the Space Medicine Association Executive Committee announced that the Space Medicine Association Struckold Award had been retired. Similar operations, so again we're going to go through those properly. Beautiful. Thank you, Boot Camp Military Fitness Institute. That was a great copied article. I love it. So, that covers pretty much everything in a good way. What we will look at now is the actual Wikipedia article, because it has really nice pictures, despite its strange layout. So let's change that to that. Okay, so Operation Paperclip, we've already been through it. I'm not going through all these. Oh, God. Yeah, it's just too many. Right. So, at the end of the Second World War, America decided to try and get as many German scientists and clever people who work in war industries over to the US so that it could help reduce the time involved in the Pacific theatre. That war, luckily, didn't last much longer, and those US scientists were kept in order to help in the space race and I'm sure other war efforts around the world. So, we've read this, Eisenberg list, identification. So, these are nice pictures. This is Kurt H. Dubus, a former V-2 rocket scientist who became a NASA director, sitting between US President John F. Kennedy and Vice President Lyndon. So, him. Very interesting. We talked about that, identification. So the V-2 rocket launching. V-2 rockets were basically really... what's the word? Ahead of its time and devastated England. This is the Allied zones of occupation in post-war Germany, highlighting the Soviet zone in red, the inner German border, heavy black line, and the zones from which British and American troops withdrew in July 1945, purple. The provincial boundaries are those of Nazi Germany before the present Länder federal states were established. So this is old Germany. So as you can see, the Soviets came in, France, giving it back to France, and give it back to Poland. Again, the Soviets kept that weird little part up there. And yeah, it's a nice map. I like it. So as you can see, Berlin's quite a way over, and then they ended up half in that. Yeah, that's a cool map. Okay, capture and detention, we've been through this. Arrivals, this is a really nice picture of 104 rocket scientists. So this is Fort Bliss, Texas, and as you can see them all looking very happy. And you can see why there was... It's really hard, isn't it? Especially in retrospect with 2020 vision, of seeing how the Cold War has progressed and how the Pacific Theatre finished the war with Japan and the Allied nations, mainly US. With hindsight, was this needed? But at the time, you can understand why they would do it. However, you can also understand the anger and frustration that people who were a part of a system that killed so many people in such horrible ways were suddenly given freedom and a very healthy, decent life, you know, a happy life in America, creating and, you know, a celebrated life even for some of them when they went on to work with NASA. So you can understand the reticence for something like this. Major awards, again, this is, I don't know, scientific accomplishment. So you've got the Saturn V launch vehicle, and Adolf Bussmann was responsible for the swept wing, which improved aircraft performance at high speed. And that's the era Pioneer. What does it say? Oh, that's very funky. Sometimes it gives their what their position was within the Nazi Party, but it doesn't seem to do that one. So I don't. He seems a bit. There we go. Look, he was a member of the Nazi Party and the SS. Was the major branch of the SS. So you can see how it would be. It must have felt horrible for the people who knew about it, who had either lived through the Second World War or had been had family members who didn't. So here's some of the key recruits, and as you can see, quite a few of these have their own Wikipedia links. So let's click on a few of them. See, most of them are famous for either what they've come up with afterwards, or Operation Paperclip itself. Operation Paper, so there he is. So he was a lawyer, so that's a little bit less. He was a member of the Launch Crew on Explorer 1. So again, NASA connections, which is always a gold mine for conspiracy theories. And you can, so he was a Luftwaffe aviator, so he was part of the German Air Force. I guess his brother was as well. Oh, that's the main head honcho. Tailless aircraft. Cool. So yeah, it's oh wait, Wikipedia does that. And these people, some of these you can see they lived until their 80s. 59, it's not bad. Could be bad, but you get the idea. 86. These are long, fulfilling lives that look how many of them have their own Wikipedia links. 94. And they might not have been, you know, scientists, academics for the most part weren't privy or a main part of war doctrine for the most part. Some of them were. So you've got architectural, electronics, material scientists, medicines, physics, chemistry, and chemical engineering. So let's move. Let's move on to similar operations, and this is where get more and more initialisms. Right. So you've got lots of different American versions, but also you have, if I can find it, Operation Osovakin, which we'll look at in a second, and Operation Surgeon, which we'll look at in a second. They are the Soviet Russian, USSR version, and the British Empire version. So let's have a look at the Russian version first. So this is Operation Osovakin. German scientists repatriated from Sukhumi in 1958, was a secret Soviet operation under which more than 2,500 former Nazi Germany specialists, i.e. scientists, engineers, technicians who worked in specialist areas from companies and institutes relevant to military and economic policy in the Soviet occupation zone of Germany and the Soviet sector of Berlin, as well as around 4,000 more family members, totaling more than 6,000 people, were transported from former Nazi Germany as war reparations in the Soviet Union. The Soviets were very weird with war reparations. They basically saw, after a war had ended, everything that was there is ours now. Like, we will give you your country, we'll give you your country back. We're not going to like take over your country, usually, but we're going to take everything that's there. They did exactly the same thing in Manchuria, when it was occupied by the Japanese. Once the end of the Second World War proper, they just stripped it of everything. And when it was given back to the Chinese, there was nothing there. Much related equipment was also moved. There you go. The aim being literally transplant research and production research centres, such as the relocated V2 rocket centre Mittelwerk, from Germany to the Soviet Union, and collect as much material as possible from test centres such as Luftwaffe's Central Military Aviation Test Centre at Erprobungsstelle Rechlin, taken by the Red Army on the 2nd of May 1945. The code name Ostravaikim is the acronym of the then large Soviet organisation oh my gosh, talking about acronyms. Ostravaikim, which recruited civilians for the Red Army during World War II. They later renamed DOSAF, which was mistakenly used for the first time in 1946. That's kind of just a nothing sentence. Campaign served to secure transfer of know-how and described in Russian as foreign experts in the USSR. In some cases, the families of those affected and the furniture was also relocated. The years in the Soviet Union passed without employment contracts and legitimization through personal documents. So that's interesting how America basically made them citizens, or helped them find citizenship elsewhere. But Soviets were just like, no, you're like slaves now. So yeah, operation parallels to other Allied operations such as the Alsos mission. I'm not going to cover this too much because I want to try and stay with Operation Paperclip, but this was an organised effort by a team of British and United States military, scientific and intelligence personnel to discover enemy scientific development. So it's basically looking at stuff rather than people. And then there was also the, I forget what their name was. There was a movie about them, basically looking for art and sculptures and stuff like that. I'm sure we'll come up to it in a second. Background history we don't need to talk about because we've basically just gone through it already. It's just the Soviet version of Operation Paperclip. What makes it interesting is that they didn't do it in a slow, orderly progression, sometimes up to 3 years, like the Americans did, by interrogating them, keeping them in certain places. The Russians had a different way of doing it. Between midnight and 3 AM, when everybody was asleep, they knew exactly where I lived. First of all, a few days before I was captured, a fellow came. They had a key and everything to the apartment to the door. There was one interpreter who told me in German, "Get up, you are being mobilised to work in Russia." And there were about half a dozen soldiers with machine guns who surrounded me. When I wanted to get to the toilet, they checked it out first to make sure there was no escape hatch. It was a very tight operation. They did that with every family. Many families came while I was alone. So he was there, held in Soviet Union for 6 years. Causes and consequences of the transportation. So they are working in aviation, armaments, telecommunications industry. That seems to be a big one. I think from the 30s to the 50s, that era, that movement from old tube-based components to, new semiconductor components really took off. And I can see why there were so many people in telecommunications. Chemicals, shipbuilding, agricultural machinery, which is really strange. Cinema and photographic industry, petroleum industry, and Ministry of Light industry. Berlin branch of the Social Democratic Party of Germany protested against deportation. That's interesting. So there were people who knew about it and who didn't want it to happen. Wow, around 20,000 Germans, fitters, foremen, technicians, engineers, designers and scientists, women and children were picked up, loaded and transported in that one night. That's very interesting, but they just wanted people. In the following years, equipment from numerous high-tech companies, including those from Carl Zeiss, Junkers and Siebel Works, were dismantled and shipped to the Soviet Union. This was part of reparations payments agreed upon in the Potsdam Agreement. Jet engine and aviation industry. Affected facilities, so there were facilities. BMW was affected. Siemens, where they stayed in the USSR, but it's a huge country. There's more than enough room for everyone, isn't there? You could relocate by the entirety of Germany in the USSR and it'd be fine. Optical and glass industry, that's really interesting. It seems like they took a wider breadth of people, and maybe that wider breadth helped the Soviet Union, but didn't help with their space race, with their Cold War activities. Collection of contemporary press articles. I'm good, thanks. Crew recruits. So various different people. Former Nazi party member. Aerospace and former SS. Colonel in the SS. This is a nicer way of doing it. Physical cameras, arms designer, engineer and rocket scientists. Really interesting. And what this leans onto is the Wikipedia article on Allied plans for German industry after World War II. And it talks about the Potsdam Conference. And it's a really nice set of articles that just details the history of what the Allied nations, mainly US, UK, or Great Britain back then, and the Soviet Union decided to do with Germany afterwards. And it's very strange, because it's an odd thing, isn't it? I know it's happened lots of times within Europe, but for three such large countries, in terms of the international breadth, to decide what happens on a main European country is very strange. We've seen it disastrously in places like Africa and Southeast Asia, where these superpowers cut up land, even South America previously. But to see it happen in Europe is interesting, how it has evolved over time. And it's something completely different from Operation Paperclip. That's something that's not important to this video, but it's just interesting. And this goes through all the different stuff, and yeah, very odd. All right, so let's briefly look at the British version. Again, this didn't really work out as well as the US and the Soviet versions of Operation Paperclip. Operation Surgeon was a British post-Second World War program to exploit German aeronautics and deny German technical skills to the Soviet Union. Again, that denial of intelligentsia was a really big thing. A list of 1,500 German scientists and technicians was created with the goal of forcibly removing them from Germany, whether they like it or not, to lessen the risk of their falling into enemy hands. It was feared that if they remained in Germany, they could enable the Soviet Union to achieve a long-range bomber force superior to any other in the world. At the operation's inception, many of the scientists had already offered their services to British Commonwealth countries. Sweden, right, this, that's, all right, let's re-say that, because Sweden is not in the British Commonwealth. Offered their services to British Commonwealth countries, as well as Sweden, Switzerland, Brazil, and South America. It's a terrible sentence, and regarded working for the Soviet Union as a last resort. Should they be prevented from working in Germany and unable to find employment elsewhere in the West. So nobody really wanted to work for the Soviet Union. Russia had, the stereotypes were abound, and I think the treatment of people, both civilian and part of the war, by the Soviet troops was renowned. So I can understand why they would want to work elsewhere before even thinking about USSR. Of the scientists relocated from 46 to 47, 100 chose to work in the UK. British records of the operation were made public in 2006, so it's just become... So yeah, we've got the ideas of all of them, what we've talked about, isn't it? Right, is there anything else? There is the one... We didn't really talk about brain drain much, but the idea... Let's just see if we can find a nice little... human cap. Okay, I did not know that. So it's called Human Capital Flight. It's the emigration or immigration of individuals who have received advanced training at home. So it's brain gain when there's the net benefits, that's it. It's called brain gain. The net cost is called brain drain. And it basically means clever people moving to other places. And if you're forcing those clever people to move to other places, Germany, as it existed after the Second World War, is going to be reduced in the number of clever and smart and kind of people who would make industry and push the boundaries of what's possible. But despite that, Germany has definitely bounced back, and there are lots of different reasons why. So, last one we're going to look at is a opindia.com. Well, I don't know, but it has some nice pictures. So, this one is relatively recent because it talks about the Russia-Ukrainian war. And I think it's in people's minds because there is a lot of old Soviet technology within Ukraine. Places like Chernobyl obviously spring to mind. And the loss of top Ukrainian scientists may be a problem in the future for Ukraine. So we've already read about that. This is Dr. Kurt Blum. He admitted to running horrific medical experiments on healthy prisoners. Reports indicate that his area of expertise included cancer in healthy individuals through viruses and infecting prisoners with diseases like typhus. The US government sent germ warfare specialists from Camp Detrick, Maryland to interview Blum. He worked for the US government for years on programs that are classified. Is there any more pictures? Right, no, that's a really good way, that's a good place to end it, because that is something that's probably going to come up in future Conspiracy 101. Not just the idea of classified documents and unclassifying them and where conspiracy theories come out from that, but the idea of biological, chemical, working on people who are alive, vivisections, springs to mind another Second World War incident involving the Japanese. And that will definitely be a Conspiracy 101 episode in the future. And although the movement of Japanese scientists to the US and other places wasn't as involved as it was in Operation Paperclip, the covering up and denial of what these former Nazi Party members, the atrocities they committed, scrubbed clean or helped put under the rug. And it's really, I don't know, like I said earlier, hindsight can often make these issues harder to understand and harder to get yourself in the mind. It's 80 years ago. It's a long time ago. A majority of people who experienced it, and the people who came over on Operation Paperclip are dead. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't discuss it and talk about it. And hopefully this has given you some more insight and some more knowledge on a conspiracy theory that wasn't necessarily conspired. It wasn't a conspiracy theory in the modern interpretation of it, but people did conspire to get this done. And the full extent of it, I still don't think has been revealed, has it? With lots of documents involving these kind of people, ex-former Nazi Party members or Germans during the Second World War, and their involvement in some of the atrocities that happened, aka the Holocaust and the camps. So, on that somber note, I wish you farewell, and I shall see you again next Saturday. Thank you very much for watching. Bye. Hi, my name is Alex Witney, this is Conspiracy 101, and today we're going to be looking into the Mothman. Yes, another cryptid, Every season I'd like to do at least one, maybe two, who knows. And today we're going to be looking into a Mothman. I find one of the most interesting. Some people might just be like, oh, it's just a bird, isn't it? Which is fair enough. But having seen a very large bird, which may or may not have been a cryptid on the side of a road one day that was like taller than my car just standing, and as scary as that was, seeing a possible portent of death or doom would be horrendously eerie too. And that's what we're going to discover. And we've got some amazing websites for our internet research. Some very professional, some not so, and some in between. We've got some news articles as well, which we'll read, including the original, which started the whole Mothman, well, modern Mothman, Mothmania. Right, yeah, so this is that a good one or is that a good one? That's a good one. This is the official cryptid database. And this, I'm pretty sure, was done as some kind of school project, and it's just been left online because the website, which I'm not going to link, is a school website, and then there's like bits afterwards. And I think it's one of those ones where, you know, in IT class, you create a website, and this guy's gone, whoa, or girl, this person has gone, oh, I like cryptids. It's a New Zealand website, so I presume I like cryptids. That's what they sound like. Humanoid, maybe? Mothman, there he is. And it's got a lot. I love it. Look at all these. This is not so the moon. One day we'll do the moon. Not today though. Today is Mothman. Mothman. Again, it's kind of broken. I think it's just because it's been left. Look, oh, we've got scrolling text. That's a staple of any school-built website, or website you build in school. Mothman. On November 15, 1966, two young couples from Point Pleasant, Roger and Linda Scarberry, and Steve and Mary Millett, told police they saw a large grey creature whose eyes glowed red. When the car's headlights picked it up, they described it as a large flying man with 10-foot wings, following their car while they were driving in an area outside of town known as the TNT area, the site of a former World War II munitions plant. During the next few days, other people reported similar sightings. Two volunteer firemen who saw it said it was a large bird with red eyes. Mason County Sheriff George Johnson commented that he believed the sightings were due to an unusually large heron he termed a shite-poke? Might be shite-poke. Contractor Newell Partridge told Johnson that when he aimed a flashlight at a creature in a nearby field, its eyes glowed like bicycle reflectors. Additionally, he blamed buzzing noises from his television set and the disappearance of his German Shepherd dog on the creature. Wildlife biologist Robert L. Smith at West Virginia University told reporters that descriptions and sightings all fit the sandhill crane, a large American crane almost as tall as a man, with a 7-foot wingspan, features circles of reddish colouring around the eyes. The bird may have wandered out of its migration route and therefore was unrecognised at first because it was not native to this region. In 1967, a year after the initial sighting, the Silver Bridge, a major route in and out of town, collapsed, killing upwards of 40 people. Afterwards, people began to claim that they had seen the Mothman standing on the bridge the day before, possibly as an omen of the disaster to come. In West Virginia folklore, the Mothman is a humanoid creature reportedly seen in the Point Pleasant area from November 15, 1966 to December 15, 1967. The first newspaper report was published in Point Pleasant Register dated November 16, 1966, titled, "Couples See Man-Sized Bird. Creature? Something." Right, let's pause that. Let's have a look at the sandhill crane briefly. That's probably the most un-Mothman looking bird, considering... I think Mothman's more owl-like, isn't it? We'll have a look at pictures in a minute. But this did mention the bridge, which we will talk about in a second, and also the first newspaper article, and that's what we're going to read now, which is, I love the Wayback Machine. It's great, and Internet Archive are doing a great job with that kind of stuff, because newspaper archiving has obviously is a thing, has been for a very long time, and yeah, it's important that we archive the internet as well. Okay, the couple see man-sized bird, creature, something, Point Pleasant Register, Point Pleasant, West Virginia, Wednesday, November 16, 1966. It was a bird, or something. It definitely wasn't a flying saucer. Two Point Pleasant couples said today they encountered a man-sized bird-like creature in the TNT area about midnight last night. Sheriff's deputies and city police went to the scene about 2 o'clock this morning, but were unable to spot anything. But the two young men telling their story this morning were dead serious. Dead serious. And asserted they hadn't been drinking. Drinking, don't even know what you mean. Steve Mallett of 3305 Jackson Avenue. Wow, they're just giving their addresses. And Roger Scarberry of 809 30th Street. Just doxing people. 60s doxing, man. Described the thing as being about 6 or 7 feet tall, having a wingspan of 10 feet, and the red eyes about 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches apart. It was like a man with wings, Mallett said. It wasn't like anything you'd seen on TV, or in a monster movie. The men and their wives were in Scarberry's car between 11:30 p.m. and midnight when they spotted the creature near the old power plant adjacent to the old National Guard Armory buildings. The creature was seen standing on 3 occasions and was described as being extremely fast. It flew about 100 miles an hour in flight, but was a clumsy runner. Deputy Millard Halstead said he had seen dust in the vicinity of the coalfield, but it could have been caused by a bird, he said. I'm a hard guy to scare, Scarberry said, but last night I was for getting out of there. They did just that, but the thing followed them. They said it was hovering the car, apparently gliding, until they reached the National Guard Armory on Route 62. We went downtown, turned around, and went back, and there it was again, Mallett said. It seemed to be waiting on us. He said the light grey light creature then scurried through a field. It also had flown across the top of the car. It apparently is afraid of light, Mallett reasoned, and maybe it thought it was scaring us off. The young men said they saw the creature's eyes, which glowed red, only when their light shined on it, and it seemed to want to get away from the lights. They said it looked like a man with wings, but the head was not an outstanding characteristic. Both were slightly pale and tired from lack of sleep during the night following their harrowing experience. They speculated that the thing was living in the vacant power plant, possibly in one of the huge boilers. There are pigeons in all the other buildings, Mallett said, but not in that one. If I had seen it while by myself, so I wouldn't have said anything, Scarberry commented. But there were 4 of us who saw it. They said it didn't resemble a bat in any way, but maybe what you would visualize as an angel. The last time they saw it was at the gate of the C.C. Lewis farm on Route 62. They heard a sound of Let me try that again. They heard a sound like wings flapping, and they said the bird rose straight up like a helicopter. Now just imagine this spinning. This doesn't have an explanation to it, Mallett said. It was an animal, but nothing like I've seen before. Are they going back to look for the creature? Yes, Mallett said. This afternoon and again tonight. Today, Scarborough said. But tonight, I don't know. So that is the original catalyst that began the modern Mothman phenomena. Let's briefly look at the Silver Bridge Collapse Monument plaque, because this will be brought up quite a few times. The Association of Mothman becoming the portent of death, being one of death's angels, will come up and over again. So let's just briefly look at what the area and how the area talks about the Silver Bridge. Silver Bridge collapse. Constructed in 1928, connected Point Pleasant and Kanawha, Ohio. Name credited to aluminum, say it the American way, coloured paint used. First I-bar suspension bridge of its type in the US. Rush hour collapse on 15 December 1967. Resulted in 31 vehicles falling into the river, killing 46 and injuring 9. Failed I-bar joint and weld identified as cause. Resulted in congressional passage of National Bridge Inspection Standards in 1968. So very dour, quite sad. Doesn't mention Mothman, obviously, people died. No point bringing up the cryptids, but this will come up over and over again. So, we've done the article, we've looked at the official cryptid database, and when I said, you know, there are amateur, I think you personally made that amateur. It's good, but it's amateur. And then there are professional databases. This one I absolutely love. This website is basically, it's kind of like, it's a place for Ickle Peeps Media. Oh, Steve Ebden, there we go. To put up his illustrations. And it's great. Mothman, the mason bird monster. Don't know why that's so dark. But look at that. Isn't that a beautiful, beautiful illustration? That's just really good. I love it. So, Mothman is a 7-foot, 2.1 metre tall bipedal flying creature, sometimes speculated to be an alien entity, due to the large amount of UFO sightings and mysterious light anomalies, which were reported around the same time. In West Virginia folklore, he was reportedly seen in the Point Pleasant area from November 12, 66 to December 15, 67, and is said to have been periodically active across America ever since. In the late 1960s, Mothman hysteria gripped the tiny Ohio river town as dozens of people reported seeing a tall, winged, red-eye monster, and up until this very day, the region is known for the strange sightings, making Mothman one of the world's most famous cryptids. That is an interesting point. It's a very regional cryptid, but it is one of the most famous. We'll get to why later. It's thought that the sightings foreshadows the 1967 collapse of the Silver Bridge, which once connected Gallipolis, Ohio, to Point Pleasant. 46 people died in the disaster, which was eventually found to be the result of a faulty I-bar. The popular legend holds that the Mothman is a supernatural being who only shows himself to warn people of an impending disaster. Yet despite his status as a harbinger of doom, many people go to Point Pleasant, West Virginia specifically to look for him. Since the events of the 60s, his popularity has grown exponentially, with reports of him being seen at scenes of disasters, such as the Chernobyl disaster, 1986, and the 2011 Japanese tsunami. Physiology. Yeah, that one's alright, we'll leave that one. Wix.com. Build a website. I'm not sponsored anymore. I don't do sponsors after this first season's debacles. Mothman is described as a bipedal winged humanoid, and despite his name, is by no means moth-like, having the appearance more like that of a large humanoid owl. His coloration varies between the darker shades of black, grey or brown, and was reported to be 7 feet tall with a wingspan of about 10 to 15 feet. I love how it just slowly gets bigger. Cryptids tend to slowly get bigger over time. So it's not just 10 feet, it's now 15 feet. I'm sure the next time we read about it, it'll be 20 feet. He is described as having 2 huge glowing or reflective red eyes, which in some reports are set as low as the chest due to the head appearing hunched or non-existent. The name Mothman comes from the anonymous Ohio newspaper copy editor who was thought to have given the name after the Batman comic character, which was also a popular TV show at the time. History. On November 12, 1966, 5 men digging a grave at a cemetery near Glendale, West Virginia, witnessed a man-like figure flying over their heads. This is identified as the first sighting of the Mothman. The newspaper report was published in the Point Pleasant Register on November 1666, titled, "Couple see man-sized bird. Creature, something. Territory, America. Origination. Mothman is one of the most enigmatic creatures of the annals of cryptozoology to date. He has been described as being anything from a large barn owl or sand crane to an alien or ultra-terrestrial. John A. Keel's 1975 book, The Mothman Prophecies, documented a year spent in Point Pleasant, where he saw and experienced many of the strange manifestations personally. Unearthly noises, ghostly lights in the sky, mutilated animals, and visitations from mysterious men in black were just some of the things he tells of, suggesting that this creature is not of this world. Nature. Mysterious and foreboding, the Mothman is a controversial figure, which has divided many of the years. There are those who believe his appearance forewarns an impending disaster, whilst others claim he is the cause of such events. Any illness experienced following an encounter could be the result of the creature's natural biology rather than any actual intended attack. Modus operandi will normally appear prior to a disastrous event. Whether this is to forewarn of its coming or to initiate it is unknown. If otherwise encountered, it chooses not to interact or attack, but to fly from the scene. Even so, some witnesses are left psychologically, I think it's meant to say psychologically, distressed or bear physiological reactions that can persist long after the encounter. Vulnerability. We need to know how to kill it, man! As yet unknown. All encounters have been thus far brief and concluded without conflict. Due to the lack of data, there is no base which to draw any definitive conclusions. Amazing website, I love it. monstrid.wixsite.com. Okay. So, we've gone through, there is another, yeah, that's more detailed with some nice pictures. So, we'll go on the proper cryptid wiki in a second. I'm sure you're familiar with that. If you're watching this video, you probably are. But what we're going to do is we're going to quickly look at Mothman sightings map, and there are a few. So let's just click on the first three. So most of them are. This is Chicago for some reason. I might zoom out. But as you can see, quite dense. But there are a lot. And, you know, these are from either, you know, specific websites or details that people have put in themselves. Let's have a look at this one. This one's a nice website, and it details them by year, which is also good. But if we zoom in, you can just see how many. And yeah, most of them are aren't in the, you know, the areas you'd expect. They're in the city centres, which is odd. Large owl, flying gargoyle, pterosaur. These might not be Mothman related, but you can... What? Why am I over Brazil? I mean, Chile. Have we been seeing him in Chile? What is this? This is a terrible website. What's going on? I don't want to go to Chile. Something's gone wrong there. These two websites, these two, though, are really nice, well put together. And you can see the cluster and whereabouts it's happening. This is a regional situation. This one has a few more, but as you can see, it's very clustered, it's very regional. And for a cryptid to become so widespread and well known, I think is quite interesting, considering how specific it is. So, why is it so well known? Let's have a quick look. I broke it. There we go. At the Mothman Wikipedia. Now, this cryptids on Wikipedia It's okay. It's not the best, but it's okay. So let's have a quick look. So we talked about the Point Pleasant and the article. What most people think they are some kind of heron, or some kind of sandhill crane, or an owl. So 66, winged man, bird man, UFO bird, mason bird monster. Again, that's another one we've heard already. The creature was introduced to wider audience by Gray Barker in 1970 and was later popularised by John Keel in his 1975 book, The Mothman Prophecies. And this is the reason why it has become famous worldwide, claiming that there was a supernatural events related to the sightings and the connection to the collapse of the Silver Bridge. The book was later adapted into a 2002 film with Richard Gere. So let's have a look at The Mothman Prophecies. This is what the book looks like, or first edition does, and it basically revolves around an account of going to the specific place, and it's interesting. I haven't read it yet, but I will in the future. It's on my wish list, and it is available on Audible. Silver Bridge is obviously the one that's famous for collapsing. Yeah, it was one of the first, and there we go. That's a sad picture, but you can see how it collapsed. Interesting. History. We've already talked about the history. The reason it's called Mothman is probably because of Batman. Analysis. Folklorist. That's a great... I want to be a folklorist. That's awesome. Jan Harold Brunvand notes that the Mothman has been widely covered in popular press, some claiming sightings connected with UFOs, and others claiming that military storage site was Mothman's home. That came up a few times, didn't it? The old arsenal. Brunvand notes that recountings of the 67-66 Mothman reports usually state that at least 100 people saw Mothman, with many more afraid to report their sightings. They observed that written sources for such stories consisted of children's books or sensationalized or undocumented accounts that fail to quote identifiable persons. Wow. If at the time giving out people's addresses was the norm, I can see why they're unidentifiable now. Brunban found elements in common among many Mothman reports and much older folk tales. Ooh, it goes older than in the 60s. Interesting. Suggesting that something real may have triggered the scares and became woven with existing folklore. He also recalls anecdotal tales of Mothman supposedly attacking the roofs of parked cars occupied by teenagers. Probably teenagers kissing and groping underage. Oh. Yes, might be owls. Who knows? 55 sightings of Mothman in Chicago during 2017. Published on the website, self-described Fortean researcher Lon Strickler are a selective sample. Yeah, that's always the problem with cryptids. It can be a bit... You're picking out the ones that are reputable, but then by selecting those sources, you're kind of skewing the data slightly. It happens. Some pseudoscience of deer hunts, such as ufologists, paranormal authors, and cryptozoologists, claim that Mothman was an alien, a supernatural manifestation, or a previously unknown species of animal. And then it talks about the 1975 book, which highlighted much of it. Festival and statues. There is a Mothman statue. It looks awful. But other than that, it's nice that they're embracing it in the kind of way that Roswell, New Mexico, does. Lots of different... there is a documentary out there called Mothman of Point Pleasant, and it also has a sequel as well, which you can watch. But yeah, Goatman, Owlman, the Flatwoods Monster, Bogeyman, Spring-Heeled Jack. There are lots of different examples of regional cryptids, which of course we'll get to at some point. Look at that bad boy. Look at all the different various... It's not a cryptids, like, poster. It's folklore and superstition, but that kind of involves a lot of cryptids, so you can see. And that's just Great Britain. UK? Does it have Northern Ireland? It does have Northern Ireland. Or it has Ireland as well. That's the British Isles. And there are even more in the great country that is the United States of America. And we'll get to them at some point. But today we're focusing on Mothman. We're not going to look at these. Pancake eating contests. Right, I need to go to the Mothman Museum. Right, let's start a GoFundMe right now. Okay, where are we? Let's have a quick look at the actual cryptid wiki. This is what a lot of people go to. It's okay. I'm not the biggest fan, but it's okay. The state of West Virginia, it's nice just to get the details, the brief details, this website. That's an alright illustration, I like that. The state of West Virginia has had its fair share of strange and often inexplicable events, such as the visitation of the Flatwoods Monster, the Ingrid Cold, but perhaps the strangest yet is the arrival of the creature known as Mothman, which changed the sleepy little town of Point Pleasant forever when it swooped in one cold autumn night in 1966. Today, Mothman is one of the most well-known cryptids in the world, made famous partly by the book and the movie. It's also hunted in Mounted Monsters on Destination America. Wow. So this is where Point Pleasant is in West Virginia. Again, if you're not from America, this means nothing. Literally nothing. Whoa! Let's have a quick look at that bad boy. That looks like something out of Monsters, Inc., doesn't it? Not a fan. Okay, last sighting unknown, probably yesterday. First sighting, as in modern Mothman, 66. Population small. Possibly it's the only one. Maybe it's just looking for a girlfriend. Or a boyfriend. Sightings, yep, the TNT area. The igloo in the TNT area built thick to prevent the chain explosion from the barreled gunpowders inside. Again, it was an arsenal, which is really interesting. You get a lot of cryptids that are specifically around or target or live in areas that are kind of contaminated. Very interesting. It's a thread that you find through many cryptids. Areas that are, sometimes it's areas that are, are no-goes. And the cryptids may have come from that. Don't go in the deep dark forest. The mean owl bear man will get you. Some of them are more modern. It's very interesting. Again, we've read all this. Can go 100 miles per hour, has a wingspan of 400 feet. So, a Mothman-like creature proposed by select few paranormal enthusiasts to sighted during the 9/11 catastrophe. Very interesting. We haven't covered 9/11 yet. We will at some point. This, I don't want to, shit on anybody's parade, but you can tell that's photoshopped and it's not even done very well. But the idea behind it is very interesting. That we may have been warned. And that comes up quite a lot. The whole Men in Black, Chernobyl, etc., etc. This is the Mountain Monsters version of the Mothman. I don't like it when they CGI cryptids. I think it doesn't look good. I think old school art tends to look better. There's been lots of various hoaxes. Of course there has. Mothman is an owl. And then, Thunderbirds. We talked about, briefly, Native American, not history, Native American sort of cryptids and interesting sort of tidbits about their mythologies. And Thunderbirds is one of those. It's one of them. It keeps changing in the background. It's sort of spooky. Thunderbird is one of those giant birds. It's very interesting. It's interesting that Owlman is its own thing. We have that over here in the UK. Again, is it just a giant owl? Mothman Festival in Point Pleasant. I would love to go and eat some pancakes. And then obviously, that's gross. I love that. That is disgusting. Look at that. That's, beautiful. That is the statue. Just, why'd they give it a hairy chest? It's just weird. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And then obviously the sandhill crane, I think it might be. Various different depictions of Mothman in lots of different media. Oh, look look at your cute Mothman. Oh, look, cute Mothman. Oh, and you're cute. You just want to pet it. Oh, no, it's a disaster. You get it. That's the idea. Right. We will end on a couple of articles for modern Mothman sightings. So let's bring it back round to now, people. So, The Mothman Cometh, a sceptical look at the Mothman, an alleged prophet of disaster. This is by Mr. Dunning from 2009. Don't use that pictures. The grave diggers were the first to see the strange being. It rose from the tree like a giant bird taking flight, but as it soared overhead, it began to look more like an angel, a man with wings. But it was a dark, brown, and more grotesque than radiant, more like a demon than an angel. The news spread. He was seen again 3 nights later when 2 young couples saw his red glowing eyes in the trees by the side of a road late at night. They drove faster, but the strange dark man chased them, and they gave their story to the police. The news spread. It was November of '66 in the vicinity of Point Pleasant in the low country of West Virginia. And over the next 10 days, Demon was seen at least 4 more times, either as tall dark man prowling outside houses with red eyes, or flying overhead on leathery wings. By then the news had spread to the papers, and a reporter, probably Mary Hay, writing for the newspaper The Messenger, inspired by the popular TV character Batman, consolidated all of these various reports into a single perpetrator that she dubbed the Mothman. But over time, as such things normally go, interest waned, the strange visitor stopped appearing, life resumed, and the curiosity of the Mothman gradually fell out of memory. In December of 1967, a little more than a year after the Mothman made headlines, the 40-year-old silver bridge connecting Point Pleasant with Gallipolis, Ohio, across the Ohio River, collapsed under the weight of rush-hour traffic. 46 people died. In such small towns, virtually everyone knew few of the victims, and foolishness like the Mothman was quickly forgotten. So, why, more than 40 years later, do we still remember the Mothman? Why are there movies and books? Why is he considered a harbinger of disasters? He didn't hurt anybody or leave any evidence. There were only a few reports, and they were unreliable at best. Yet the Mothman occupies a fairly high place among modern urban legends. We believe that when he appears, bridges collapse and people die, even though there was no such reference in any of the contemporary reports. What do you do when you hear such a story? You really have very little to go on, and other than the popular legend, how much of it really happened? How do we know any of it really happened? Are you forced to accept it uncritically because you don't have these answers? Or should you summarily dismiss the whole thing? Well, as we see with so many of these stories that we examine on Skeptoid, folk legends don't get very interesting until we introduce the element of imaginative author with a book upon which fortune smiles. And so it happened with the Mothman. The author was John Keel, and the book was The Mothman Prophecies, published in '75, 9 years after the Mothman sightings. But although Keel was fortunate to have his book turned into a movie, it wasn't the original. Much of the material was shared with Gary Barker's 1970 book, The Silver Bridge, which was the first time a connection was drawn between the Mothman and the bridge collapse. Both authors came from the UFO genre, and both made suggestions the Mothman may have been an alien. Why an alien would choose the Mothman's behaviour as the best way to make first contact with a new civilization is not convincingly argued in either book. Both authors peppered the skies of Point Pleasant with UFO appearances during the Mothman sighting. However, I did not find any such accounts at all searching available local newspaper archives for that period. So, one of the things that comes up quite a lot is, oh, why are UFOs doing it that way? If they're so clever that they've figured out interstellar travel, they might not be. They might be an animal that's happened upon something, a connection between worlds. And that's why you'll find a lot of people nowadays not saying extraterrestrial, as in not of this world, but intraterrestrial or variations of that, in that they're going between worlds, not necessarily, between planets. Although popular accounts of on the internet state that Mothman has made as many as 100 appearances during the year leading up to Silver Bridge collapse, this appears to be a modern fabrication. In the newspaper archives, I was only able to locate the half dozen or so reports in November '66. That doesn't mean more didn't happen, it only means I couldn't find any evidence that anyone at the time reported that they did. And those half dozen were not very well corroborated. The first episode of the Gravediggers was in the town of Clendenin, 50 miles from Point Pleasant. Another was in Charleston, 45 miles. A couple of the reports are merely a dark-clothed man peering in through a window. Some of the reports have the Mothman flying on bat wings. Some of them have him merely standing around with reflective, animal-like eyes. Mothman's second sighting, by the 4 kids in the car, is the best known. They lived in the tiny town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and drove late night to the local Lover's Lane, called the TNT plant, a deserted explosive manufacturing and storage facility 7 miles outside of Point Pleasant in the woods. While driving, they passed a pair of red eyes by the roadside. They panicked and tried to get away, but the red eyes followed them at speeds they reported of 100 miles per hour. They reported to the local police, who said they knew the kids to be trustworthy witnesses, that the eyes belonged to a man up to 7 feet tall, with wings folded on his back. The West Virginia Ordnance Works is kind of off by itself in the woods. It's not the kind of place you might happen to be driving by. There's nothing there except a grid of dirt roads in various states of being reclaimed by the forest. There are only a few scattered houses around, the nearest about a quarter of a mile away. Virtually nothing remains of the TNT plant, and the area is now the McClintic State Wildlife Management Area, and has been since '45 when the plant was decommissioned, decontaminated, and seeded over. There's actually more going on now than there was in '66, as it became a Superfund site in '83, and they've been doing some cleanup since 2000. In 1966, it was basically just empty woods in the middle of nowhere. If people saw the Mothman there, they didn't just happen to glance outside. They had to make a deliberate trip to get out there. When a group of 20-somethings who live in East Jesus Drive out into the woods late at night, it's probably not stretching things too far to guess that alcohol may have been involved. But they did say I haven't been drinking. You lying. Investigator Joe Nichol has concluded that if the kids did see red eyes, they were probably those of one of the local barn owls. Combined with the lateness of the hour, the kids' state of mind, and the speed of the car, and the recent news of flying demon in Clendenin, Nichol is satisfied that the story has a plausible natural explanation. And of course, the story is anecdotal only, and has its own credibility issues for whether anything took place at all, owl or not. Certainly 100 miles per hour is highly suspect, judging by a glance at the roads on Google Earth. Was this alleged nighttime chase truly unambiguous prophecy of destruction to come? Trying to connect the Mothman's appearance with the Silver Bridge collapse seems like a bit of a shoehorn job to me. They happened many miles and a full year apart. If you were a Mothman and wanted to foretell a bridge collapse, wouldn't you choose to appear closer to the bridge, or at least sooner before it happened? It's not even great fiction for Barker and Keel to have conceived. I'm sure lots of things happen in Point Pleasant during that intervening year, a lot closer to the bridge, and any of the events would make a more compelling candidate for an omen. The Mothman made news more recently when the I-35 West bridge over the Mississippi in Minneapolis, Minnesota collapsed in 2007, killing 13 people. It wasn't until after the bridge collapsed that people on internet forums, and in particularly a caller to Coast AM radio show, reported that the Mothman had been seen in Minneapolis prior to the collapse. Such reports are highly suspect, since there is no published reports of this at all, and people were simply regurgitating the Silver Bridge incident and the Mothman Prophecies movie. Any connections you may have heard between the Mothman and this later bridge collapse are pure ex post facto fantasies. Barker and Keel had both come to Point Pleasant to write UFO books. While they were watching the skies for UFOs and writing imaginative tales about men in black and government conspiracies and mysterious mysterious phone calls and strange warnings. Stories told by thrill-seeking kids and ladies who hadn't closed their curtains all the way stole the headlines. And later a real disaster that cost real lives and plummeted everyone in town into mourning brought the newspapers back down to earth. Barker and Keeling had a little choice but to include these events in their books. A frequent criticism of the movie Mothman Prophecies is which the filmmakers tried to condense Keel's book into something like a tellable story, is that there is no apparent connection between practically any of the events in the film, and that's perhaps the best way to conclude a skeptical examination to the story of the Mothman. A few vague reports, probably not connected, none of which had anything to do with the Silver Bridge, in structural collapse more than a year later. So that was by Brian Dunning. That's a really nice article, summing up the skeptical point of view. Here's some pictures from Snopes. So Mothman's returns to Point Pleasant, West Virginia. This was from 2016, and as you can see, these are the blurriest of blurred, but they look a lot better. They're not clearly not photoshopped. This is either the Mothman, a cryptid, or some kind of heron. Unproven. Ooh, from Snopes to be unproven. Interesting. A man in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, caught the legendary Mothman on camera. So on 20th November 2016, an unidentified man. Wrong one. There we go. Allegedly captured images of what is believed to be the Mothman. A photographer gave the pictures to the local news WCHS, claiming he took them while driving on State Route 2. As you can see, two-legged winged creature. Mothman has been part of local folklore. We've talked about that. More than likely a shite poke, a type of heron. The most realistic explanation of sightings of the so-called Mothman fell largely on deaf ears as the story went on to become folklore. So it just goes, oh, this is weird. So it just talks about the history of it. It doesn't actually go into whether this is real or not. Fair enough, Snopes. Fair enough. Right, last article. Can't be a random radio station website. So this is a relatively recent one. The Mothman, Good Samaritan, or Angel of Death. I love that. That's great. Hoping to see the Mothman this Halloween? It's probably best if you don't, since the winged creature is almost always followed by death or tragedy. But who or what is he? Or she? We don't know. The Do Go On podcast covered the cryptid with a special guest, Nick Mason. The sightings began in Point Pleasant. We've talked about this. The grave diggers. I'm not allowed to use that because of the country I'm in. We've read all this. We've read all this. That's awesome. They've made that more moth-like, haven't they? I think the original Mothman was more bird-like, but that's cool. The other theory goes around as part of a centuries-old curse, said Stewart. In the late 18th century, a Shawnee chief named Kitogwa, anglified to Chief Cornstalk, was brutally executed with his son and others on a diplomatic mission. Diplomacy. It is said that as the chief lay dying, he cursed the land, which later became the area stricken by falling bridges and exploding coal mines. The source Stewart found, which he said was pretty shaky, listed out disasters that have occurred in that region and attributed them, as well as the Mothman, to the curse. What do you think? It's a good place to end it. What do you think? Have you ever seen the Mothman? Have you heard of the Mothman? I think pretty much everyone has heard of the Mothman. It's become ingrained in our society, even across the Great Blue Ocean into Europe. We know of the Mothman, and maybe it's because of the media, books, TV, film. Maybe it's because of our similar stories of winged creatures in our folklore. No, wrong foot. No. And I really like the Mothman. I think it's an interesting creature. Like I said, I saw a big bird at one point on the side of a road. And maybe it was the Mothman. I don't know. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again next time on Conspiracy 101. Hi, my name is Alex Witney and this is Conspiracy 101, and today we're going to be looking into Paul is Dead. So, there are many variations of the musical conspiracy. This person is dead, this person is a twin, this person is etc, etc. And the Sir Paul McCartney conspiracy has been around for a very long time. It has lots of different variations, some of which we will discuss. If you don't know, Sir Paul McCartney, probably most famous for his band Wings, and he was also in a band called The Beatles as well, but that's kind of before my time. Where to start? This is a really tricky one because it's a broad, it has lots of different tendrils, this conspiracy, but it is all encompassing. There is just one conspiracy in that Paul died and was replaced. The different permutations of that is where all the different conspiracies come in, and the various hints that this is truth and not a conspiracy, or was hidden by other people other than the band members themselves, is what comes into play and what makes this a really interesting conspiracy. So, where better to start than the font of all knowledge, and it is the font of all knowledge. I wholeheartedly agree with that statement, but I made myself. With Wikipedia, which looks disgusting now, I have to admit, it doesn't look very good, but that happens. It's just one of those things. But I'll briefly read the Wikipedia, and then we'll move on, because the Wikipedia isn't great for the actual body of what we want to talk about, but it's very good for rebuttals. The anti-conspiracy conspiracy. Paul is Dead is an urban legend and conspiracy theory alleging that English musician Paul McCartney of The Beatles died on 9th of November 1966 and was secretly replaced by a lookalike. The rumour began circulating in 1967, gaining broad popularity in September 1969, following reports on American college campuses. According to the theory, or rumour, McCartney died in a car crash, and to spare the public from grief, the surviving Beatles replaced him with a McCartney lookalike, subsequently communicating this secret through subtle details on their albums. Proponents perceived clues among elements of Beatles songs and cover artwork. Clue hunting proved infectious, and by October 1969 had become an international phenomenon. The rumours declined after Life magazine published an interview with McCartney in November 1969. Declined, but it still continues. So, if we're not using Wikipedia, the font of all knowledge, where are we going to go? Well, obviously, we're going to go to the Beatles Bible. Not quite as popular as Jesus. The Paul is Dead myth. I think there's meant to be a photo there, but there isn't. Hi. The Paul is Dead myth began in 1969 and alleged that Paul McCartney died in 1966. The Beatles are said to have covered up the death despite inserting a series of clues into their songs and artwork. The story goes that at 5 AM on Wednesday the 9th of November 1966, McCartney stormed out of a session for the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band album, got into his Austin Healey car and subsequently crashed and died. Somewhat improbably, McCartney was said to have been replaced by a lookalike called variously William Shears Campbell or William Shepherd. William Campbell allegedly became Billy Shears on Sgt. Pepper, while William Shepherd was supposedly the inspiration behind the continuing story of Bungalow Bill, actually an American named Richard Cook III. There's a lot of names in these conspiracies that I don't understand the references to. I'm sure Beatles fans might get the references to some of these names, but I don't. So, apologies. In fact, the crash never happened. Between 6th and 19th of November 66, McCartney and his girlfriend Jane Asher were on holiday travelling through France and Kenya. However, a couple of relevant incidents did take place. On the 26th of December 65, McCartney crashed his moped, resulting in a chipped tooth, seen in the video for Paperback Writer and Rain, and a scar on his top lip, which he hid by growing a moustache. Additionally, on the 7th of January 67, McCartney's Mini Cooper was involved in an accident on the M1 motorway outside of London, as a result of which it was written off. However, the car was being driven by a Moroccan student named Mohammed Hadij, and McCartney was not present. Hadij was an assistant to London art gallery owner Robert Frazier. The pair turned up at McCartney's house on the evening of the 7th of January, and were later joined by Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Brian Jones, and antiques dealer Christopher Gibbs. The party decided to head to Jagger's home in Hertfordshire before moving on to the Redlands, Richard's Sussex mansion, and the scene of his later drugs bust. McCartney travelled with Jagger in the latter's Mini Cooper, while Hadij drove in McCartney's Mini. The two cars became separated during the journey. Hadij crashed McCartney's Mini and was hospitalised with injuries. The heavily customised car was highly recognisable, so rumours began circulating that McCartney had been killed in the accident. The following month, a paragraph appeared in the February 1967 edition of Beatles Book Monthly magazine, headed False Rumour. Stories about the Beatles were always flying around Fleet Street. The 7th of January was very icy with dangerous conditions on the M1 motorway linking London with the Midlands, and towards the end of the day a rumour swept London that Paul McCartney had been killed in a car crash on the M1. But, of course, there was absolutely no truth in it at all, as the Beatles press officer found out when he telephoned Paul's son St. John's Wood home, and was answered by Paul himself, who had been at home all day, with his black Mini Cooper safely locked up in the garage. Although the magazine downplayed the incident and claimed the car was in McCartney's possession. Ooh, the conspiracy. It begins! The origins of the myth. Belief that Paul McCartney may have died in the mid-60s began in 1969. The first known print reference was in an article written by Tim Harper, which appeared in the 17th September edition of the Times Delphic, the newspaper of Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa. Harper later claimed that he wasn't the original source for any of the claims of this article. He said that he was writing for entertainment purposes only, and said that he got the information from a fellow student, D'Artagnan Brown. Mr. Brown is said to have gotten the story from a musician who had heard it from the Californian West Coast. It's all a bit, what do you call it in America? Telephone. We call it Chinese whispers, which I don't think you're allowed to call it anymore. And that he also read the story in an underground newspaper, probably on the deep web. The rumours gained momentum on the 12th of October 1969 after an on-air phone call to radio presenter Russ Gibb, a DJ on WKNR-FM in Michigan. The caller, identified only as Tom, claimed that McCartney was dead, and he instructed Gibb to play Revolution 9 backwards, where he repeated number 9 phrase was heard as "Turn me on, dead man." Listening to the show was Fred LeBeau, an arts reviewer for student newspaper The Michigan Daily. LeBeau used clues from Gibbs' program along with others he had invented himself. Discovered himself, included the name of William Campbell, the alleged replacement for McCartney. I made the guy up. It was originally going to be Glenn Campbell with 2 N's. And then I said, that's too close. Nobody would buy that. So I made it up. William Campbell. The Michigan Daily published it on the 14th of October under the title, McCartney Dead. New evidence brought to light. Although clearly intended as a joke, it had made an impact far wider than the writer and his editor expected. Shortly after, Russ Gibbs co-produced a 1-hour special called The Beatle Plot, giving the rumour greater prominence. By then, it was well on its way to becoming a national, then international talking point, inspiring fans to pore over their albums for further clues. A British version of the rumour is believed to have existed prior to the American one, with fewer details. The sources are unknown, but the notion of McCartney dying in a road accident appeared to have originated there. Originated. That's how you pronounce that word. The Beatles' responses. I don't really want to get into the Beatles' responses. We'll get to that later. Dallas Scott, 20th of February, 2013. First of all, if there was any question about his death being real, and this a hoax did take place, they would have dug up the body and did DNA on it. Remember, we live in the 21st century and have numerous technology, ways and means. C. Boeing, in reply. Mr. Scott, you can't just go into cemeteries and start digging bodies up and performing DNA tests. They have certain protocol for that, and if it is true, do you think that the powers that be would just allow that? Beautiful correspondence, love it. Right, so that's roughly the detailings of it. At some point, the original Paul McCartney died and was replaced in some way. The next... awkward silence, part 1. The next one is from turnmeondeadman.com, and goes into the detail. It goes into the Paul is dead rumor again. I think I changed that to that one. That's better, yeah. And but this website has some really good pages on the albums and the clues, which we will go through, which I think is really interesting. Let's read through this. We'll skip bits if it's the same kind of stuff we've already read. The Paul is dead rumour. Rumours of Paul McCartney's death began to circulate in '69, a time when strained relationships among the Beatles were becoming public knowledge. Written versions of the story first appeared in college newspapers, etc., etc. The disc jockey, cover photo of Abbey Road, the Beatles' most recent release at the time, presented a funeral procession with John as the minister, Ringo as the undertaker, Paul as the corpse, and George as the grave digger. Other Beatles album covers also contain clues. The Caller claimed the few Beatles songs contained clues about Paul's death, including some that would be deciphered when records were played backwards. Gibb related the rumour of Paul's death on air, which brought a strong reaction from listeners, and the story spread rapidly after that. The rumour became so widespread that Life magazine sent a crew to Scotland to track Paul down and take photos of him. Paul had taken refuge from the Beatles' legal battles in his farm in Scotland, and he was not happy to be confronted by reporters. When the crew from Life magazine appeared on his farm, Paul became angry and doused the photographer with a bucket of water as he took pictures. The reporters quickly left, and Paul, realising the photos would cast him in a negative light, followed after them. In exchange for the film of his outburst, Paul agreed to let the Life crew do an interview. The resulting article, which went into some detail about the supposed clues to Paul's death, appeared as the cover story for the November 7th, 1969 issue. Paul is still with us. Is he? About the same time, a fan magazine appeared that reinforced many of the stranger elements of the Paul is dead rumour. A sloppy account rushed to newsstands to take advantage of the public fascination with the story. Paul McCartney dead. The Great Hoax went into some detail in presenting the story of Paul's death. The story was that Paul McCartney died in an accident. That Paul had picked up, this is different. Paul had picked up a female hitchhiker on his way to visit friends. The woman became so excited when she realised who she had picked her up, that she threw her arms around Paul and caused him to lose control of the car. Both Paul and his passenger were killed when the car swerved off the road and hit a stone fence. And here's where the story takes a turn for the ludicrous. Paul was decapitated in the accident, and the trauma to his head was so severe that even his dental records were useless in identifying the victim. Not wanting to lose potential record sales, record company executives suppressed the story of Paul's death and brought in a lookalike to replace him. For some reason, this is the part where you have to suspend disbelief. The surviving Beatles agreed to go along with this scheme, but they left clues on all their subsequent albums about Paul's death, and the imposter who took his place. Paul's stand-in was a man named William Campbell, who had won a Paul McCartney lookalike contest. With a little plastic surgery, William Campbell had taken Paul's place in photos of the group. The surgery had become successful except for a small scar above his lip. And as luck would have it, William Campbell could also sing and just happened to be a songwriter with an exceptional ear for pop melodies. Of course, Paul wasn't really dead, as he explained in a statement accompanying the Life magazine and several years later to Chris Farley on Saturday Night Live. But that still didn't stop fans from poring over Beatles albums for clues to Paul's untimely demise. Many of the supposed clues to Paul's death are simply vague references to death. Other clues are pictures of the Beatles that show Paul in a manner that is different from the other Beatles in some way. Spooky. Especially involving colours red, blood, or black, death. Most of the Paul is dead clues are simply the product of an obsessive search for significance, but a few are genuinely chilling. The Beatles all denied that they had perpetrated a hoax and insisted that none of the clues about Paul's supposed death had any significance whatsoever. According to Ringo, it's all a load of crap. That's a terrible Liverpudlian accent. Oh, no, let me try again. Thomas the Tank Engine. The Fat Controller. No, I can't do a Liverpudlian accent, sorry. Fat Controller. Nah. Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh no, what's happening to Thomas? Oh no. It's all a load of crap. Nah. It's not working. But I will persist. When asked if he had intentionally placed any of the clues, John denied it in similar terms. No. That was bullshit. The whole thing was made up. Lennon remembers. And then it talks about the DJ, various newspapers that purport it. I was one of the first to put it all together. Of course you are. Actual rumours of Paul's death is nothing new. A version of Paul is dead rumour existed in the UK at least as early as 1967, when Paul had been involved in an accident in 1966 and sustained only minor injuries. Much like the rumours about Bob Dylan's death followed his motorcycle accident, Paul was a subject of same sort of speculation. Just an aside, there are like changes in personality, aren't there, if you have an accident sometimes, if you have a certain brain injury. I know Gary Busey comes to mind when I think of that kind of stuff. If you have quite a bad brain injury, you can change the way you are, the way you act. Maybe some of these clues that we will see in the future are actually the band members realising that Paul has changed. Not necessarily dead, but just changed. Yes, the whole Paul is dead rumour was absurd, so why did it create such a stir? It may have something to do with the public's growing awareness that not all was well within the Beatles. It explained why Beatles had stopped touring, why their music and appearances had changed so dramatically in the late 60s, and why the Beatles seemed to be drifting apart. In his statement in Life magazine, that's quite different, that is, declared that he wanted to go on making good music. But the Beatles thing is over. It has been exploded by what we have done and partly by other people. Perhaps the anti-establishment sentiment of the time kept the rumour going. The rumour was initially told through alternative media, at a time when mistrust for the establishment was high among young people. When is it never high among young people? Okay, cool. And then came the internet. Ooh. Right, so which one should we do? Should we do Abbey Road first? Oh no, my internet died. No, it didn't. Yay! Paul is Dead clues on Abbey Road. The only one of these I've looked through is the Sgt. Pepper's one, which seems to be the one that people point to the most. But let's do Abbey Road first and just have a look. So here's the cover for Abbey Road. Can we open that? Make it nice? Kind of. That is a terrible, blurry copy of Abbey Road, but I'm sure you are more than familiar with such a picture. Oops, zoomed everything in. Right, Abbey Road, the last album the Beatles recorded together, was released in the fall of 1969. September 26th in the UK and October 1st in the US. Rumours that Paul McCartney had died in 1966 had been replaced by a look-alike who had been in the air for many months before the release of Abbey Road, but the story had mainly just circulated on college campuses. People in the know claim that the Beatles had left clues about Paul's death and replacements on their albums. Abbey Road served to fuel these rumours, and fears Paul McCartney had died became focus. Yeah, we've talked about this already. Yep, Life magazine. But it's difficult to analyse specific detail that triggered Paul is Dead hysteria. Abbey Road contributes several new clues to the story. The cover shows a photograph of the Beatles walking in step across the street from Abbey Road Studios. Resembles a funeral procession. Leading the procession in John is wearing white, symbolising the clergy, Ringo in black, the pallbearer or an undertaker. George, dressed in work clothes as a grave digger, and Paul the corpse, is out of step with the other Beatles leading with his right foot instead of his left. Although Paul's eyes are closed and he is barefoot, asserting that because people in many areas of the world are buried barefoot. Paul McCartney Dead, the great hoax, stated that this was a strong death symbol. Also, Paul is smoking a cigarette, also known as a coffin nail. He is holding the cigarette in his right hand, even though the real Paul McCartney was left-handed. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to have a bit of a drink. Oh, cranberry juice and gin, that's all you need. You don't even need to have lunch then. Excuse me. Excuse me. Sorry. Sometimes a little bit sick comes up and it comes out my nose. Oh no, my headset. We might need my doodad in a bit. So hopefully we'll be able to listen to some of the reversed stuff. Behind the Beatles on the left side of the street is a Volkswagen Beetle with a license plate reading 28IF, suggesting that Paul would have been 28 if he was still alive. Actually, Paul would have been 27 when Abbey Road was released. For those who thought that this was just too tantalising to let pass, Paul is Dead the Great Hoax explained, to the believer, 28 if does symbolically state Paul's age, since people, especially in the Near East where Paul learned mysticism, believed we are all 1 year old at birth, counting the 9 months of pregnancy. True, in this light, Paul would have been 28 if he lived. Emphasis in original. The first three letters of the license plate, LMW, has been interpreted as Linda McCartney Weeps. One problem with this interpretation, however, is that Paul is yet to meet Linda Eastman in '66, when Paul's fatal car accident supposedly occurred. A police van was parked on the opposite side of the street in the Abbey Road cover photo. Joel Glazier, author of Paul is Dead, Miss Him, is the fanzine Strawberry Fields Forever 51, asserted that the police who came to the scene of Paul's fatal accident in '66 were paid off to maintain secrecy. To Joel Glazer, the police van parked in the background is a reference to this. I don't know why it's gone a different size. Apologies. The back cover, which shows a young woman walking by a Walmart with an Abbey Road street sign, was also scrutinised for Paul is Dead clues, and the image on the back cover have given rise to some of the strangest clues. Embedded in the concrete are a set of tiles spelling out Beatles, and the S at the end of Beatles has a crack running through it. In The Walrus Was Paul, the great Beatle death clues of '69, Patterson suggests that this is an allusion to literary supernatural characters who assume any shapes desired. The shape appeared perfect at glance, but upon closer examination, a slight deformity was evident. He cited the character of Geraldine from Christabel by Samuel Taylor Coleridge and Lamia by John Keats, easily the most literary and far-fetched of the Paul is Dead clues. Okay, there's more. To the left of the tile spelling out Beatles are 8 dots, which are connected with the numeral 3. So the back cover actually reads 3 Beatles. In 1970, Joel Glazer visited the wall where the photo was taken, and he counted 13 dots. His conclusion was that the Beatles had intentionally cropped the picture to reveal the number of the remaining Beatles. Also, he noted that to the right of the tiles is a very odd shadow that looks like a skull. Patterson reports but a number of conspiracy theorists thought that the woman walking by was Jane Asher, Paul's girlfriend at the time of his fatal accident. Conspiracy theorists believe that she may have been aware of Paul's death and replacement by a lookalike, so she must have been paid to keep quiet about the whole matter. Joel Glazer, however, asserted that the woman's image was included on the back cover because it contained a visual reference to Paul McCartney. He suggested that if you look at the elbow of the woman in the photo from a distance, you can see Paul McCartney's profile with his nose and upper right corner of the picture and the woman's elbow forming a mouth. I don't think I'm seeing that. Those looking... Oh my god, how long is this? Oh, okay, it's not that long. It's just full of things. It's full of comments. I looked at the sidebar. I was like, oh my gosh. Those looking for references to Paul's death listen closely to the lyrics of the songs on Abbey Road. As R. Gowdy Patterson points out, the tone of Come Together suggests an underlying tragedy was hidden beneath the lyrics, and the cryptic imagery of the song lends itself to imaginative interpretation. The opening line of the song, Here Come Old Flat Top, might refer to the injuries to the head Paul sustained in his fatal crash. He Wear No Shoe Shine may refer to a barefoot Paul in the cover photo for the LP. Got to Be Good Looking Cause He's So Hard to See may refer to the absence of the cute Beatle. Got to Be the Joker, He Just Do What He Please might refer to the Great Hoax, Paul's replacement by a lookalike, and the line One and one and one is three might mean that there are now 3 Beatles instead of 4. The medley that dominates side 2 of the LP offered plenty of fodder for conspiracy theorists as well. The interlocking set of 8 songs from You Never Give Me Your Money to The End may not have been thematically related, but the song fragments fit together well. This form was fairly... I give up. This is not evidence. Paul is live. Oh, live. Paul is live, not live. I love it. It's interesting to consider why Abbey Road was the album that triggered the Paul is Dead hysteria. Perhaps the growing awareness that all was not well with the Beatles contributed to this phenomenon, but this does not completely explain why Paul is Dead's story took on a life of its own at this particular time. In his book, Watch the Skies, a chronicle of flying saucer myth, Curtis Peebles suggests that the incident that took place in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947 did not have much of an impact on mainstream culture until decades later because the mythology about UFOs was not yet in place to support the story. Only after key elements of UFO mythology was established did this story spread beyond a small group of conspiracy theorists. Similarly, the Paul is Dead mythology was not fully in place until 1969 when college students organised the clues into a narrative. I would point in particular to Fred LeBour, who created key elements of the story that would be later repeated as true, such as the identity of Paul's double, etc., etc. Okay, Abbey Road, not great. Let's go on to the clues on Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band, which seems to be a bit more, not grounded, substantial, that's the word I'm looking for. In the Paul is Dead mythology, if Abbey Road is the funeral procession, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Club Band is the burial. The Beatles had decided to stop touring and focus on experimenting with new sounds in the recording studio. It was Paul's idea that the Beatles immerse themselves in an alternate identity for the 1967 release. The name Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band was a play on the verbose hippie-era band names, as Paul explained in the Beatles anthology. It was the start of the hippie times, and there was a jingly-jangly happy aura around all around in America. I started thinking about what would be a really mad name to call a band. At the time, there were lots of groups with names like Laughing Joe and his Medicine Band, or Cole Tucker's Medicinal Brew and Compound. all that old western going around on wagon stuff, with long rambling names, and so in the same way that I am the walrus John would throw together choking smokers and elementary penguin, I threw those words together. Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. I took an idea back to the guys in London as we were trying to get away from ourselves, to get away from touring and into a more surreal thing. How about if we become an alter ego band, something like, say, Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts? I've got a little bit of a song cooking with that title. The cover then shows the Beatles assuming this new identity and laying to rest their earlier image as the Fab Four. People looking for clues on Paul's death, however, interpreted the cover of Sergeant Pepper as representing Paul's burial and the end of the Beatles as we had known them. With its iconic cover featuring so many images from popular culture, Sergeant Pepper is rife with Paul is dead clues. The new psychedelic Beatles stand centre, while wax images of the younger Beatles look mournfully on their gravesite because the Beatles were no longer the same band. Looking at the older psychedelic Beatles, you'll notice a couple of odd things. While the rest of the Beatles are standing at an angle, Paul is facing the camera as though he was being supported by his bandmate standing at his sides. While the rest of the Beatles are holding brass band instruments, Paul's core anglaise is black, death, and wooden, coffin. A hand is over Paul's head as though he was being blessed by a priest before being interred. In Strawberry Fields Forever 51, Joel Glazer points out that the hand belongs to Stephen Crane, who wrote a short story called The Open Boat, based on his experience of surviving a shipwreck. He and 3 other men made it to a lifeboat, but one of the men drowned when the boat capsized. In his fictionalized version of the story, though, Billy, the only character referred to by name, is the strongest of the 4 men in the boat. He drowns when they try to swim to shore. Glazer also notes that Stephen Crane died in his 20s, and a number of other figures depicted on the cover died tragic deaths as well, including Jane Mansfield, who was decapitated in a car crash. Across the gravesite is a bass guitar orientated the way Paul, who was left-handed, would play it. The strings of the instrument are made of sticks, but there are only 3 sticks rather than 4, just as there would be only 3 Beatles without Paul. With a little imagination, you can see that the yellow hyacinths spell out Paul, ? Or, looked at another way, the flowers form the letter P. Okay. Joel Glazer points to the cover, perhaps the most imaginative interpretation of the image on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's. If you hold a mirror across the middle of the words Lonely Hearts, written across the centre of the bass drum, you will see IONIX He'd Die. When arranged as I19 He Die, his image suggests that the date 11/9 or November 11th, 66, that Paul died is, as the diamond between the words he and die points directly at Paul. The one problem with his interpretation is that British write dates as day, month, year rather than the American month, day, year, which would make this September the 11th rather than November the 11th. So Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Band album cover predict 9/11. Now that is a conspiracy, meaning that one of the 4 is gone, and then he die points to Paul is the missing Beatle. The doll at the right side of the picture, the cloth figure of Shirley Temple, wears a sweater that reads Welcome the Rolling Stones. Joel Glazer asserts that the Rolling Stones helped to cover up Paul's death, and the reference on the cover was a thank you from the Beatles. This message also suggests that without the Beatles, the Rolling Stones would have been the undisputed leading rock and roll band. A model of an Aston Martin, the type of car Paul supposedly driving at the time of his fatal accident, is leaned against the doll's leg. Okay. The interior of the car is red, symbolising Paul's bloody accident. Also, the cloth grandmother figure, whose lap the Shirley Temple doll is resting, is wearing a blood-stained glove. Ooh. The Japanese stone figure at the feet of the wax images of the younger Beatles has a line on its head, representing the head wounds that Paul sustained in his fatal accident. The four-armed Indian doll at the front of the picture is Shiva, a symbol of both destruction and creation. The four-armed Indian doll at the front... Oh, I've just read that bit. Two of the doll's arms are raised, one pointing to a wax image of the younger Paul and the other pointing at Paul himself. The television set on the ground to the right of the Beatles is turned off, suggesting that the news of the tragedy had been suppressed. The album cover of Sgt. Pepper's band was... innovative in several ways. It was one of the first to feature a gatefold sleeve which allowed the Beatles an especially large space for a band photo. Let's just have a look at this. It's not very good quality, is it? There's better quality out there. You've got a little monkey. Where's Shiva? There's Shiva pointing. We've got the weird doll with TV off. Very odd. Oh, it's done that thing again. Very, very odd. In the photo, Paul is wearing a patch with the letters OPD, interpreted as officially pronounced dead. In his article in Life magazine, John Neary reported that the phrase is equivalent of dead on arrival in British police jargon. Interesting. In the same Life magazine article, Paul stated, "It's all bloody stupid. I picked up OPD badge in Canada. It was a police badge. Perhaps it meant Ontario Police Department or something." This explanation didn't help to clarify anything, however, because there is no such thing as an OPD, or Ontario Police Department. Well, except in California, that is. The badge Paul was wearing actually reads OPP, which stands for Ontario Provisional Police. The angle of the photograph makes the P look like a D. Cool. Another distinguishing feature of the Sgt. Pepper was that it was the first album to have the song lyrics printed in full on the album cover. On the original LP, the song lyrics are printed on the back cover of the picture of the Beatles, over the picture of the Beatles. Unlike the rest of the Beatles, Paul has his back turned to the camera, the three black buttons on the back of his coat representing the mourning of the three other Beatles. Though John, Paul and George were all about the same height, Paul appears taller than the other Beatles, suggesting that he is ascending. Next to Paul's head are the words "Without You," from the song title "With You, Without You." Within You, Without You. Also, George appears to be pointing at the words "Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock as the day begins," which was supposed to have been the time of Paul's fatal accident. George positioned his hand in this way not to point at the printed lyrics, but to make the letter L, the rehearsed letter in the word love, as the Beatles appear to be spelling out the word love with their hands. In addition to George pointing his finger in the shape of an L, John's hands are raised in a V, Ringo's clasps form an E, and the O is missing as Paul's hands are not visible. The lyrics themselves seem to be revealing information about Paul's death and replacement by a lookalike. The title song introduces Billy Shears, who then tells the audience, "With a little help from my friends, lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song, and I'll try not to sing out of key." Paul's replacement, William Campbell, but here referred to as Billy Shears, was still working on perfecting his singing voice. Several songs have references to the tragic accident. Good Morning opens with the line, "Nothing to do to save his life, call his wife in." One story of Paul's fatal accident was that he picked up a woman named Rita, and she became so excited when she realised she was in the car with Paul McCartney that she threw herself on him. As told in the song Lovely Rita, "I took her home, I nearly made it." In A Day in the Life, John sings ominously of a car crash. He blew his mind out in a car. He hadn't noticed that the lights had changed. A crowd of people stood and stared. They'd seen his face before. Nobody was really sure if he was from the House of Lords. Paul McCartney dead, the great hoax asserts. On the album, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, one of the songs, A Day in the Life, has been interpreted as Paul's official death announcement. In the lyric of the song is the phrase he blew his mind out in the car. This is to support the theory that Paul did die in an automobile accident in November 1966, more precisely, that he was decapitated. Also, according to Joel Glazer, towards the end of Sgt. Pepper, the reprise, you can hear a voice shouting, "Paul is dead, yeah, really, really dead." This is one is very much open to suggestion, however, as Andrew Reeve, the voice shouting, Paul McCartney is dead, everybody really, really dead. Another bit of audio that has been subject to scrutiny is the Sgt. Pepper in a Groove. The Beatles produced a few seconds of gibberish that would play indefinitely for those with turntables that did not shut off automatically. Here is it played forward, and here is it in reverse. So let's have a listen, people. Right, I'm going to mute myself, and then I'm going to press play. So. Okay, and now here it is in reverse. I'm not so sure, that kind of sounds like gibberish. What's it meant to say? A variety of interpretations of this bit of audio have been put forth, some relevant to the Paul is dead story, but most not. Long after the release of Sgt. Pepper, Paul McCartney was frustrated by all the rumours of secret messages, reported in Rolling Stone that he played Sgt. Pepper's In a Groove backwards, and there it was, plain as anything. Well, fuck you like Superman, I thought. Jesus, what can you do? I honestly don't know what I just read there. December 8th, 1980. 12/08, 1980. 12 plus 8 plus 19 plus 80 equals 119. He die. Wow. Right, what are the other ones? Let's have a look. I might not go as deep in the other ones. I might just click on them. So let's go through them. TurnMeOnDeadman.com. I don't know what internet, I don't know what like servers it's using, but they're not very quick. There we go. Right. So this is clues on Magical Mystery Tour. That doesn't seem to be. I just want pictures, goddammit. Pictures of the Beatles. Oh yeah, that's a bolt. That's just a sugar skull, isn't it? Like they're used. I've seen a lot in lots of different things. Upside down mirror, suppose of his secret phone number. The phone number of a cover is supposed to be. It could be any of these. No telling what city. Maybe London. Information on Paul's death and person would take a trip to. Okay, that would be awesome. One of the best known Paul is Dead audio clues comes from the end of Strawberry Fields Forever. As the song is fading out for a second time, John apparently says, I buried Paul. Again, working on my Liverpudlian accent. It's coming there. That does sound like I buried Paul. Let's listen to it one more time. Right, let's hear the actual reason for it. The clue is more apparent when the record is played at 45, using the terms of that don't. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I know what 45s are. As John's voice sounds as if it had been slowed down. Actually, John was saying cranberry sauce, which is much more apparent in the Take 7 and Edit piece version of the song, apparently on which appeared on Anthology 2. So let's have a listen to that. Yeah, I guess. Paul explained that John's humour, John would say something totally out of sync, like cranberry sauce. If you don't realise that John's apt to saying something like cranberry sauce when he feels like it, then you start to hear funny little words there. You think, aha, Another interesting clue on Magical Mystery Tour is the opening verse of Blue Jay Way, and Drew Reeve reports that the ghostly background vocalizations are as follows. There's a fog upon LA, and my friends have lost their way. We'll be over soon, they said. So Paul died, Paul is buried. I can hear that. I can hear that. Okay, so there's the I Am Walrus song, which apparently has more info, but he's done a post separately to that. And here it is. I Am the Walrus is on the Beatles' 1967 Magical Mystery Tour. Because of the strange imagery, I Am a Walrus has long been closely scrutinised by people looking for clues that Paul McCartney died in '66. It's creepy. It's just creepy, isn't it? It looks like something out of a horror movie. Okay, I'm not. It's just. Yeah, I'm not reading that. All right, let's go on to the next one. An interview with John, a bunch of stuff. Interesting interpretations of Walrus. Okay, I don't care. Alternative conspiracy theory. Ringo is dead. Paul is dead. Or is Ringo dead? Do you want to know that secret? Oh my gosh. We've stumbled upon the true conspiracy. Right. A lot of information there. Let's settle it down with some eye candy. Sometimes you go on a website and you realise this is the real deal. And I think now 45 minutes in, most people who aren't interested in the real conspiracies have gone. It's just you and me. Are you ready? Because this website's going to assault your eyes. So this is The Brainwashed Housewife. I swear this is about. There we go. Do I want to click on that? No, I don't think I want to. There we go. Sir Paul McCartney was Phil Ackrill, the second replacement Paul. The second replacement? How many replacements were there? If you can't see at least that there was an imposter from these two photos, then you might not be ready for a new hairdo. They're different people, apparently. This is a lot of evidence. I like this. So, like I said at the top of the show, the main Paul is dead theory is that he died in a car crash and was replaced. There are other theories out there, one that we'll get to right at the end, in which that he was a twin, in which there were 3 or 4 different replacements at different times, that they were around at the same time. Alright, so James Paul 68, Trevor Philip Ackrill 68, after Beetle Bill is being Piggy, George Harrison. Okay, so I think they're different people. Oh, he's saying shush. The symbol of shh, or be quiet, is a reference to the science program of MK Ultra. We've discussed MK Ultra on this show. The slaves are programmed to never speak of what they know. This is also a reference to keeping quiet. Oh, no, about the Illuminati secrets. When someone takes an oath to sell their soul, they also take an oath of silence. See, all these people. Illuminati, Illuminati, MK Ultra. MK Ultra, Illuminati, Illuminati, MK Ultra. Ooh, that's a close-up. So this is him 68 for Hey Jude. It's green eyes for Phil. And brown eyes again for a bit. James Paul McCartney back for Let It Be and The Rooftop. Yeah, that is kind of, I wouldn't say it's damning, but it is weird. And I appreciate the lights and stuff can really affect eye colour, and I think that's probably what's going on here, but it does look odd. Keep scrolling then. Ever notice someone was telling you that the fabricated band was all hung up? Okay, is this just the other person? Is that what he's meant to be? The following tale is pure and simple chaos magic. None of this is real. On this page you'll find a picture with 3 Paul McCartneys. The following is what you are intended to believe and fight tooth and nail in your view alone as being insightful. It is not possible to be correct about this topic. All forums are infiltrated and monitored. This blog is a compilation of what is out there in 2014. Here is a brief introduction as to what we are already involved in. James Paul McCartney. Paul circa 1960, Paul circa 1975. Okay. Does he have... Why has he got an extra lip? There were 3 at one time. James Paul, William Shepherd, and Phil. So, by far, Phil is the most talented replacement. Phil Ackroyd in English Gematria equals 666. Illuminati formula used to create Total Mind Control Slave by Fritz Springmeier and Siko... This is all over the place, this is, isn't it? The Trevor Philip Ackroyd hairdo scroll. Scroll that way? Ah! Ah! What's he doing out there? Is this... So he evolved into him. Again, look into Phil Ackroyd's eyes. More info below. This photo shows clearly that the whole Paul is Dead was planned, set up before 66. Look into his eyes. He was zapped. See the little yellow and black book cover above. Before it was decided to introduce LSD and satanic fun into society, look for him below in the opening down the bus aisle shot at the very beginning of the Magical Mystery Tour. Okay. It's about the arched eyebrow and the bass guitar pick. Read on, be forewarned. It's a spell. I feel like this is like I'm going down a rabbit hole with this and it's just gonna... Measured with core angar lies. Oh, that's that weird instrument, isn't it? Old John and Paul 5'7". New John 6 foot and 5'11". My God, they had their legs stretched out. Does your hairdo by chance notice a hair height change? Okay. Oh, I see. That's what they were getting at the beginning. He's way taller. Okay. That's such a cool picture. I like it when 1960s pictures are like copied properly over to the internet and you can see them in their detail. Oh, now it's on to something different. Origins and techniques of monarch mind control. Using mirrors. Is that Paul? So guess which fabricated band was mind controlled from the start? This is a different conspiracy, this is, isn't it? The Beatles, the occult and masonry. I had become a craftsman and I could have continued being a craftsman. Lennon in the 1981 famous Playboy interview. Huh. The Beatles driver. What? Nothing is real. It's really not. But around here you get to make up your mind. What's going on? Many researchers conclude this is Bill Shepherd, aka Billy Shears, a play on sheep herder, possibly a typical Lennon creation, who went down to Kenya with Mal Evans, brainwashed hairdo manager, during the months before Paul McCartney reappeared. Might very well be. Okay. So this is also Paul Shepherd. His name was William Shepherd, and he was with the Canadian Province Corps, a division of the Canadian Military Police. And that's why he was wearing that badge. Okay, this is a good little breakdown. So this is Phil. This is Billy. Okay, so that's Phil Ackrell. That's William Shears. Shepherd. And that's Paul. These are all different people, apparently. I think. James Paul McCartney was a brilliant bassist and musician who was also under mind control from an early age, in our opinion. He magically plucked the bass with a pick. You can play bass with a pick if you want to. So that's Paul, and this is Billy. Billy, Paul, Paul, Billy, Billy, Paul, Paul, Billy, William, Paul, Billy. That's the same picture we looked at earlier. Now we're talking about his sons. EMI, a key member of Britain's military intelligence establishment, has been linked to mind control. Watch for 15 seconds. Okay. What's going on? I don't understand. Multiple pools in reality. So multiple. Oh look, there's 2 pools. 3 pools. 1, 2, 3. Oh, back to the eyes. Everyone had a facelift. Okay. Phil Ackrell before surgery, after surgery. False pool, real pool. Nice change of chin. So he had a different chin. Oh, John Lennon had a different chin. There he is, fake Paul. But he's right-handed. That would be really annoying, having to learn how to play left-handed. Not impossible, but annoying. Phil above, playing right-handed. Hold the clippers. The mop of hair hanging above his left eye looks suspiciously like a wig. What? Is he wearing a wig? It's just, everything's mushed, isn't it? The eyes. Eye transplants. Can you get eye transplants? That's something we need to look into. The eyes. Look at the eyes. Okay, now they're looking at his son. Who is that? That's Vivian. I love this website. I love it so much. Is that the same weird look at it for 15 seconds? Is it going to change? So now they're talking about the Diplomats, which is a different band. Again, Eyes, Phil Ackrell. Him and his kids with his 70s do. I don't think that guy is Paul McCartney. Now they're talking about Satan. Accountancy? I don't need accountants. Let's read the top comment. This is from Move, an ELP drummer, Bev Bevan's diary for the 3rd of the 4th, 809. I'm guessing that's 2009, not 1909. March 7th. My old friend Phil Ackrell's birthday today. Phil was with me back in the mid-60s in Denny Lane and the Diplomats. We celebrated it at my local pub, restaurant, along with the old friends Carrots, Iomis, Gibbons, Trees, Hillies, Mayers and Ackrells, of course. A good mixture of professions for the men there. A drummer, a comedian, a guitarist, a football manager, a bass guitarist, a craft centre owner and 2 accountants. So either Phil Ackrell is not Paul McCartney, but Bev Bevan's accountant, or Paul McCartney does Bev Bevan's accountants. I wouldn't put that past Paul McCartney. I think he's more than capable of doing accounts. Okay, so what does the main man himself have to say? He has numerously said different things, but this is from the Echo from 2022, so relatively recently. The rumour that Paul McCartney died in 1967 has been around for decades. Those unaware, the legend goes that following a Beatles bust-up, Macca sped off in his car, and while distracted hadn't noticed some change in traffic lights. He was then reported by some accounts to have been decapitated in a car accident and replaced by a look-alike. The myth picked up traction around 1969 when on October 12, a caller at a Detroit radio station told disc jockey Russ Gibb about the rumour and the clues. People say suggest it's true. Gibb and other callers then discussed the rumour on air for the next hour, and the myth then exploded in popularity. Toilet once owned by John Lennon goes on display in Liverpool. Need to get there and see it. The caller to Russ Gibb's show claimed that if Gibb were to play the Beatles' avant-garde sound collage, Revolution 9 backwards, they would hear a message, "Turn me on, dead man." This was supposedly a reference to McCartney's death. There were many clues alluding to Macca's death and other works by the Beatles. On the back of cover Sgt. Pepper, McCartney has his back to the camera, and George Harrison's thumb is pointing to the lyric, Wednesday morning at 5 o'clock, apparently the time that Paul met his maker. Also, on the sleeve of Sgt. Pepper, a mysterious hand is held over the head of McCartney, which many believe is an ancient death symbol of either the Greeks or the American Indians. It's one of them. I don't know which. You choose. Paul has taken a step from the public eye at this point, opting to spend more time with his wife Linda. However, years later, he would address the rumours. In 2019, he said, "I know all of the rumours because I was asked about them. There would literally be someone ringing up to ask, 'Are you dead?' I said, 'Well, no, I'm answering this phone call.' And the reply would be, 'Well, I can't be sure it's you.' So then you actually do get a bit paranoid about yourself." There we go. So even that doesn't like confirm it either way, does it? That's just Paul McCartney going, well, people say I'm dead. I'm not, but thinking about it, I might be. I really could be. I just don't know. Right. I'm not. I've clicked it out. I was going to go back to Wikipedia, but you know what? There's no point. I think we've covered a lot so far. So let's go back. Let's do one more conspiracy. We're going back to the best, to the one, the only, Reformation.org. Top secret McCartney twins. Beatle Paul McCartney had a twin brother named Michael who was disappeared around 1956. Around 1962, he was resurrected using the name Mick McGear. I love you, Reformation.org. You are brilliant. The real Paul McCartney and the rest of the Fab Four, why Titanic, I don't think that's a real word, but I love its use, after their last concert in Candlestick Park, San Francisco on August 29, 1966. Most people would not credit Adolf Hitler as being one of the founders of rock and roll, but he did play a vital role in bringing the confirmed bachelor Jim McCartney and Mary Mohan together. In June 1940, Papal Irish Jim McCartney and Mary Mohan were forced to spend the night together during one of the Hitler's bombing raids in the Liverpool docks. Mary had a vital position as a midwife because Catholics believed that all unbaptized babies went to limbo. Beatles fans can thank Hitler for bringing the couple together. That's one way to look at it. Jim was 39 years old at the time and a confirmed bachelor. Coincidentally, the same night that the Third Reich showered Liverpool's busy harbour with bombs, forcing Jim and Mary to spend the night huddled together downstairs. It was love under duress, Mike McCartney told me in a 1984 interview in Liverpool. They were together ever after, even until Mum's sad passing. There is another Beatles connection to Nazi Germany through Volkswagen Beetle car. I wouldn't say that's the Beatles connection. The twins were born on June 18th, 1942 in Walton Hospital, Liverpool. The twins were born under Gemini zodiac sign. Fortune tellers cannot explain how two totally different personalities can have the same sign. Paul and Michael dressed alike. Twins, Paul and Michael as infants, apparently. The father was allowed to visit them in hospital because Mary worked there as a nurse. He was appalled at the condition after all bloody and kicking and punching each other in the womb. Jim attributed the survival to papal miracle. Okay, yeah, twins are a miracle. Father McCartney and his 7-year-old twins. The McCartney twins, aged 9. I'm guessing this isn't really twins, this is brother and brother, isn't it? Paul McCartney at the Liverpool Institute in 1956. Mother Mary died of cancer in 1956, she was only 47. Twin brother Mike seemed to disappear about that time also because there are no more photos of him available. Mike McGee, aka Mike McCartney. The fake Paul McCartney and the fake... What? A substitute for missing Mike was found. He looked nothing like the real Mike. Paul McCartney look-alike did exist, but he was reserved for a later assignment. What? Before Mr. Lincoln became president, nobody cared about his family history. What? I feel like I only skipped one sentence, and now I don't know where I'm going. The Beatles and Pope Benedict XIII connection. The cover album of with the chopped up babies. Handicapped Beatles fan waiting to be healed. The Twin Queen presented Twin Beatle with a medal. Oh yeah. Yeah, he thinks that the twins also are fake. The twins also are fake? Oh my god. The Queen was also a fake. Paul and Putin. Okay, the real President Putin was a highly intelligent and patriotic Russian. I want to revise this slightly. Who had tremendous responsibility of saving Christian civilization. He had no time to host or hobnob with an MI6 agent impersonating a dead Beatle. The man who met him in Moscow was a dead ringer for President Putin. Oh, okay, so that's not President Putin. Okay. If you ever, he took a crash course in English. He does speak English really well, and if you hear him speak English, it's hilarious. He doesn't have a very nice accent. It's horribly high-pitched and whiny, and quite effeminate. Not that that's a bad thing, but considering the personage that he portrays, it's quite funny. Okay. Fake Putin having fake tea with fake Paul and his wife. Is Heather Mills real, though? Is she real? So successful was the real President Putin in saving his country and the entire free world that he was assassinated in 2014 and the dead ringer replaced him. That makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. Beatles were Titanic in 1966. Yeah, perfect. Let's just end it on that. What a strange conspiracy. And I've not even looked at to scrape this like a sliver, like a millimetre off the surface of something that goes down for miles. This is a crazy conspiracy with lots and lots and lots of just ins and outs and variations on it. Like in the time we were looking at, there were a replacement for a death, there were 3 beetles at one time, and there was also beetle twins that were both replaced. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. I love it. Absolutely love it. What do you think? If you've made it this far and you've listened to the whole thing, what are your thoughts on the Beatles conspiracy? It's a strange conspiracy. Is Paul dead? I don't know. I'll see you again next time. Bye. Hi, my name is Alex Witney and this is Conspiracy 101, and today we're going to be looking at death on Everest. So this is a bit of a kind of a special episode. Every now and then we do episodes that aren't necessarily conspiracies. There are some conspiratorial views that we'll get into regarding some of the deaths on Everest, and we're not going to be able to cover every single one because lots of people die trying to climb Mount Everest. And just to warn you, straight off the bat, we're going to be looking at quite a lot of pictures and talking about lots of accounts of what's happened, and it's quite macabre, it's quite somber. So just to warn you, if you're not familiar with deaths on Everest, then take this video slowly and maybe don't watch it. Some of the pictures are quite gruesome. When and if we get to them, which we will, I'll pre-warn a little bit about some of the bodies. Some of them aren't, it's the ideas behind it rather than the actual picture itself, if that makes sense. Because of the amount of gear that you wear going up Mount Everest, a lot of the bodies just look like piles of clothes. But just to pre-warn you, it's a very interesting topic, something I've known about for a very long time, and it's one of those things that once it's in your brain, it never leaves you. And I like those things. It is macabre, it is a bit depressing, but it leaves you with a sense of wonder. It's that curiosity, isn't it? It's that black curiosity where it's sort of like, oh, why and how? And those are the things we're going to talk about today. There are 4 bodies on Everest that are going to be the principal actors in this episode, and we will be talking about them extensively, but we'll also be talking about other people and Everest as a whole, mountaineering, climbing as a whole, and the idea of Sherpas, the Nepalese people who help take people up Mount Everest, and also the commercialization of Mount Everest as it became, pay to climb kind of thing. So, first off, most of these are, we're not going to do Wikipedia as much, we do Wikipedia a little bit. Most of these are sort of articles written on various different websites and image boards and a couple of wiki style entries. And so let's get into it, probably with the most famous picture in, that's the wrong one, in Death on Everest, or Deaths on Everest, is Green Boots, and there he is. But let's start this. This is something interesting, the website. And over 200 dead bodies on Mount Everest. And although this is from 2011, as of mid-2011, it misses out a few of the later things that happened in terms of the avalanches that have killed large numbers of people. This has a really good sort of write-up and pictures of the... zoom out a little bit. Oh, that's too close. There we go, something like that. And see, now I'm not high enough. This is the kind of stuff that professionals do before the show, but I'm not a professional, so there we go. That'll do. I don't mind. That's fine. Sit up straight. Sit up straight, Alex. So, as of mid-2011, Mount Everest has claimed the lives of over 216 known mountain climbers. The area above 26,000 feet is called the Death Zone, where breathing fresh oxygen from canisters is necessary for all but the most experienced climbers. And that will come into play a few times. The atmospheric pressure is about a third of what it is at sea level, meaning there is about 1/3 the amount of oxygen to breathe. The air is so thin, recovery of bodies has proven impossible, and for many, Everest is where they take their last breath. This will come up again and again. Why aren't the bodies removed? Why are they left there? And the main reason is it's very, very hard, if not impossible, to remove them. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of people to even get up there. And then to move stuff when it's very hard to even move yourself, it means that the bodies are left and often become sort of markers or waypoints. Some bodies are moved so that they're not in the way, and we'll get to that later. But that's not necessarily means, you know, bringing them off the mountain. It just means pushing them out of the way. This is Hillary. So Edmund Hillary and Tenzing Norgay, who are the first people to successfully climb Mount Everest. Which is just a really cool picture, isn't it? But there were attempts before, and there were attempts after, and lots of people died. And that's why we're here, that's what we're talking about. Sergei and Francis Arsenyev, and she is Sleeping Beauty. So some of these are given names. So for example, Green Boots, obviously because of his green boots. Sleeping Beauty is given her name Sleeping Beauty, and you'll see why in a bit. And we have sort of articles written about specific people, and we'll go through them as we come up to them. So, Sergei. Please don't leave me, the dying woman cried. Two climbers heard the screams of Francis Arsenyev, an American climber who had fallen after succumbing to snow blindness and found herself separated from her husband. So, snow blindness is basically this UV light is really, it's not, it comes through the atmosphere, and usually it gets filtered out by our atmosphere, but because they're so high up, it's not, and that can affect your sight. Also, you can go blind because of various things going on in your body, like edemas and the lack of oxygen to the brain. So there's lots of different reasons why you can go snowblind, and it happens a lot. They were in the death zone. They were low on oxygen, and the woman was on the side of a steep cliff. Carrying her was not an option. The trip just to get down to her would be a risk of their own lives. Despite the risks, two climbers, Ian Woodall and Kathy O'Dowd, climbed down to her and did what they could to give her assistance. But it was too late. Ian and Kathy administered oxygen and tended to Fran, but there was nothing they could do. They returned to base camp to seek help and report their findings. So I think this is a later picture. I don't think this is actually them happening now. And this is what's really awkward and hard to find information on. Some of the pictures are recreations and not necessarily actually when and what happened. And it's quite hard to distinguish between them because the internet is a flood with different types of pictures. So there you go, this isn't the first time, this is 8 years later. 8 years later, the two climbers would return above in an attempt to give Frances a makeshift high-altitude burial. They would place an American flag on her body, along with a note from her family. At the time of Frances's death, in 1998, no one knew what had happened to her husband and climbing partner Sergei. He had been climbing with her and had disappeared around the same time. All that they had found were his pickaxe and rope. On the day Frances died, other climbers had last seen Sergei far ahead of Frances on the descent after the two had accidentally become separated. There they are. Looking for his wife, Sergei later backtracked towards the summit despite knowing he did not have enough oxygen to last. His exposure to the harsh conditions on Everest so far had been all he could handle, and he was beginning to suffer from frostbite. That happens a lot up there. Still, Sergei would not leave his wife behind. Sergei had made his way back to Frances and descended toward the cliff she lay on as she screamed for help. Sadly, he fell to his death trying to reach his wife. So, this is her. And this is her as she is now, with the makeshift burial. Quite grim, but she is remembered as Sleeping Beauty because of the way she was laid for a considerable amount of time. Let's see if I can. There we go. So, The final hours of Francis Arsenyev, Mount Everest Sleeping Beauty. So this is from 2018, and all that is interesting.com. Francis Arsenyev climbed Everest without supplemental oxygen, but even the experienced climber and her husband were no match for the deadly mountain. So now it's up to 280 people. So this is 2018, more than 60 years, including Francis. One night in 1998, 11-year-old Paul Di Stefano woke up from a terrible nightmare. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So it was the woman asking. But anyway, here's a picture of her as she lay for a while, and that's why she was called Sleeping Beauty. Reaching the summit without supplemental oxygen, which is a very odd way of putting it, isn't it? We'll get into some of the facts and figures at some point, but again, this talks about Ian Woodall and Cathy O'Dowd trying to help her. And then there's the picture of her from 2007 with a flag. Yeah. Which, honestly, that is probably one of the best outcomes in terms of an actual burial, or some people wanting to help her even though she'd died, which is quite nice. So, again, green boots. Now this is a really interesting one because there's a lot of but you don't really know, basically. It's kind of a bit of a, we think it's this person. So possibly the most famous body on Everest is that of Green Boots, real name Siwang Paljor, an Indian climber and constable with the Indo-Tibetan Border Police. Paljor's body appeared where it is today on May 10th, 1996. Siwang was part of the unfortunate group involved in the 1996 Mount Everest disaster, the deadliest single disaster in Mount Everest history, until the avalanches. Paljor was part of the 3-man group. We'll talk about 96 in a bit, because that's probably one of the most famous ones and was made into movies and documentaries, which you may have seen. Paljor was part of a 3-man group attempting to be the first Indian team to ascend Mount Everest from the northeastern route. Unfortunately for the Indian team, their timing couldn't have been worse. The weather during the 96 season was extremely volatile. That year would ultimately become one of the deadliest on record. When the storm rolled in, visibility dropped to 0 and temperatures dropped. Separated from the climbers in his group and suffering from the cold, Paljor found a small cave and huddled inside for protection from the elements. It would become his final resting place. And that's what he looks like. Again, there is some, not controversy, but some questioning over who it actually is. So here's the Wikipedia article on him, on Green Boots specifically. So the first footage was 1996, that's when they think. It became a landmark because you have to go past him in order to go, along your way up to the summit. So in 2014, Green Boots was moved to a less conspicuous location by members of a Chinese expedition. I don't think that's necessarily the right thing to do. So, it could be Siwang Paljor, it could also be Zhou Murup. Okay, yeah, it just explains why it might be that. Location map. So this is really interesting. This is probably the first time we're going to look at this. So you've got, these are the steps. So they're kind of markers, points in which you have to traverse in order to get to the summit. And this is one of the paths that's used a lot. And I believe, there you go, the cave is there. So it's on the first step, and then second step, and then third step. And one of them's got like a ladder, which is quite hard to traverse. And yeah, a little bit more information there. So, George Mallory. So George Mallory was one of the first expeditions to try and, was part of early expeditions to try and climb Mount Everest. One of the more storied climbers that met his fate on Everest was George Mallory, a famous English mountaineer. In 1924, Mallory fell to his death during a storm while attempting to be the first to reach the summit of Everest. His body was discovered in 1999 during the Mallory and Irvine research expedition. So they haven't found... This is actually a conspiracy that I will talk about at some point in another episode. This one's about deaths on Everest. But Irvine, they don't know if Mallory and Irvine made it to the summit. Irvine was carrying a camera. Irvine has never been found. The camera has never been found. Mallory has been found. Decades earlier, Chinese climbers had reported seeing the European body laying face down on a shelf on the main trail. Given the description and date of the find, expert has always assumed it was the body of Andrew Irvine. Irvine was a fellow English mountaineer who had attempted the ascent of Everest with Mallory and perished in the same storm. During the 1933 Everest expedition, climbers found Andrew Irvine's axe and rope. Because of this, it was widely believed to be Irvine's body discovered by the Chinese. When a body was found during the 1999 search expedition, it was discovered to be that of George Mallory, not Irvine. So these pictures are quite gruesome, as you can see. There's a leg there. So just to warn you a little bit. Mallory was found face down in a bunch of shale with his arms spread out and up. His skin was remarkably good condition, but was tanned from 75 years of sun exposure. After examining the body, experts hypothesized that Mallory's rope had failed. Their hypothesis bolstered on the short, severed rope found tied around his waist. He was also found with a golf ball-sized hole in his forehead, indicating Mallory might have suffered a blunt force trauma from striking a sharp rock. Andrew Irvine has never been found. So this is Mallory, and there is a video as well, which we might watch later on. The morbidity of seeing hundreds of bodies along one ascent up Mount Everest is only trumped by the fascination of the levels of preservation of many of the bodies. Everest temperatures are ideal for preservation. Perhaps some of these brave souls will be rediscovered by future generations, or maybe not. The Nepalese consider Mount Everest sacred and do not wish for it to become a graveyard. Parents of some who have perished have asked for bodies to be left on the mountain, but there is a dilemma, as this is against Nepalese law. As soon as a body can be reached for retrieval, it is, and then it is brought down for identification and burial. Those too high for retrieval have the stone tombs, also known as cairns, constructed around the corpses to shield these from the elements and the view of other climbers. A few corpses located on shallow ledges were rolled off to be buried in the snow below, away from the trail. Again, unidentified pictures of people, and that's one of the weird things with the internet, and yeah. So David Sharp, probably one of the main conspiracies in terms of deaths on Everest, and there is a great documentary, before I go into the information on him, called Dying on Everest, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. But if you want to watch that, that gives you basically the details of him and the New Zealand, the Kiwi team that went past him, and some of the others who went past him and saw him and you know, tried to help or didn't help, as is the case. But there were reasons for that, and Dying on Everest, or Dying on Everest, gives a really good account of that. David was an English mountaineer who attempted ascent in 2005. Sharp was part of an organised expedition, but when the weather turned and the group wanted to head back, he instead attempted to push on by himself. He eventually reached a small cave and stopped for a rest. So he went without a radio, and his light broke, and he went at a really weird time. So usually what they do is they set off in the early hours, so 11, 12, 1 o'clock, to make the summit by about midday, and then there's another 12-hour trek back. He tried to get to the summit by the evening, the afternoon. You know, he still hadn't made it. There's pictures of the mountain with him still climbing on it at midday. He hadn't made it by midday, so he, instead of descending during the window where it would be easier, again, this is all very, very difficult. Descending where it would be easier, he ended up trying to shelter, basically. And that year was one of the coldest. It was like to do with pressure systems and stuff, but basically it was much colder than it usually is. And for it to, it's usually very, very cold. So he basically had everything stacked against him. But what happened as he was dying is what generates the interest around David Sharp. Again, a lot of people die on Everest, but they don't get the attention, the articles written about them. And that's why we're looking at the certain ones that do today. He froze in place. So the cave he stopped for was Green Boots Cave. He froze in place. As he lay near death below the summit, he was reportedly passed by 40 other climbers heading both directions. I've heard 30. Why did no one stop to help? Coincidentally, David stopped to rest in the same cave as Green Boots. One theory holds that passing climbers might have assumed Sharp was Green Boots. Maybe. I think when you're on your way up, it's very hard to care about other people because of the hypoxia, the lack of oxygen to the brain. So it was the trained people, it was the Sherpas and the people who were helping other people up the mountain, who were the ones who stopped and tried, basically. David was eventually discovered by a group of Sherpas from a later expedition. During ascent, they noticed Sharp just off the trail, barely alive and offering responsive moaning when queried. However, with the Sherpas reached David, he was not coherent, badly frostbitten, and only capable of repeating his name and expedition number. The expedition people who he went with weren't great, basically. That was one of the main things as well. And he was doing it by himself, he had no one with him. And people other than the Sherpas did stop and try and sort of arouse him. But when you can't move someone else. So, for example, it took, I can't remember what the timings was, but it took like 30 minutes, an hour just to move him slightly out of the cave by one of the stronger Sherpas to give him some oxygen and try and get him in the sunlight to warm up. And if you're not cooperating and you're a dead weight, eventually, literally, it's near impossible at that point to rescue someone, basically. But because of the number of people who went past him in order to climb to the summit and come back down, it made news. After giving David some oxygen, the Sherpas attempted to help him climb down, but in his condition he was unable to stand under his own power. Realising Sharp was not going to be able to move, the Sherpas pulled David into the sunlight, hoping the sun exposure would provide some warmth. So he's got a memorial, and this is the Green Boots Cave. The Sherpas left David some oxygen and a blanket and quickly retreated to base camp to report their find. By the time they returned with help, David was dead. The Sherpas were heroic in the inclement weather, brave enough to return while others retreated, but it was already too late when they first found him. Sharp was last seen alive by a documentary crew following double amputee Mark Inglis during the climb. The crew had cameras rolling when they approached David, and the footage was used in the resulting documentary See Below. Dying for Everest, a short documentary outlining the David Sharp case, including video of Sharp next to Green Boots. See, I don't think that's true, basically, but I'll come to that in a minute. Some die in their sleep, some fall unconscious and freeze, while others, including those who fell or become injured, were left to die slowly of hypothermia. Until recently, the statistics were nearly 1 in 4 climbers dies attempting to reach the summit. Advancements in technology and experience have led to better survival rate of climbers. As of 2011, about 1,000 climbers a year attempt to reach the summit, and only an average of 15 to 20 deaths. Expeditions are a primary source of income for Nepal, and licenses to ascend start at around $25,000. If you have a lesser experience and want to ascend with an experienced group, several companies will lead you to the top of a team of Sherpas starting around $40,000 per person. So David Sharp had paid something like $8,000 for his license. He hadn't paid a lot. He'd gone with the cheapest team, but basically just was the bare bones. And that's how he wanted it. That's what he wanted. So going back to this dying for Everest, there is footage of Mark Inglis climbing and finding David Sharp. And we'll look at that picture in a minute. We'll get it up now. But I don't think, as far as I can tell, it is footage, real footage. I think it's a recreation. And there is footage of Mark Inglis climbing. He was a double amputee. He made it to the summit and made it back. and he was one of the groups that got lambasted when he came back for David Sharp for going past him and not helping. And I think the footage that they used was recreated because it's odd when you know, if you're expecting actual footage, it would be a head cam or it would be someone like positioned the camera, and it would be very you can tell basically. As far as I can tell, there is no actual footage or pictures of David Sharp in Green Boots Cave that's real. The pictures that get used are from this recreation and the documentary. As far as I know. I might be wrong. So this is a very odd site, but it details it nicely. This is Mummipedia, and it's a fandom wiki. And he is an ice mummy. He was mummified. So various details. Most of this is just taken from the Wikipedia. But it, you know, gives some information, and this is the still that gets used a lot, and I think that's from the recreation. I don't think that's a genuine picture of him, but you can see the position he was in, but he was still attached, as you can see there, to the guide rope. So in order to get past him, they had to unclip and then reclip, and I think that's what caused the controversy. 30 odd people had to do that, not just going up, but also coming back down. Why wasn't there more calls? There were calls down to the base camps about him. Whether he would have made it or not, who knows? But it's just it's very odd. And I think from the people who talk, especially in that documentary, Dying for Everest, it's not necessarily what they wanted to do, but they couldn't do anything else. You know, you're physically at your limit. Mentally, you might have gone past your limit. One of the guys was doing it without any legs, and he's not moving by himself. It's pretty much impossible to get someone like that down the mountain. So yeah, there was a lot of outrage, including Mr. Hillary himself, who is a Kiwi, who is from New Zealand, who basically said that's not what he would have done. I don't know. So there are some of them. There is an extra picture on here. There's lots of extra pictures on here, which I'm not going to show because one of them is of a specific person, which we will talk about in a minute. So let's have a look. Okay. So let's get rid of some of these so I don't get lost because there are lots of them. Dangerous Heights. So this is a Reuters graphics, and this is a really interesting... Now we've talked about some of the famous deaths. We haven't talked about all of them, but we've talked about some of them. And we will come back to some of them. There are some really nice graphics on this. This is from 2019 that show the types of deaths, where the deaths occur and why. The rush to climb the world's highest mountain this year resulted in a spike in fatalities in the spring climbing season. 11 people died on Everest in less than 2 weeks, the most during a climbing season on the peak since a deadly earthquake in 2015. So avalanches tend to be the biggest reason why people die. It is a dangerous place to go. Reuters analysed newly released data to reveal the extent of daily traffic at the summit and shed light on those who lost their lives on Everest and elsewhere in the Himalayas. The information was taken from the Himalayan database, a record of climbs of the Nepalese mountains in the range, which gathers figures retrospectively on those who attempted an ascent. Getting the data has become more difficult over the past few years, with the increasing numbers going to the 8,000 metre peaks, especially Everest, says Billy Burling, the managing director of the database. Where there have been a fatality, Burling's team takes the time to conduct a longer interview sensitively to gather details on how the death occurred. So we've got cause of death. Each dot represents a climber who died on the Himalayan peaks in the spring of 2019. So this is just 2019. Exposure. And this is really interesting. Died before or after summiting. So some people do make it to the top, but they just don't make it down. Acute mountain sickness. Exhaustion and other. So this acute mountain sickness is sometimes called HAPE, or maybe that's different. We'll come to that, I'm sure. Exhaustion is a really interesting one. 5 climbers in their 50s died of exhaustion. The age is just crazy, isn't it? It's quite a range, but the fact that some people are doing that in their 50s and 60s is scary. Most fatalities on Everest this year were due to acute mountain sickness, AMS, or exhaustion, one of the main effects of AMS. Breathing becomes difficult because the body isn't able to take in as much oxygen. Other symptoms include nausea and vomiting, headaches, dizziness, and shortness of breath. The majority of people succumbed in the death zone, a term used by mountaineers to refer to heights above 8,000 meters, where oxygen levels are not enough to sustain human life for extended periods. Basically, once you're in that death zone, your body's shutting down, and you have to try and get to the summit and get back before your body gives up. It's not just, oh, these people are, trained and maybe they're Sherpas who live in the environment. Everybody will die if they spend too long in the death zone. So as you can see, 4 deaths, 75 on various dates in the vicinity of Camp 4. Exhaustion. So these are the different mountains in the Himalayas. I'm not going to try and pronounce these because these are all in Nepalese, I think. And Everest is the only one I know how to pronounce, even though the name of the person who it's named after had never pronounced it Everest. I think Everest was the way he pronounced his name, or something along those lines. Berling, a mountaineer herself. What was her first name? Billy. Oh, okay. Mountaineer herself explained the emotional challenges of gathering facts around those who lost their lives. It's weird, isn't it? It's very morbid, but it's interesting and something that humans do a lot. Over the years, I have met many climbers and got to know them. It's hard to talk to the ones who return without their friends, husbands, and daughters. More people, less time. The narrow weather window was one factor climbers believe contributed to the congestion on Everest this year. Ascents to the summit usually start in early May, when the weather is relatively clear. This is the main seasonal window when the jet streams, westerly winds that blow 80 to 140 miles per hour, shift away from the area, making the climate less extreme than usual for 10 to 15 days. And then this is a little infographic you have to scroll through, but basically just shows that every now and then there's less wind on top of Everest, and it allows for easier summiting. But some people still try and summit anyway, even in inclement weather. Unpredictable shifts, breaks, and reductions in this wind spur climbers to rush summit bids as soon as the weather clears up in order to minimise risk. Condensed traffic, a shorter and disrupted window, as well as lack of coordination among expeditions led to major overcrowding near the summit this year. Data analysed by routers shows the intensity of daily traffic to the summit, with a record-breaking 344 people reaching the top of Everest on May 23rd. This number constitutes a 40% increase on the previous record, 245 summits on the May 19th, 2012. That's a crazy number, isn't it? Considering it takes 12 hours to get up there and 12 hours to get back from the camp, from the high altitude camp, or whatever it's called. Absolutely crazy. So there you go. You can see the number of people who are trying to summit at various different points throughout the years. Traffic jams of trekkers were a common sight this year, causing climbers to be stuck for hours at the mercy of weather next to a drop of several thousand feet. Many of the deaths this year were caused by a groupthink pack mentality that led to the traffic jam in late May, says legendary mountaineer filmmaker Ed V. Stiers. So Ed V. Stiers, sorry, turn my phone off. Oh, Mom, can't you realise I'm doing something, Mom? Leave me alone. There we go. He is the one who was the focus of the 1998 IMAX film about the 1996 year expeditions in which lots of people died, and was famously written up in a book called Into Thin Air, which was made into the Everest film that you might have seen. And we will talk about the various people who died on that expedition later. He believes there is a more pressing issue than government regulations or lack thereof. Most teams opt to go for the summit when the first weather window is predicted. The reason Ed didn't die in 1996 is because he waited for a different window and then went up and successfully got to the summit that year. Everyone is afraid of missing what might be the one and only perfect day. He added that ascenders with patience reaped rewards this year. I know several climbers who waited until later and had the mountain almost to themselves. So this is some nice footage of, like, it's hard enough as it is, but then to have to be reliant on other people to move in order to allow you to move is really interesting. The main attraction is the highest mountain in the world. Everest draws the largest number of people to attempt reaching its peak. It's thus no surprise that it was also claimed the most alive by far, though there are other more dangerous peaks in the Himalayas. So you can see the number of people attempting each of the different ones. The ratio of deaths to summits for Everest is 1 to 33. This is far less deadlier than Dhaulagiri 4, which has claimed more lives than there are people who have summited it. The Himalayan database, which has data on 10,000 expeditions and 76,000 climbers, notes that of the 98 people who have attempted Ngada Chuli since 1961, only 2 summited while 5 people died. How many people who have attempted? 2 summited and 5... Okay, fair enough. So majority have turned back down. Even the popular Annapurna number 1, has claimed the life of about 1 climber for every 4 who have reached the top. In the diagram below, each mountain is represented by a triangle. Larger triangles indicate more fatalities, while darker triangles demonstrate a higher death rate. The death rate is in ratio of climbers who have died to those who have summited the mountain. So that's interesting, it's summited the mountain rather than attempted. Most fatalities is obviously going to be Everest, but various different higher death rates. Safer summit. The government panel in August made recommendations that those hoping to ascend Everest must have climbed at least one Nepali peak above 6,500 meters before getting a permit. Climbers must also submit a certificate of good health and physical fitness and be accompanied by a trained Nepali guide, it said. Berling is not convinced such regulations will be implemented rigorously or prove successful. Yeah, it's really interesting because a lot of people want to do it solo, don't they? That was one of David Sharp's things. He wanted to do it solo, seemingly. I do believe that something has to happen on Everest to reduce the numbers. However, ascending a Nepali peak above 6,500 might not take that much of a difference, as they are still a lot lower and some of them are technically much easier. When asked if climbers should be looking to other 8,000 meter peaks for a better experience, she added that this goal would not be easy to achieve. Everest is the highest mountain in the world. It is often the claim people strive for. And that's the weird mentality of it, isn't it? What people want. They want to get the highest one. It's not the act of climbing. It's being able to say, I've climbed the highest. Okay. So, right, where should we go next? Yes, this would be a good one. So I've got one that's 5 unbelievable stories of deaths on Mount Everest, but I think it's just going to be retreading the same ground that we will already go through, and it doesn't have any decent pictures, so we're not going to do that one. So let's go to climbernews.com. How many dead bodies are on Mount Everest? This is from 2022, so it's more recent. Why do people climb Everest? Let's change. Ooh, that's an awkward... it just cuts it off, doesn't it? Yeah, let's go back up then. Mount Everest is one of only 14 mountains over 8,000 meters above sea level, known as 8,000ers. Climbing at this level is incredibly strenuous on the body, especially heart and lungs. Mountaineers must be in peak physical and mental condition to even attempt to get into base camp. At 8,848.86 meters, or 29,000 feet above sea level and a few inches above sea level, Everest is by far the tallest mountain in the world. That means Everest is 5.5 miles above sea level, so being able to climb the summit is a newsworthy achievement. The high death rate also seems to attract the type of person who might aim to cheat death. George Mallory was one of the first people to attempt to climb and answered the question fairly succinctly when asked, "Why do you want to climb Everest?" He replied simply, "Because it's there." George Mallory's body was found on the mountain 75 years later. How many bodies are there? Over 200. So here's some of the names that we're going to go through. About 310 as of November 2022 have died. There have been 11,258 successful summits of Everest. some people doing it multiple times. So around 6,000 people have climbed Everest. There's about 3% death rate for the summits. Why aren't dead bodies removed? So that's, oh yeah, sorry, I forget my pictures in the corner there. Simply, it's too hard to remove a dead body from a mountain this harsh. Even the fittest, most experienced mountaineer with the most support and the best equipment isn't guaranteed to make the top or even get back from a failed attempt. Bringing back a body requires coordination from a team and very good conditions and can cost from $40,000 to $80,000. Few can afford this, though local authorities will sometimes pay Sherpas to go up and clear some bodies from the route. Sometimes because of the location of the body, it can be almost impossible to retrieve or take too long to get out under compacted snow and ice. Some bodies have blown over edges or on rock faces or snowbanks and are in areas that have never been seen or walked on. There have been a few notable attempts and successful recoveries of bodies from Everest, though. Many believe it is the right thing to do. Sometimes relatives, guide companies, or governments have funded the work. The body of Gautam Ghosh is a story of one body that was successfully removed by a team. Instead of bringing the bodies back down, it is common to either move them out of sight or push them over the side of a mountain. Some climbers specifically wanted their bodies to be left on the mountain if they died. Some attempts to recover bodies on Everest have been blocked by the climber's family for this reason. It reminds me of TEPE and the tomb that became. If you know about that story, I won't discuss it here, but I'm sure that would be a good episode for this series, for this kind of, talking about bodies. Again, it's not really a Conspiracy 101 in its true sense of what I'm trying to do with the episodes, but yeah. Can you see dead bodies on Everest? There are quite a few dead bodies in various places along the normal Everest routes. Some have been there for years, some appear only after weather changes on snow deposits moves. Some bodies may be only days old. Lakpa Sherpa said that she saw 7 dead bodies on her latest 2018 summit, one whose hair was still blowing in the wind. Ilya Sakalay recalls hundreds of people climbing over the body of a recently deceased climber. Mark Jensen talks about walking past 4 newly dead bodies on his descent from the summit in 2013. It happens a lot. So again, green boots. From what we can tell, it's Tiswang Paljo. It's probably one of the better pictures that we'll be able to see. I'm gonna move my camera. So I'm gonna do some quick editing. Here I go. I think that'll be nicer, and then we'll be able to read it properly together. Excellent. Yeah, one of the most shocking and well-known images of Mount Everest is the body nicknamed Green Boots. The body, and you can see the line going through. This is the rope that they follow, I think. Nicknamed Green Boots, the body was previously identified as now believed to be Tiswang Paljo, an India climber who attempted to summit and team in 1996. He was caught in the part of the Everest disaster, which saw 8 climbers dying on the mountain and some suffering frostbite, eventually losing fingers. There had been hold-ups caused by fixed lines not being placed ahead of time at certain points, then a fast-moving blizzard hit multiple groups on the descent, reducing visibility to almost zero. The books Into Thin Air, The Climb, A Day to Die For, and the film Everest were all based on the event. Paljo's body was moved around 2014 along with others. It has been reported that climbers from the Chinese side moved and buried some under rocks or out of sight. David Sharp. The cave was also where the American climber David Sharp would perish in 2006. In 2006, Sharp was on a solo trek without a group, Sherpa or radio. It is believed he descended after a possible successful summit, and on coming down took shelter in the cave near the body. Some groups making their ascent didn't see him. One group did see him on the way up, but thought he was just resting. On their descent, they found him still in the cave, hypothermic, without oxygen, and suffering from frostbite and frozen limbs. So I think this includes the footage, or some of the footage, of that was used in the documentary. And you see, it's very documentary footage, isn't it? No one left a camera there on David Sharp, just seeing all the people go past him. In the state that he was unable to speak or stand. Multiple teams tried to rouse him and help, but were unable. A strong team of Sherpas tried to help, but were able to get him to speak some words. However, he wasn't able to stand or rescue, and rescue was impossible. His body was moved from the cave a year later, as requested by the family, though was only removed from visibility. There was a large controversy in American media over the passing of struggling climber, essentially leaving them to die for a summit. But that's not necessarily what they did. His body was moved from the cave, and I think because of where he was more than likely just pushed down the mountain, pushed further away from the cave and not along that path, which is really interesting. Rob Hall and Scott Fisher's death may be the most well known after their portrayal in the movie Everest. Rob Hall was a guide in his own company, Adventure Consultants. In 1996, there were many hold-ups on the busy day of ascents. Hall would reach the summit with a few clients and started to descend when he found another client, Doug Hansen. Hansen was struggling on his way up and had been told to abandon the attempt by a Sherpa on their team. However, Doug had been on a 1995 expedition with Rob and turned around only 300 metres from the summit. This time he was determined to make it to the top. And this happens a lot, I think. From what I've read and seen, it does seem like a lot of people just want to get to the top, whether it's the hypoxia or a lack of oxygen to the brain. And then they don't realise that the descent is equally, if not harder, than the climb up. Again, this was on the year that the IMAX team was there and tried to help. So this is Rob, Moahi Lei. Rob and Doug headed up and did make it to the summit. However, the blizzard of 1996 had started and weather conditions were horrific. Shortly after starting the descent, Hall radioed for help as Doug was now unconscious. Another company guide, Andy Harris, started up with oxygen to help him. Nearly half a day later, Doug Hansen radioed to say Doug Hansen had died. I think that's probably Rob Hall radioed to say Doug Hansen had died, or maybe Andy Harris. And Andy Harris had reached them, but they had lost each other. He died at around 8,680 metres. His body was found just over a week later and is still on the mountain to this day. So it was found by Ed, the guy who I was talking about, who was working with the IMAX team to make that documentary. Scott Fisher. Fisher was another of the main guys in the 1996 attempt that ended in disaster and was featured in the Everest film. He led his Mountain Madness clients to the summit despite the hold-ups and further problems faced. He then also exerted himself in the previous days by descending to help a friend who had fallen ill. By the time Fisher summited, he was suffering from exhaustion. On the descent, he sent a Sherpa ahead to get help instead of staying with him, as he knew he'd hold him back. 2 Sherpas came back to aid Fisher and another with oxygen, but unfortunately couldn't get him down. Scott Fisher. Another guy for Mountain Madness, Anatoly Borkrev, also came up to try and help, but found Fisher dead. Borkrev tried to move his body off the main path and cover him out of respect. Right. Hannelore Schmatz is one of the more graphic pictures, so I'm just going to warn you about that. She was the first woman to die on Everest, and yes, is known as the German woman. Green Boots, Sleeping Beauty, the German woman. In 1979, Hannelore and her husband Gerhard, both very experienced mountaineers, travelled to Everest to attempt to summit. On the final push, they split into 2 groups, with Gerhard leading the first. This group summited and returned successfully to Camp 3. Hannelore's group went second, though Gerhard had warned them off after seeing terrible weather conditions. Their group, with Hannelore, did reach the summit, but got into trouble coming back. Down, Hannelore and another climber, Ray Ginat, were exhausted and wanted to stop and make a shelter. Despite the Sherpa's warnings that this could be fatal, they did make a small bivouac, which is basically like a little tent. Ray Ginat didn't survive the stop and died in the night. The rest of the group continued down from here, and along the way Hannelore succumbed to exhaustion, sitting and asking for water. One of the Sherpas stayed to try and help, and suffered frostbite as a result, losing most of his toes and a finger. Hannelore died in the upper slopes of Everest at around 8,300 metres, only 100 metres or so from Camp 4. Her body remained on Everest for years. Propped up on her backpack, it served as a very grim reminder of what could go wrong. For a long time, her hair would still blow in the wind. Some climbers mistook her clothing for a tent and would approach, only seeing the reality at the last minute. Over the years, the wind and exposure stripped the body to the skull. In 1984, 2 members of the Nepalese police expedition died while attempting to retrieve her body. Again, reasons why they don't try and retrieve bodies. The body may have been pushed over the side by the North Pole by a strong wind, but may also still be buried under snow. Shreya Shah Clorfine was a 33-year-old Canadian woman who had been born in Nepal. In 2012, she made the summit successfully but didn't manage the retreat. 2012 saw 12 people dying on the mountain, which was the worst death rate since 1996. There she is, draped in the Canadian flag. You'll see a lot of oxygen bottles in these kind of photos. She took pictures and videos at the summit, but spent 25 minutes there using up oxygen. On returning from the summit, she succumbed to exhaustion, having been climbing for over 17 hours. She died at over 8,000 meters, and her body was draped with a Canadian flag. Months later, her body was removed from the mountain by being brought down to Camp 2, then flown off by helicopter. It's surreal, isn't it? I'm not going to watch that video, but videos of her and then her demise. Again, George Mallory pictures are quite grim as well. As one of the first to take part in the original British attempts to summit Everest, George Mallory and his death is legendary. He was actually the first person to set foot on Everest itself in the original expedition, which only happened after months of pathfinding to even get to the base. On June 8th, 1994, Mallory was on his 3rd attempt along with Andrew Irvine. The two were the last group who had attempted to reach the high base camps for an eventual summit. It is unknown exactly what happened. The last sighting of them alive was roughly 300 meters from the summit, so we don't know if they actually made it or not. In 1999, famous mountaineer Conrad Anker found Mallory's body at around 8,230 meters, just down from the first step. Without Irvine, again, it's a future conspiracy episode. He was with a documentary crew who filmed the historic encounter. The body was identified by a tag with the name George Mallory sewn in. Based on the fractured leg bone, it seemed like he had taken a fall or slide and become unable to self-rescue. The body in places had been stripped of clothing and skin by the high winds and weather, though it was otherwise fairly well preserved by extreme cold. Yeah, there's videos you can find out if you want to. Again, Frances, we've talked about her already. A team from Uzbekistan was attempting the summit and found Frances still alive but suffering frostbite only a few hundred meters from the summit. They attempted to help her down, giving her a new tank of oxygen. However, she wasn't able to stand. That's the final picture. Rainbow Valley. A section of Everest from 8,000 meters up is known as Everest's graveyard for the number of bodies littered around the area. It's also known as Rainbow Valley for the brightly coloured mountaineering suits of the bodies. Again, most people die because of avalanches, but then there's also falls and crevasses. The idea of having to cross the ice chasms on ladders like that. Oh man. Ice falls. And then, yeah, lack of oxygen. Exhaustion. It's not the deadliest in terms of ratio, but more people have died. The reason so many Sherpas die is because so many Sherpas go up. That's an averages thing. Okay, so let's have a brief look at the Wikipedias. So there is a specific Wikipedia. Oh yeah, let's move me back. Where am I? There we go. Something like that. Perfect. There are specific Wikipedia pages on these. Again, talking about what we've already talked about, and it goes into the specific routes that are used, and then lists the deaths. So as you can see, 22 expedition, lots of avalanche. 24 expedition, that's when Mallory and Irvine died. A solo expedition, that early on, absolutely crazy. A Japanese skiing expedition. We've got to click on that. Look how many people died. That's crazy. During production of The Man Who Skied Down Everest, 6 Nepalese Sherpas died on Mount Everest. The deaths were caused by an icefall avalanche. Ah, I see. Man Who Skied Down Everest. That is crazy. Man Who Skied Down Everest in 1970. These people are... they're something else, aren't they? The people who do this. Again, lots of expeditions, lots of information about them. A lot of disappeared, a lot of falls, a lot of avalanches. Kind of scary. Right, what there is also is list of Mount Everest death statistics, and that gives some information. So for example, youngest people to die on Mount Everest, examples of known cases. The youngest is 19, 20, 22. Irvine was only 22 back in the day. Incredible. Named corpses that we talked about. Various medical staff that died. Lots of people. These are just examples of people who have died after reaching the top. So Francis, Hannah, Shia. Deadliest events, again, most of these are avalanches, and then obviously the 96 disaster where it was just weather. Cause of death. The citation needed, so take these with a grain of salt, but avalanche, fall, exposure, altitude sickness. And then you've got the astronaut. So one of the people, I don't know why this is here, it's separate from everything else, but one of the people claimed by Everest mountaineering was US astronaut Carl Gordon Hines, or Hines. He was on a mission to study radiation, but came down with HAPE in 1993 and died at North Base Camp. So HAPE is when you get, it's a pulmonary edema, so fluid builds on the lungs. High altitude pulmonary edema. Yeah. Scary. Okay. Only a few more to go. We looked at that one, it was green boots. This is an interesting one. It has some extra pictures. So the death of Hannah Law Schmutz, the first woman to die on Mount Everest. So this is a picture of where she lay. And as you can see, all the different people trying to get past her. And alongside the trail where many brave mountaineers climbed to the top of Everest. So it happened in 1979. She was a climber. Talking about the death zone. Attempts to recover her. Sherpa and Nepalese police inspector to retrieve Hannah Law Schmutz's body, but tragically both of them died in a fall during the trek. Again, lots of different articles like this, and that's why you have to be really careful with the pictures. So again, this is another one, outereddimensions.net, and again, it talks about the body of David Sharp, but it uses this still, which I'm pretty sure is from the documentary. So green boots we talked about. ABC is advanced base camp, so people die even though they're at a camp. Don't actually necessarily need to be. Summerton, Mallory. So they use rocks to try and protect the bodies and make a cairn. Again, that's Hannah Law. That's the Canadian Shira. Bodies move. The ice melts, snow melts, high winds, really high winds, push and move bodies around. There's Francis, Sleeping Beauty. And then these are just pictures of people who have died. Which is not very nice, but it is one of those things. Right, so let's have a quick look at this. So this is a really nice infographic. This is on the Britannica. So instead of Wikipedia, the Britannica. And as you can see, it has a nice sort of like male versus female climbers, hired climbers, I think this is out of date because there are female Sherpas now. Deaths by altitude. The reasons why, where it is. Most deaths by year, so 2014 is the top, so this must be, yeah, 2016. I'm surprised 2015 isn't on. Oh, there it is. 1996, 2015. Majority are Nepalese, because they are the Sherpas. And then US, China, India, and United Kingdom. China, because it borders the mountain range, again with India, so they have lots of expeditions for lots of different reasons. US and UK is because a rich country with a history of trying to climb the mountain. Richer countries. And as you can see, there are reasons why. A lot of them are fall and avalanche, and then, yeah, illness. Non-AMS was very interesting, so some people have died of heart attacks and stuff whilst up there. Okay, so the last one is a BBC article, which basically just sums up everything that we've already talked about, but it does it in a really good way. They lie frozen in time, thousands of metres above sea level. The grim death toll of Everest is becoming impossible to ignore, says Rachel Muir. But when I say our sport is a hazardous one, I do not mean that when we climb mountains there is a large chance that we shall be killed, but that we are surrounded by dangers which will kill us if we let them. That's from George Mallory in 1924. No one knows exactly how many bodies remain on Mount Everest today, but there are certainly more than 200. So this shows Mr. Palyor from 1996 and various, summit versus the various different camps, climbers and Sherpas. So you can see how many blue dots, you can see how many Sherpas have died as a result. Yes, because it's there. Nice picture of the Sherpas. It's not as good as the old days, this isn't it? Climbing Everest looks like a big joke today, says Captain M.S. Kohli, a mountaineer who in 1965 led India's first successful expedition to summit Mount Everest. It absolutely does not resemble the old days when there were adventurers, challenges and exploration. It's just physically going up with the help of others. Yep, fair enough. Again, Billy Burling was mentioned. That's a really nice picture. I think some of the old grainy pictures are really interesting, but the really high, crisp pictures and film that we get nowadays is just unbelievable in some parts. And that was one of the problems with the IMAX film. I think because they did put down a lot of their gear in order to help people in that 1996 film, they didn't get as much footage as they wanted to. So they recreated a lot. And if you watch the credits after that film rolls, it says where it was recreated. And that causes confusion and problems when people are screen capping after the fact. Where they come from. So lots of people have died from UK, Japan, and obviously Nepal. How did it happen? Deaths ascending in the summit bid. Oh, you can't see it there. 20. Descending, 90. Expedition evacuation, 11. Route preparation, 120. At base camp 36, en route to base camp 6. So lots more people die coming down than they do go up. It's just crazy, isn't this? That's crazy. The amount of people willing to risk their lives to say I've climbed the mountain. I can understand a few individuals doing it, but the amount of people who do it is crazy. Again, one of the things that comes up a lot is the amount of rubbish that's at the top there. It's hard enough to carry yourself down, let alone other stuff. In the 1970s, climbing Everest was less commercialised than it is today. Less commercialised. Wasn't entirely. Again, this one's about Francis. Again, it talks about pretty much everyone we've talked about today. And bright tents mark for human presence in what was once wilderness. So that's one of the camps, what it looks like. So many of the people have been removed or covered with stones from 2014, which was more than likely the Chinese expedition. Yeah, and this is like a interactive one. Will it work? No, you have to go to the actual website. Okay, I think that's a really good place to end it. Again, a very somber episode, not necessarily conspiratorial. There are conspiracies about Mount Everest, which I will talk about at some point. But I like these kind of somber, macabre episodes where we talk about something like this. It's not necessarily conspiratorial, but interesting nonetheless. And I think fits within the ethos of Conspiracy 101, which is just internet research and finding things about things. Thank you very much for coming along with me on this interesting journey, on this expedition, and I'll see you again next time. Thank you very much. Bye. Hi, my name is Alex Witney, and today we're going to be discussing
GÖBEKLI TEPE. GÖBEKLI TEPE.
Oh.
GÖBEKLI TEPE.
Yes, that is the one and only Graham Hancock saying
GÖBEKLI TEPE.
There we go. And I will be using that soundbite throughout, although I will be saying GÖBEKLI TEPE. GÖBEKLI TEPE. You can't say it without sounding odd. It's such a weird phrase. Say it out loud with me. GÖBEKLI TEPE. TEPE? TEPE. TEPE. I listened to an audiobook, a book we'll talk about in a bit, that kind of discusses GÖBEKLI TEPE, and the narrator pronounced it about 5 different times throughout the book. It's a Turkish word, I think, or maybe even older than that. I don't know if we'll get into that. That'd be very interesting, the etymology of that word. So why GÖBEKLI TEPE? Why is that so in right now? So hot right now? And it has become somewhat of a muse for the different people that we discuss on Conspiracy 101. Graham Hancock obviously comes to mind, and the reason for that is because it's changed the mainstream view of a certain period of time when we thought we were just hunter-gatherers, and it turns out there was some kind of proto-civilization going on, enough to build temples, enough to build really big monuments. GÖBEKLI TEPE is so far dated in the mainstream, which is very strange, because they'll say that the dates for the mainstream are wrong, the various people who we were talking about and who we will see writing various blog posts and articles. But when the mainstream lines up with what they want to say, then they'll say that it's correct. But for the time being, we'll go with the consensus, and that is that it's very old, and it shows a lot of work's gone into it, work that needed to be brought from elsewhere. So it's a collection of people. It's not just sort of one crazy guy who's just had his life to spend. It is a team of people who have worked really hard to create these temples, seemingly temples, a very long time ago, in what is now modern-day Turkey. But what's really important, and the first thing that we're going to talk about, is... I've just ruined it. There we go. Man holding penis and flanked by leopards is world's oldest narrative carving. I'm not going to talk about that. We're gonna move on. But I thought we should just start with that because it's very important. It's a beautiful picture, isn't it? He's holding his willy. Right. There are many, many different sites that talk about GÖBEKLI TEPE.
GÖBEKLI TEPE.
And obviously, we're going to start with the big boy, that is Graham Hancock. Now, his website has lots of different information about Göbekli Tepe. He likes talking about it, but he hasn't really written a great deal about it. The person who has written a specific book, allegedly, about Göbekli Tepe is Andrew Collins. Now, for some of you that might ring bells. Before I get into it, let me just explain what I'm going to do. We're going to talk about Göbekli Tepe, what it is, why it's important for these groups of people, the archaeologists, the sky archaeologists. I've forgotten what that word's called. Archaeoastronomists. And then we'll look at some of the rebuttals to that in some articles. And we'll also look at the UNESCO World Heritage Site and have a look at some really nice pictures of Göbekli Tepe.
Göbekli Tepe.
Because it is really interesting, and seeing through the pictures is actually kind of nice. So if you want to scrub through and just see the pictures, fair enough. Or just Google it, it's awesome. So, Andrew Collins. Why do I know Andrew Collins? I know Andrew Collins because he wrote books about Atlantis, or a book about Atlantis, which I found really interesting. It was well put together, but he put Atlantis in the Caribbean, which I don't necessarily agree with. I think as far as I can remember, this was a very long time ago, he put it in the Caribbean. If I'm wrong, please let me know in the comments. What I didn't know, he's kind of become not known for Atlantis now, but known for trying to find real-world locations of places in the Bible. And he's seemingly very good at that, talking through it, describing it, writing books about it. But what he's done with his Göbekli Tepe book, which I listened to last week, is basically just not really talked about Göbekli Tepe and just talked about the stuff that he knows well, which is the, as you can see, books by Mr. Collins, Genesis of the Gods. He's skewed it to a way that so that he can sort of talk about what he's good at, which is angels, fallen race, the Nephilim. We briefly talked about them in Giants, the first episode we ever did, and we will come back to them. Biblical conspiracies are really interesting, and often a lot of conspiracies have a biblical tint to them without realizing it, like flat earth conspiracy that we talked about. So his Göbekli Tepe book isn't necessarily very...
Göbekli Tepe.
It's not as...
Göbekli Tepe.
as I would like it to be.
Göbekli Tepe.
Shush. Graham, shush. Right. June 2014, AOM. I don't know what, article of the month, maybe? By Andrew Collins. AndrewCollins.com. So this is 2014. Göbekli Tepe was rediscovered in the 90s, in mid-90s. So it's been around for a long time, and they've slowly come to realise that it's very old. We are pleased and honoured to welcome back as June Author of the Month, Andrew Collins. Join Andrew during the AOM message boards to discuss his new book, Göbekli Tepe, Genesis of the Gods. There you go. So it came out in 2014. Göbekli Tepe is a name familiar to anyone interested in ancient mystery subject. Billed as the oldest stone temple in the world, it is composed of a series of megalithic structures containing rings of beautifully carved T-shaped pillars. Think Stonehenge, but with like another block on top, so it's like a T. It sits on a mountain range in southeast Turkey, just 8 miles, 13 kilometers, from the ancient city of Urfa. I'm trying to think how they pronounced it. Urfa. Close to the traditional site of the Garden of Eden. It's not that close. It's not that close. Here, for the past 10,000 years, its secrets have remained hidden beneath an artificial belly-shaped mound of earth some 330 by 220 yards, 300 by 200 meters in size. They basically covered it up. They would seemingly were finished with a temple at some point for whatever reason, and they would bury it. Agriculture and animal husbandry were barely known when Göbekli Tepe was built, and the roaming fertile landscape of southwest Asia we are told, primitive hunter-gatherers whose sole existence revolved around survival on a day-to-day basis. So like I said, at the time that they think it was built, they think the majority of humans were hunter-gatherers, and any type of animal husbandry, which is basically just rearing sheep or cows or having, looking after them so that they can give you stuff, or understanding how crops work and actually farming, rather than just finding things, was either non-existent or in its really early infancy. But when you compare that to how sophisticated Göbekli Tepe is, they don't mar up very well. So something's wrong. Either the dates for Göbekli Tepe are wrong, or more likely, the line where we went from hunter-gatherers to farmers and, you know, civilization and agriculture just needs to be pushed back a bit. And by a bit, I mean like thousands of years. So here we go. This is I don't like it when maps do this. Okay, so the dark bits of the sea. This really, it messes with my eyes. So if you don't know, I did geography at school, at university, and I don't like when maps do it this way around. I prefer light being sea, dark being land, but no, don't. So we've got Turkey here, modern day Turkey, Iran, Syria, Iraq, Armenia. Armenia, old school Armenia goes bigger than Armenia now, so it's very awkward. So Göbekli Tepe is sort of here. And the cradle of civilization is the Euphrates and the Tigris, and this area was just a really good place for civilization to occur. Now, it's very arid and deserty. You think of Iran, Syria, Iraq, very dusty, not necessarily very fertile, but back in the day, thousands of years ago, it was. Same with, like, you know, Egypt and the Nile Delta and all that. So, what is Göbekli Tepe? Who created it? And why? More pressingly, why did its builders bury their creation at the end of its useful life? These are questions I ask in a new book, Göbekli Tepe, Genesis of the Gods. He doesn't answer them, but he asks them. I'm sorry, I'm being really mean to Andrew Collins. I don't mean to be mean. I just expected something from his book and I didn't get it. In which I provide compelling evidence that the myths of the Watchers of the Book of Enoch and the Anunnaki of Mesopotamian myth and legend are memories of the Göbekli builders and their impact on the rise of civilization. I believe also that Göbekli Tepe was constructed by a hunter-gatherer population still in fear following a devastating cataclysm that nearly destroyed the world, a comet impact that science today recognises having taken place 12,900 years ago, aka the Younger Dryas event. Is it called the Younger Dryas event? Younger Dryas cataclysm? I don't remember. With terrifying aftershocks that lasted for several hundred years afterwards. So you can see where this is going, and if you've ever read any Graham Hancock books, you know this lines up beautifully with his, and that's why he's probably featured quite heavily. Human hybrids. Yet it seems unlikely that those who came up with a plan to counter the innate fear of another cataclysm, something that visionary and writer, Barbara Hand Clow so aptly calls catastrophobia, were the indigenous population. This appears to have been orchestrated by members of an incoming culture. Atlanteans? Oh. Composed of groups of shamans, warriors, hunters, and stone tool specialists with immense power and charisma. Roll a 20 on charisma. Their territories across which they traded different forms of flint, as well as hematite, used as red ochre, stretched from the Carpathian Mountains in the west to the Russian steppes and plain in the east. More incredibly, anatomical evidence points to them being of striking appearance, tall, with extremely long heads, high cheekbones, long faces, large jaws, and a strong brow ridges, which have been seen as evidence that they were Neanderthal. It changes that pronunciation. Like, historically, people from my area would say Neanderthal, but I think it's Neanderthal now, isn't it? Human hybrids. So, who were these people? The rise of the Swiderians. The answer is the Swiderians, whose mining operations in Poland's Holy Cross Mountains are among the earliest evidence of organised mining activities anywhere in the world. This advanced society, who thrived in both Central and Eastern Europe around the time of the comet impact of 10,900 BC, 12,900 years ago, mixing up his dates, I don't like it when they do that, was responsible for the foundation of various important post-Swiderian cultures of the Mesolithic age as far north as Norway, Finland, and Sweden, and as far south as the Caucasus Mountains, and as far east as the upper Volga River in central Russia. With Swiderians, highly advanced culture, which included a sophisticated stone tool technology, was derived from their distant ancestors, the Eastern Gravetian peoples that thrived between 30,000 and 19,000 BC in what is today's Czech Republic and further east on the Russian plain. In around 10,500 BC, I believe that the Swiderian groups moved south from the East European plain into eastern Anatolia, Turkey. Here they gained control of the regional trade in black volcanic glass known as obsidian at places like Bingöl Mountain in the Armenian highlands and Nemrutdağ, an extinct volcano close to the shores of Lake Van, Turkey's largest inland sea. This brought them into contact with communities who would later be responsible for the construction of the Göbekli Tepe around 9,500 to 9,000 BC. The ritual purpose. Everything suggests the Swiderians possessed sophisticated cosmology gained in part from their cousins, the Soltrians of Central and Western Europe, who are themselves related to the Eastern Gravitian peoples. They believed in a cosmic tree supporting the sky, world entered via a great rift, the fork or split in the Milky Way caused by the presence of the stellar dust and debris, corresponding to the position of the northern heavens occupied with the stars of Cygnus and the celestial swan, aka the Northern Cross. Again, this is getting into the archaeoastronomy side of things, how the ancient people believed in stars. The movement of stars is really important to them, that's what I'm trying to get at. The Swiderians believed that also that birds were a symbol of astral flight, and that this was the manner in which the shaman could reach the sky world. In Europe, the bird most commonly associated with these beliefs and practices is the swan, while in Southwest Asia it was the vulture, a primary symbol of death and transformation in early Neolithic age. Both birds are identified with Cygnus constellation. There you go, there's the Cygnus constellation. Why? Using this guise, the shaman could enter the sky world and counter... Oh yeah, Ayahuasca is talked about a lot. I can see it. I can see it in your head going, I can talk about Ayahuasca. Yes, they are. And you might not talk about it here. Using this guise, the shaman could enter the sky world and counter the actions of supernatural creatures as responsible for cataclysms like the comet impact of 10,900 BC, referred to by scientists today as the Younger Dryas boundary event. This cosmic trickster was seen to take the form of a sky fox or sky wolf, embodied perhaps in leaping foxes carved in relief on the inner faces of key pillars at Göbekli Tepe.
Göbekli Tepe.
And remembered also as the Fenris wolf responsible for causing Ragnarok, a major cataclysm preserved in Norse mythology. A lot of what you'll see about these various authors that are like this is that they like to say that lots of old myths are actually very much related and have some kind of common source. Atlanteans. All across Europe and into Southwest Asia, accounts exist of supernatural foxes and wolves that have attempted to endanger the sky pillar supporting the starry canopy, an act that, if achieved, would have brought about the destruction of the world. There you go, there's a T-pillar. And there's a little fox. Oh, a little fox on the T-pillar. Someone realised that only by allaying people's fears regarding the immense potency of the cosmic trickster could stability be truly restored to the world, and whenever this supernatural creature returned to the heavens in the guise of a comet, seen as a visible manifestation of the sky fox or sky wolf, it would be shaman's role to enter the sky world and counter its baleful influence, a primary motivation I see as behind the construction of Göbekli Tepe.
Göbekli Tepe.
It's hard for us to imagine how important the night sky would have been to civilizations past. We're pretty much indoors all the time at night, aren't we? We don't sleep outside very often. And even when we are outside, light pollution causes problems with seeing the stars. But if you're ever out and you look up and you see all the constellations and the stars, they're mesmerizing. Imagine if that's all you had at night. It's dark, you've got a torch, you've got a light, you've got a fire pit or whatever. All you've got to entertain yourself with the sky and the stars, and how mesmerizing that would be. And you can imagine and you can see why these civilizations and these peoples created stories and used the sky as a way of telling stories. So a lot of this makes sense. There's just a lot that's very circumspect. There you go, little fox. It's got a little willy. Everything has a willy. Don't know what that is, but it's got a willy. Womb chambers. Yet, there were clearly other reasons for the construction of Göbekli Tepe. Its stone enclosure served most likely as a womb chambers, places where the shaman entered into primal state, like the experience before birth and passing between the enclosure twin central pillars. These enormous monoliths, sometimes 18 feet, 5.5 meters in height, and weighing as much as 16.5 US tons, 15 metric tons, apiece, acted as otherworldly ports to invisible realms, true stargates in every sense of the word. And their target? The setting down of the local horizon of Deneb, Cygnus' brightest star, which marked the start of the Milky Way's Great Rift, a role played by Deneb as early as 16,500 to 14,000 BC. At this time, Deneb acted as the pole star, the star closest to the celestial pole during any particular epoch. Even after Deneb ceased to be the pole star around 14,000 BC due to the effects of precession, the slow wobble of the Earth's axis, according to the cycle of approximately 26,000 years, its place was taken by another Cygnus star, Delta Cygni, which held a position until around 13,000 BC. I don't know if I need to explain that. If you understand it, you do. If you don't worry. Basically, they're using the stars to align what they're doing on the ground. So this is Göbekli Tepe. They are put into different things. These E and F, I think, if I remember correctly, seem to have been done much, much later, and not necessarily in the same way these ones were done, or with the same fervorance. I don't know if that's a word. Should be. If it's not, I'm copyrighting that bad boy. After this time, and as you can see, they're all kind of pointing in different directions. And there's a reason for that. See how they're sort of slowly evolving their direction. So this one's pointing over here, this one's pointing over here, this one's pointing over here, this one's pointing over here. You get it. After this time, the role of the pole star went to Vega in the constellation of Lyra, the celestial Lyra. Lyre. When around 11,000 BC, Vega moved out of range of the celestial pole. No bright star replaced it for several thousand years. This meant that Göbekli Tepe was constructed around 9,500 to 9,000 BC. There was no pole star. It was for this reason when Deneb and the Milky Way's Great Rift retained their significance as the main point of entry to the sky world, making it the primary destination of the shaman. Standing stones erected in the northwestern sections of the walls and two key enclosures at Göbekli Tepe bore large holes that framed the setting of the Deneb each night, highlighting the star's significance to the Göbekli builders, and showing the precise direction in which the shaman should access the sky world. So as you can see, it's pointing to certain stars. Cosmic knowledge, final abandonment. Do we really need to? No. This article is actually just a really nice simplified version of the book. Final abandonment. Over a period of around 1,500 years, 20 or more major enclosures were constructed with the gradual emerging occupational mound at Göbekli Tepe. Old enclosures were periodically decommissioned, deconsecrated, and covered over, quite literally killed, at the end of their useful lives. New structures were built to replace them, but as time went on they became much smaller in construction, until eventually the cell-like buildings were no larger than a family-sized jacuzzi, with pillars no more than 5 feet, 1.5 meters in height. Somehow the world had changed, and the impetus for creating gigantic stone temples with enormous twin monoliths at their centres was no longer there. They just got lazy, didn't they? Sometime around 8,000 BC, the last remaining enclosures were covered over with imported earth, stone chippings and refuse matter, and the site abandoned to the elements. All that remained was the enormous belly-like mound that became an ideal expression of the fact that the stone enclosures had originally been seen, not just as star portals to another world, but also as womb-like chambers, where the souls of the shamans, or indeed the spirits of the dead, could quite literally journey to the source of the creation, located somewhere in the vicinity of Cygnus constellation. It was a concept dimly remembered in the name Göbekli Tepe, which means, in Turkish, navel-like hill. Serpent-headed people. This is where it veers away from Göbekli Tepe. Even after Göbekli Tepe was abandoned, its memory, and those of the ruling elite behind its construction, lingered in among the Halaf and Ubaid peoples who flourished during the latter half of the Neolithic age, 6,000 to 4,100 BC. Like their predecessors, their predecessors, they gained control of an all-important obsidian trade at places such as Bengal Mountain and Nemrutdag, close to the Lake Van. Their elites, who would appear to have belonged to a specific family groups, artificially deformed their already elongated heads, not only to denote their status in society, but also quite possibly to mimic the perceived appearance of great ancestors, maybe ancient aliens, seem to have possessed extremely long heads and faces. It is very possible that these great ancestors, who are perhaps represented by the snake or reptilian headed clay figurines found in several Ubaid cemeteries. The rise of an Anunnaki. The elite of the Halaf and Ubaid were probably the forerunners of the god kings who ruled the first city-states down on the Mesopotamian plain, which eventually became the civilizations of Sumer, Akkad, Assyria, and Babylon. Their scribes, preserved in cuneiform, write in the ruling dynasty's mythical history, in which the founders of the Neolithic Revolution are known as the Anunnaki, the gods of heaven and earth. Their birthplace was said to have been the Dooku. A primeval. Every time he said Dooku, all I thought of was Star Wars. A primeval mound located at the summit of a world mountain called Karsag or Hersag, and now identified with both Göbekli Tepe and Bengal Mountain. Here the Anunnaki are said to have given humankind the first sheep and grain, a memory almost certainly of the introduction of animal husbandry and agriculture at the time of the Neolithic Revolution, which occurred in the same region as Göbekli Tepe around 9000 to 8000 BC. The Anunnaki are occasionally likened to serpents, reflecting the snake-like appearance of Göbekli Tepe's ruling elite, as well as those in the latter Halaf and Ubaid cultures. The coming of the Watchers. Then we come to the impact Göbekli Tepe had on the earliest Semitic peoples of northern Mesopotamia. Their oral traditions would one day be carried into the land of Canaan by the first Israelites and recorded down in religious works such as the Book of Enoch. That one gets brought up so much in these kind of these worlds that we are inhabiting, and the Book of Giants. In these so-called Enochian texts, the prime movers behind the construction of Göbekli Tepe and the subsequent Neolithic Revolution are, it's implying here that Book of Enoch talks about Göbekli Tepe. It doesn't. And the subsequent Neolithic Revolution are described as human angels called Watchers, who are extremely tall, wear coats of feathers, possess visages like vipers, that is, extremely long facial hair, and are occasionally described as serpents. Indeed, one Watcher is named as a serpent that beguiled Eve in the Garden of Eden. 200 of their number are said to have descended among mortal kind and taken mortal wives who produced giant offspring, which we talked about, the Nephilim. Or Nephilim, I don't know actually how to pronounce that. According to the Book of Enoch, the human angels revealed to their wives the secrets of arts of heaven, many of which correspond with the number of firsts for humanity that took place in Southwest Asia in the wake of the Neolithic Revolution. Other Watchers a memory of the appearance in Southwest Anatolia of the Swiderian groups whose striking appearance fits the vivid description of the Watchers offered in the Enochian literature. If so, then does it suggest the strange appearance of both the Watchers and the Anunnaki, with their serpent-like faces, might in part be down to them being Neanderthal-human hybrids? Were they the true founders of civilization? So a lot of Europeans have a small percentage of Neanderthal DNA still in them, so we did breed with them a lot. How much, though, is debated. Like, were these people more Neanderthal? The Rivers of Paradise, here we go, this is where it goes full biblical. A memory of this crucial epoch in human development is preserved perhaps in the stories of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. According to the book of Genesis, this was located at the source of the 4 rivers of paradise. 3 can be easily identified as the Euphrates, Tigris, and Araxes, the biblical Gihon, which all rise in eastern Anatolia. What is more, 2 of the rivers, the Euphrates and the Araxes, take their rise in the vicinity of the Bengal Mountain, one of the primary sources of obsidian, located just 200 miles from Göbekli Tepe. See, I don't think that's close, personally. Local tradition asserts that Bengal was also the source of the 4th river of paradise, the Pison. while ancient writers recorded that the true source of the Tigris was the same region. Armenian tradition also speaks of Bengal Mountain being the place of the gods and the summit of the world from which emerge the four great rivers that carry waters of a life to every part of the world. Everything points towards Bengal Mountain being not only the birthplace of the Anunnaki, but also the site of the mountains of paradise and the place of descent of the Watchers in the Book of Enoch. The Secrets of Adam. Gnostic writings, such as the various tracts found in the cave at Nag Hammadi in Egypt in 1945, speak repeatedly of the so-called secrets of Adam being passed to his son Seth before his father's death. Seth is said to have recorded them either in book form or on tablets or pillars called steles. These were hidden in or on a holy mountain, existing in the vicinity of the terrestrial paradise, so that they might survive a coming cataclysm of fire and flood, a memory almost certainly of the Younger Dryas impact event. Called variously Taraxio, Sier, or Sur, this mountain is linked to the early Christian tradition, with the site inhabited by the generations of Adam following the expulsion of the first couple from paradise. So what are the secrets of Adam, and where might they be found today? Do they pertain to the manner in which Göbekli
Tepe
was built to curtail the castrophobia rife among the indigenous peoples of the region in the wake of the Younger Dryas impact event? Had this information been given to the local hunter-gatherers of the region by incoming Swadarian groups, whose elongated heads and long ancestry was connected with their origins as Neanderthal human hybrids? Were their deeds mythologized into the stories of the human angels called Watchers found in the Book of Enoch and the Anunnaki gods alluded to in Mesopotamian tradition? As angels ourselves. Where exactly was Charaxio or Mount Seir, where the books of Seth containing the secrets of Adam await discovery? This is the quest I embark upon in the second half of Göbekli Tepe, Genesis of the Gods. It just seems, for me, that seems away from Göbekli Tepe, but with the result being the discovery of eastern Taurus Mountains of a forgotten Armenian monastery overlooking the traditional site of the Garden of Eden. Before its destruction at the time of the Armenian genocide in 1915, this video is blocked in Turkey, the monks have preserved archaic traditions concerning the Garden of Eden and the existence of the holy relic and incredible religious significance. It's just a tree and a bit of wood, basically. Confirmation of the presence of this holy relic at the monastery, which in the 7th century was given a special decree of immunity from attack signed by the Prophet Muhammad himself, reveals that what could be Adam's ultimate secret, the manner in which we as mortals can re-enter paradise and become as once we were, like angels ourselves. It is a story of discovery I would like now to share with you. Yeah. That's a nice one. Published in 1783 from History of Saints. So we've got Asia Minor, which is Turkey. There's Egypt. Arabi. Cypri. Armenia. See how Armenia slowly... Oh, look, there's Eden. There it is. Smack bang in the middle of Armenia. Good for them. Right, let's read a little bit about Mr. Andrew himself. Andrew Collins is a historical writer and explorer. That's pretty cool in this day and age. In the United Kingdom. Living in the United Kingdom. I'm pretty sure he's American. He is the author of more than a dozen books, or maybe he's Canadian, that challenges the way we perceive the past, including From Ashes of Angels, which established the Watchers... Oh, he did that first. I did not know that. The Watchers of the Book of Enoch and the Anunnaki, the Sumerian texts, are the memory of shamanic elite that catalyzed the Neolithic Revolution in the Near East at the end of the last Ice Age. Doesn't that sound familiar? It's almost like he's just stuck Göbekli Tepe on the front of his old book. Gateway to Atlantis, which is the one I have read previously, was pinning down the source of Plato's Atlantis to the Caribbean island of Cuba. I did remember it right. And the Bahamian archipelago. Tutankhamun, the Exodus Conspiracy. I would like to read that, which reveals the truth behind the discovery of Tutankhamun's famous tomb. That'd be good. Cygnus Mystery. I don't care for that. In 2008, Andrew and colleague Nigel Skinner Simpson discovered a previously unrecorded cave complex beneath the pyramids of Giza, which has brought him worldwide acclaim. It is told in the story Beneath the Pyramids. Oh, is that the one that happened? Yeah. They put a camera down there recently. Yeah, very interesting. Andrew's latest book, Göbekli Tepe, Genesis of the Gods, is a culmination of 20 years study on the origins. It really is a combination of about 30 years, I think. Of the Watchers and Nephilim in the Book of Enoch and the Anunnaki of Sumerian myth and legend. Cool. So, this, as you can see, that's not everybody's theory, but this is the main theory around why this is so popular at the moment. Göbekli Tepe is old, and it's weird. It's out of place, seemingly, in the historical context of the world, especially the peoples who lived around there at that time. And what we can do as humans is explain that away by picking stuff from the Bible, which is all. I love this. I know I'm poking holes in it and making fun, but I actually love this. Atlanteans. We could do lost civilizations. We can do ancient aliens. We can do different people from the Bible. There are lots of different ways that we can go, this is here because of this. And it's brilliant. And it has been, I think I described it as a muse earlier, and it really has been a muse for so many of these types of authors in a similar way that places like, or ideas like Atlantis have been in the past. So, but that's not where it ends. There are articles and articles on this, and we're not going to go through them all because I just really don't want to. but you can see how this is feeding a generation of writers. Karahan Tepe. Göbekli Tepe's 12,000-year-old sister site begins to reveal its secrets. Again, there are... Ooh, it's like those oof meme with the little sculptures. So there are... photos are always by Santha. Santha's his wife. It's always nice to see. Oh, there he is. This might have been when he was filming his Netflix documentary, which is very interesting to watch it. So as you can see, there are lots of others, lots of different sites with some really cool, interesting artwork. That's great. I love it. Talks about it extensively in his book, Magician of the Gods. So yeah, there could be more. Göbekli Tepe might not be an isolated incident. Göbekli Tepe image on the Sumerian tablet. Doesn't that look like a T-shaped pillar? There we go, that's that. Megalithic origins. Ancient connections between Göbekli Tepe and Peru. There's Göbekli Tepe. Is there pictures of Peru? That's just Graham having a good time. Cup marks and pillar base of Göbekli Tepe. Ah, yes. Stones. Yep. Stones. They really do clutch at straws. Humans, I think, are quite boring. I think we do the same things. And a lot of the time when we think of something new, it's not new. It's been done before. And it's funny that this shows up in art and ideas, even as old as this. There are lots of different examples of that throughout history. So sometimes there are films that come out at the same time, but are pretty much the same film. It's like, how did they both get made independently from each other? Usually without any realization that the other companies are doing the same thing. Some inventions are put down to two people because they came up with them in isolation at roughly the same time. Humanity is very boring sometimes. But yes, that's a long 7,928 miles. What could connect them? Peru and Turkey. Ancient aliens. Göbekli Tepe and its connection to France, a little closer to home. So, yeah, some more stones that look like the stones that were the stones. That's a long willy, that is. Oh man, look at that. He's got a sash and a belt. That's cool. Everybody loves Doggerland. Where's Doggerland? I saw Doggerland. My brain saw it. My head didn't. Where is it? Doggerland is the bridge. There we go. This was the age of the Doggerland. The bridge that connected Europe and Great Britain. Göbekli Tepe and the Atlantis Twins. Plato, Rosetta Stone of the Neolithic. This one just looks like it's right, and I'm not... Oh no! Oh, look at that! That's awesome. Look how big that is. It doesn't even fit on the page. Okay. Yes, H. I think that might be H, as in H from Steps. Interesting connection there. Whoa, that's cool. I mean, oh no, that's horrible. It's gross. Look, it's an idol. Göbekli Tepe, temples communicating ancient cosmic geography. Ooh, geography. Prominent ridge. So they found it in the 60s, but it wasn't until the 90s that Schmidt did it. Is this an old one? 2013. Ooh, Dr. Paul D. Burley. You could have got in there before Mr. Collins, but you didn't. So this is an early article on it. And as you can see, a lot of these stones, and we'll look through pictures in a minute of the UNESCO site. In fact, we'll do that next. Shows, really detailed illustrations. It's really nice. People have been awkwardly collating them to the various constellations. And just because we call the constellations based on the Greek and Roman, I think, zodiac signs, obviously, when you're looking at this, it could be anything. So, that being a Scorpio and a Scorpion for us could be something else for some other groups of people, and they've been trying to collate them and put them together. Okay, so let's have a quick look at the nice pictures of the Göbekli Tepe. This is from UNESCO World Heritage Convention, UNESCO.org. Göbekli Tepe, located from the Jurmas Mountains of southern eastern Anatolia, this property presents monumental round oval and rectangular megalithic structures erected by hunter-gatherers. Really? In the pre-pottery Neolithic age between 9600 and 8200 BCE. And that stands for before Common Era, which basically just means BC. These monuments were probably used in connection with rituals, most likely of a funerary nature. Distinctive T-shaped pillars are carved with the images of the animals, providing... Oh, how embarrassing. Excuse me, my phone is going off. This happens every single stream. Apologies. Distinctive T-shaped pillars are carved with images of wild animals, providing insight into the way of life and beliefs of people living in Upper Mesopotamia about 11,500 years ago. And here are, if I click on it, will it let me? Okay, it's going to be really nice and awkward. This is a lovely gallery. Well done, UNESCO. Actually, this is pretty good. So you can see it from above, and what they've done as well is they've covered it, which is really cool. So let me put me up here, and then we can do it. Okay, cool. So you can see them at night lit up. They've used, because it was all buried in earth, they've used wood to stabilize some of them. So obviously that's not original. But you can see from above the extent of these sites, and also how in the middle of nowhere they really are. So yeah, they're using wood to prop some of them up. But this is older than Stonehenge. You have to remember that. Older than the pyramids. And then some of the imagery is very interesting. And they're all called sort of different things. So this is Pillar 43. But some of them are like the Fox Pillar or the, I don't know, Pillar 18. Good names. Building E. That's one of the really rubbish ones that we talked about, but ones that must have been done much later. As one of the foxes. Building F, again, one of the smaller buildings. Building G. Building H, and Pillar 56 in Building H. Low release of wild animals, reptiles and birds. And some of these birds, people are putting them down to flightless birds, and maybe the dodo. Dodos were indigenous to Mauritius, and then we killed them. But the idea that people in Turkey might have known about the dodo is odd. And you can get some various interesting links between them. Yes, right. Let's have a quick look at Wikipedia, just to see if it has any information about some things we'd be interested in. Usually on this show we start on Wikipedia because it's a nice jumping off point, but today it's not really worked out like that. So Göbekli Tepe, Potbelly Hill, or Navel Hill, is a Neolithic archaeological site in southeastern Anatolia region of Turkey, and dated very, very old. It is the world's oldest known megaliths, so large structures. And it was during the Neolithic Revolution. Klaus Schmidt is the German archaeologist. Let's have a quick look at him. He is unfortunately dead, but he was the person who discovered it, or rediscovered it. And he did it not necessarily on a whim, but it could have gone either way, basically. This wasn't like a real big sort of like, oh my god, look what we found, we need to do... It was sort of like okay, fair enough, So it was first noted in the survey of 63. It probably would have been, rediscovered again if Schmidt hadn't have done it, but we don't know. As of 2021, less than 5% of the site has been excavated. Luckily, what we can do nowadays is ground penetrating radar. We can kind of see if stuff's there before we excavate it, but the fact that so much is still yet to be revealed is really interesting. Again, this is all going to be mainstream science and archaeology. Here you can see the different various tepes, which tepe means hill. So you've got Göbekli, and then you've also got the various others. Known PPN sites. What does PPN stand for? Pre-Pottery Neolithic B. Of course it does. How did I not know that? Stone Hills, yeah. It's a very barren landscape, but it's very pretty. Radiocarbon dating shows the earliest exposed structure of a Göbekli Tepe were built around 9,500 to 9,000 BCE. So radiocarbon dating gets... it's one of those ones that kind of gets better over time. So that may be we may have to re-establish that in the future. Architecture. Oh, some really nice pictures. Cool. Enclosure A, B, C. This is the one that I think is underground. Oh yeah, look, you can see the little walkways now that they're built so that people can go view it, which is really clever. I think Stonehenge needs to be outdoors, but the fact you can't go look around it and walk around it now, you can only see it from a distance, is kind of disappointing. This is really cool that you can kind of get really close to it. I don't think I'd want to be down here with these supported by Turkish builders would. Tell. Does tell mean just what it was filled with? Backfill? Apart from the tell, there is an incised. What does tell mean? Am I being really dumb? Probably. It does happen. More. It's not giving me much information. I'm sure it means something really important. Write in the comments if you know what tell means. Layer 3, layer 2, so it's the various when they were digging down. Pillars. We've got some ducks, or maybe dodos. A fox, or maybe a dodo. Another fox. Possible feline. A vulture stone. You can see it's all nice indoors now. Enclosure D in the museum. Engraved arms. Oh yeah, lots of other objects were found, and they might have been broken off from larger sculptures, which is really cool. Including totems. This is really cool. I'd love to go there. I'd love to go see it. There's Mr. Schmidt. Conservation. 2018, it was donated a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So that's really good. Cool. Yeah, archaeoastronomy, that's the one. So let's have a look at what the scientific community thinks about Mr. Hancock and Mr. Collins' claims. No, there wasn't an advanced civilization 12,000 years ago. Well, that sums that up nicely. Graham Hancock is an audacious autodidact self-taught person. I knew what that meant. Being an autodidact myself. It sounds like an insult, doesn't it? Who believes that long before ancient Mesopotamia, Babylonia, and Egypt, there existed an even more glorious civilization. One so thoroughly wiped out by a cosmic strike around 12,000 years ago that nearly all evidence of its existence vanished, leaving only the faintest traces, including, Hancock thinks, a cryptic warning that such a celestial catastrophe could happen to us. All this is woven into a narrative entitled Magicians of the Gods from 2015. An interesting book. I really enjoyed it. I enjoy all his books. I don't think they're necessarily very good, but they're easy to read and they're enjoyable, especially for this kind of stuff. They're a great entry point for this kind of information gathering. I listened to the audio edition read by the author, whose British accent and breathless, revelatory storytelling style are confessedly compelling. Yes, they are. Well put. But is it true? I'm sceptical. First, no matter how devastating an extraterrestrial impact might be, are we to believe that after centuries of flourishing every last tool, potsherd, article of clothing, and presumably from an advanced civilization, writing, metallurgy, and other technologies, not to mention trash, was erased? Inconceivable! Second, Hancock's impact hypothesis, well, not necessarily erased, just not necessarily found yet. I think that's usually the point that they make. Second, Hancock's impact hypothesis comes from scientists who first proposed it in 2007 as an explanation for the North American megafaunal extinction around that time, and has been the subject of vigorous scientific debate. It has not fared well. In addition to the lack of any impact craters determined to have occurred around that time anywhere in the world, the radiocarbon dates of the layer of carbon, soot, charcoal, nanodiamonds, microspherules, and iridium assert to have been the result of this catastrophic event vary wildly before and after the megafaunal extinction, anywhere from 14,000 to 10,000 years ago. Further, although 37 mammal genera were extinct in North America, while most other species survived and flourished at the same time, 52 mammal genera were extinct in South America, presumably not caused by the impact. These extinctions, in fact, were timed with human arrival, thereby supporting the widely accepted overhunting hypothesis. Third, Hancock grounds his case primarily in the arguments from ignorance. Because scientists cannot explain X, then Y is a legitimate theory, or an argument from personal incredulity. Because I cannot explain X, then my Y theory is valid. This is the type of God of the gaps reasoning that creationists employ. Only in Hancock's case, the gods are the magicians who brought civilization. The problem here is twofold. Scientists do not have a good explanation for Hancock's X, for example, the pyramids, the Great Sphinx, even if they are not in total agreement. Do have a good explanation. Freudian slip. Ultimately, one's theory must rest on positive evidence in favour of it, not just negative evidence against accepted theories. Sure, but writing books about it is surely acceptable. Hancock's biggest X is Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, with its megalithic T-shaped 7 to 10 ton stone pillars cut and hauled from limestone quarries which were not nearby as well, and dated to around 11,000 years ago, when humans lived as hunter-gatherers without, presumably, the know-how, skills, labour to produce them. Ergo, Hancock concludes, at the very least it would mean that some as yet unknown and unidentified people, Atlanteans, somewhere in the world had already mastered all the arts and attributes of the high civilization more than 12,000 years ago in the depths of the last ice age, and had sent out emissaries around the world to spread the benefits of their knowledge. This sounds romantic, but it is the bigotry of low expectations. Who is to say that hunter-gatherers are or are not capable of doing? Plus, Göbekli
Tepe
was a ceremonial religious site, not a city. There is no evidence that anyone lived there. Moreover, there is no domesticated animal bones, no metal tools, no inscriptions or writing, and not even pottery, all products that much later high civilizations produced. Fourth, Hancock has spent decades in his vision quest to find the sages who brought us civilization. Yet decades of searching have failed to produce enough evidence to convince archaeologists that the standard timeline of human history needs major revision. Hancock's plaint is that mainstream science is stuck in a uniformitarian model of slow, gradual change and so cannot accept a catastrophic explanation. Not true. From the origin of the universe, the Big Bang, to the origin of the moon, Big Collision, to the origin of lunar craters, meteor strikes, to the demise of the dinosaurs, asteroid impact, to the numerous sudden downfalls of civilization documented by Jared Diamond in his 2005 book Collapse, catastrophism is alive and well in mainstream science. The real magicians are the scientists who have worked this all out. Oh, that sounds like a big plug for this book, doesn't it? It's not a plug for this book. Honest. Do you reckon that's his, like, cousin or something? Oh, I've got different names. It's married cousin. Okay, another one, just to finish off today. Pseudo-archaeological claims. So this is a blog, but it's on an educational University of Oregon site. The overall consensus among pseudo-archaeologists is that Göbekli Tepe was built by the survivors of a lost city. It lived through a global catastrophe. I really do have problems with catastrophic. There we go. That word. Event eliminated all traces of human civilization prior to the Ice Age. There are two popular versions of this pseudo-archaeological claim. The first being that Göbekli Tepe was created by the survivors of Atlantis. Yes! And the second being that the biblical story of Noah's Ark describes carrying the survivors of the large catastrophic event to Göbekli Tepe. Graham Hancock, a popular author and pseudo-scientist, is a prominent proponent of the theory that Göbekli Tepe was built by the survivors of the lost city of Atlantis 11,600 years ago. Hancock claims that people, I think that's highlighted because it's from when I googled it. Sometimes when you Google stuff and you click on it, it highlights the page for you. Hancock claims that the people of Atlantis survived a comet striking the Earth at the end of the last ice age, eliminating all traces of advanced civilization, and that survivors of Atlantis then settled among the hunter-gatherers in Turkey and together built Göbekli Tepe. Also, the survivors probably went elsewhere in lots of different places. It wasn't just Göbekli Tepe. Similarly, the Noah's Ark theory also describes a comet striking the Earth at the end of the last ice age, causing cataclysmic flooding and a sea level rise. In the biblical story of Noah's Ark, Noah was instructed by God to build an ark for all the species of animals so that species may survive an incoming cataclysmic flood. Those who believe that the descendants of Noah's Ark settled in Göbekli Tepe believe the biblical flood was caused by a comet and that the mountains of Ararat, described in the biblical story, refer to Göbekli Tepe. Not quite. They refer to places near. You know, Andrew Collins' article where it said like 200 miles near. That's basically what he's talking about. Furthermore, the Noah's Ark story describes the creation of an altar. Altar? Why would I say altar? An altar. Which some believe refers to the stone structures in Göbekli Tepe. Problems with these claims. Over the years, Göbekli Tepe has been the main focal point for pseudo-archaeological experts as they try to discover these mysterious and ancient groups. Hancock, sorry, I got my picture's in the way, isn't it? God damn it, Alex. Hancock, a proponent of pseudo-archaeologist, a prominent pseudo-archaeologist, concluded that the exercise, oh my God, Alex, existence. I've given up caffeine for Lent. Can you tell? Of these stones means that at the very least meant that there must be an undiscovered group that were highly skilled in all the arts of a highly functioning civilization. The problems with this way of thinking are it draws conclusions from various places and sources without any real evidence. Not only that, but it also deprives past civilizations of their cultural achievements by informing people that these works could not have been created by a group of hunter-gatherers, but must be attributed to some highly advanced group that has left zero trace of their existence. If we are truly to believe an ancient city existed with such advanced technology that predates even the Egyptians, we would expect to find evidence of domesticated animal bones, metal tools of some sort, as well as inscriptions and pottery. I think the point that most of the people who are pro this would say is that because of the cataclysm, because of whatever happened, they had to leave behind all of that, and all they had was themselves. And maybe there will be a smoking gun at some point where they find just a single metal tool that was saved, or something that was kept and is in the strata of that era. Background information and real research. To get better familiar with Göbekli Tepe, let's first give a description of what Göbekli Tepe actually is. So it's located 10 miles outside of a city in Turkey, which I'm not going to pronounce, and it's the oldest known man-made place of worship and dates back all the way to 10,000 BCE. The builders who constructed the site predated any forms of writing, metalwork and pottery. Many of the 10-foot tall pillars that once formed a circle as a complete site can still be seen today, with the carvings of gazelles, foxes, snakes, lions and other characters as well. Something that archaeologists have continually found at the site have been animal bone remains that date back to the same period as they believe Göbekli Tepe was built. Difficult to do, because like we said, it was backfilled. So contamination might be a problem. This really helps archaeologists argue their points, as it fits in perfect with the belief that Göbekli Tepe was used for religious feasts. Another frequent find that archaeologists make here are tools made from flint that they have been able to date back also to the time period of construction of the Göbekli Tepe. These tools are thought to be used to cut the limestone that the pillars are made out of. With all these cold facts, I'm learning so many new words today. Neck, throat. Part of a garment. Cool? Maybe it's meant to say cool? Who wouldn't want to give... Yeah, or all these cool facts, who wouldn't want to go visit Turkey and see Göbekli Tepe for themselves? Yes, I would. For many years now, archaeologists from around the world have travelled to Göbekli Tepe to study the site and gain a better understanding of the significance behind it and how it was constructed. Recently, archaeologists have discovered that the ancient people who built Göbekli Tepe put countless amount of detail into both planning and execution of the plan with accuracy were made possible by the conceptualization basic geometric ideas and methods such as circle, center and compass arm. Archaeologists were able to find out by using standard deviation mapping to find the center points of each of the 4 enclosures at the site, and found that in each enclosure the center point identified was the point at which the standard deviation value of the group of distance to the points marking the peripheral pillars was minimal. I know what that means, they just found the center, but the way they've worded it is just over the top. This proves that the ancient people who not only built but also spent time in Göbekli Tepe were much more sophisticated than many people think humans were at the time. This plays right into one of the main problems with most archaeological topics, is that the common belief that ancient people did not possess the knowledge or skills to create all the wonderful things that have actually been proven to be from them. That's not a bad way to end it. It's very hard for us in modern day to go, even with our cranes and stuff and, you know, all our modern knowledge, it would be very hard for us to build the pyramids, or Göbekli Tepe, or to raise this, or the Easter Island heads. It would be very difficult for us to do that, and it would, but given enough time, humans are very ingenious, and although our knowledge is built from our predecessors, that doesn't stop people in the past being very clever and ingenious. But I think I've covered Göbekli Tepe enough here, and I'm just going to leave the last words to the one and only Graham Hancock. What do you have to say?
Göbekli Tepe.
Perfect. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you again next time.
Göbekli Tepe.
Hi, my name is Alex Witney, this is Conspiracy 101, and today we're going to be looking at jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Hello, and welcome to the season finale of Season 3. And why start with probably the memeiest of the 9/11 conspiracies in comparison to the other videos that we do on this channel? Usually, as with things like aliens and New World Order, we start with the broader subject and then we narrow in afterwards. So maybe the first episode on a certain topic is the overarching conspiracies. However, there are so many, and whilst I'm talking, let's just scroll through the Wikipedia 9/11 conspiracies page. There are so many 9/11 conspiracies, of which I'm sure you're familiar with lots of them. And there are so many that if we did one episode of it, because they're all so intertwined, it would just be too long. So instead, what I'm going to do with the various 9/11 conspiracies, of which there are many, is start with the smaller ones and build our way up. And jet fuel can't melt steel beams has become the most memed, isn't it? It's become the one that is most easiest to refute. Basically, jet fuel can't get to the high enough temperature to melt steel. But the steel doesn't need to be molten in order to be affected. The structural integrity, that's the word that will come up a lot in the 9/11 conspiracies, is affected, whether it's molten or not. It only needs to get a little bit bendy. It only needs to expand a little bit. And although there are lots of minutiae and intricacies when it comes to the actual what caused the fires, how the fires spread, at what extent were the fires, etc., etc., the main conspiracy that it was the jet fuel that melted the steel beams, and that was the reason why, can be debunked. How they go about it is very interesting. The words they usually go about it is very interesting, and it's nowhere near the best conspiracy, but it is one of the easiest ones to talk about, and that's why we're doing it first, basically. So, again, look, this Wikipedia page is ridiculous. I'm hardly going to be using it today because the majority of what I've got set up is news articles, which explain. That was spooky. Alright, so steel beams, here we go. So this is from Discover Magazine. One free article left. Thanks, Discover Magazine. Appreciate the support. Right, steel beams. The attacks on the Twin Towers of 9/11 stand as one of the most shocking moments in US history, and for some the attacks seem too coordinated to have come from a terrorist group. Instead, so-called truthers pin the blame on government conspiracy. One of the most cited and well-publicised pieces of evidence offered by this group is the claim that jet fuel does not burn at high enough temperatures to melt the steel beams. I think, yeah, most cited, probably not. Most well-publicised, yeah, I agree with that. By this logic, explosives or some other form of fuel must have been used to bring the buildings down. While jet fuel burns, which burns at around 800 to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, may not reach the 2750 degree melting point of steel, it is only about half as strong as at 1100 degrees, according to a comprehensive report. Well, let's click on this comprehensive report, compiled by Popular Mechanics in 2005. Okay. Popular Mechanics, debunking the 9/11 conspiracy theories, special report, the World Trade Center. Oh yeah, let me go back to this. This wasn't just about one conspiracy. 5 times scientists tackled conspiracies and won chemtrails, fluoride, microwaves. We'll get to you, microwaves. You don't think again. Your conspiracy 101. Bigfoot. Well, we all know. Did I talk about it in the giant? I don't think I talked about it. I know what Bigfoot is. We'll talk about what Bigfoot is. And it ain't no man in a bear suit. And then it gets to steel beams. Right. Okay. Is melted steel. Here we go. Claim. We have been lied to, announces the website attackonamerica.net. I trust it. The first lie was that the load of fuel from the aircraft was the cause of structural failure. No kerosene fire can burn hot enough to melt steel. The posting is entitled Proof of Controlled Demolition at the World Trade Centers. Fact. Jet fuel burns at 800 to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, not hot enough to melt steel. 2750 degrees Fahrenheit. However, experts agree that for the towers to collapse, their steel frames didn't need to melt. They just had to lose some of their structural strength. And that required exposure to much less heat. I have never seen melted steel in a building fire, says retired New York Deputy Fire Chief Vincent Dunn, author of The Collapse of Burning Buildings, A Guide to Fireground Safety. Right, not being facetious at all, that sounds like a cool book. But I've seen a lot of twisted, warped, bent, and sagging steel. What happens is that the steel tries to expand at both ends, but when it can no longer expand, it sags and the surrounding concrete cracks. Steel loses about 50% of its strength at 1100 degrees Fahrenheit, notes senior engineer Farid Al-Fawakiri of the American Institute of Steel Construction. And at 1800 degrees, it was probably at less than 10%. NIST, North American Institute for Steel Testing? What does NIST stand for? Maybe it was explained earlier. Also believes that his great deal of spray-on fireproofing insulation was likely knocked off from the steel beams that were in the path of the crashing jets, leaving metal more vulnerable to the heat. Again, like I said, there's a lot of minutiae and a lot of variables in all of the conspiracies regarding 9/11. But jet fuel wasn't the only thing burning, notes Foreman Williams, a professor of engineering at the University of California, San Diego, and one of 7 structural engineers and fire experts that Popular Mechanics consulted. 7. Wow. Comprehensive. He says that while jet fuel was the catalyst for World Trade Center fires, the resulting inferno was intensified by the combustible material inside the buildings, including rugs, curtains, furniture, and paper. NIST reports that pockets of fire hit 1,832 degrees Fahrenheit. The jet fuel was the ignition source, Williams tells Popular Mechanics. It burned for maybe 10 minutes. Maybe. And the towers were still standing in 10 minutes. It was the rest of the stuff burning afterwards that was responsible for the heat transfer that eventually brought them down. Interesting. So, like I said, I've got lots and lots of articles. I'm not going to read the Mirror article, I don't care. What I'm really after is the comments. So let's just read a few of the comments. I tend to steer clear of these types of conspiracy theories. It's only a few clicks away. Clicks on any of those websites before you get to the protocols. I think we all know what you're talking about. The reptiles. Mr. David Icke. Oh, no, wait, no, he doesn't. It's not. It's not the reptiles. It's not what he means. He means reptiles. You know exactly what they're pushing. There are a lot of issues, but the protocol conspiracists seem to toxify the debate. I'm still astonished that there are so many believe the official NIST version. Hundreds of architects, structural engineers, demolition experts have stated publicly that the 3 buildings designed to withstand being hit by planes were demolished professionally. What a cover-up! People did report that the building was undergoing a structural test days before the so-called attack. So-called. And what about the witnesses that claimed the planes were dark grey with no windows? People are so naive. Agree. Agree. And what about the interviews of the firemen that came out the lobby straight after the collapse? And not just the 2 that were being interviewed, saying they heard multiple rapid explosions, saying it seemed to come from beneath them. Confused face. Thinking face. I don't know what that is. Absolutely full marks to the Daily Mirror for allowing an open forum on this. I posted a polite opinion in The Guardian against the official verdict, and they deleted. So much for Guardian and its much vaunted human rights. They're as bad as the rest. Maybe because they considered you were talking bollocks. Fuck me. Every time. God damn it. Right, future Alex, edit this out of the video, please. Future Alex. Whee! Hello? Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. I am using the list you gave me. I'm not. No. I'm not, yes, I went, yeah, those webs, they're not the ones I'm using. Because I wanted to know what, but I'm not going to show those websites. Yeah, but surely can't you just wait until the video's out? Would you, what? You're not even... Yes, I did agree to that. But that doesn't mean... I'm in the UK. I'm not... That doesn't... Yes. No. That's not... You can save the list as many times as you want. It's not gonna... Yeah. You're not from... I agree. Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree to that. But that's not... You... Hello? Hello?